So we'll start all over again. I never got trolled before like that, so from now on, I'll have to put something up to block them before they get on, so I could see that they're not, crazy. So let's wait till we get a few people on, and let's go. Here we go. So I will bring up some stuff again. Boom, 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 boom. Dun, dun, dun. Trolls. Trolls, trolls, trolls. Yeah, I never got trolled before. Somebody putting a new tick on my show. So from now on, I'll make sure before I let them on, this is what you have to do. You have to put like a pop up and see who they are, and then you can let them on. You got to do like one of these. Never happened to me before, but there's always a first for everything, right? So we got people that got nothing better to do with their life. Let me post a link, and if the troll comes back, obviously I'm gonna know, so it's not a problem. And there we go. Yeah, he put my friend's logo, and he came on. I didn't know people do that shit, but I guess they do. I guess there's a lot of trolls out there. And let me go to YouTube, put a link on if anybody wants to come. Hold on. I guess it's going to be a new link and the new show. Got to start all over. Pain in the butt, but good thing he did it in the beginning. And boom. Yeah, I never had somebody do that. Drop a nude picture on my channel. It's the first time that ever happened to me, so caught me off guard. But that won't happen again because now I realize it's a good thing. Maybe I'm getting so big, I'm getting trolled. Hey, huh? That's what's going down. I'm getting big enough where they got to troll me. So let me see if I can pull up what I was talking about before. All right. So let's see if I could get it up because I really don't feel like going through this again, but I'll go through it. It's not a big deal. In case, when people do watch my video, they will see what's going on. And let's see if this is the video. No, that's not it. And 411. I think it's this one. Just going to show you some food shortage lines. I know some of you seen it already, but I want to do it for the other people watching my video later on, so they at least get some information. And let's see if I could pull it up again. I forgot which video it was, but pain in my butt. And okay, let's see what this is. Yeah, here it is. All right. And no, that's not it. All right, this is the wrong one. Let me see if I could go to my history and pull it up. So anybody got any questions, drop them in there. I gotta sneeze. So here we go. I'm going to share the screen. Just want to show people what's happening. What's going on in the world. I know some of you seen it already, but I want to show everybody else. So people that end up watching the video later. Here we go. Video file. No. Boom. Share screen. And share screen. And here we go. So This is what's going on, all right? These are ships stuck in the port in Shanghai. The whole entire city is locked down, 28 million people in their houses with bare minimum of food and water. Like, it's so bad that every night, everybody in China gets on their balconies or opens their windows and screams in protest because China, the people in China, it's a little different. If they leave and they don't obey orders, it will get real ugly there. Okay? What they will do is they will literally shoot them. Okay? It's not a joke. It's not like the US, you protest and we hope they don't start shooting us. But in China, there's no in between. They shoot you. These are thousands of these little dots, thousands of ships trying to get into the port. And to pick up stuff, the red ones are oil. So, and then by the time, even if these ships in the port take about 2 weeks to load up, and then when they leave, take at least a couple of weeks to get here. You're talking like they got to wait 2 weeks to unload in America's port. You're talking about like 2 to 3 month delays, minimal. So what happens is, like I explained a bit before, China, forget about the food. Say we make our own food here. They make all the cans. So all your chunky soup and Campbell chicken noodle soups and Hormel chilies in a can, whatever you want to get in a can, tuna fish in a can. When they don't have cans, how are they going to get it out there? So you're going to have a lot of food supply issues because of raw materials too. Not only on top of the food is going to be a problem. All right? So you got raw material problems, food problems. You're going to have computer chip problems. Your car breaks down. It needs a computer chip. Not available. 3-month wait. What do? Ride your bicycle to work? Go buy a new car because there's no computer chips available? Like, what are you going to do? So this shit's going to happen. Now, they're claiming we got a decent supply up until around August. We're going to start feeling it. Okay? It's going to get real nasty. Now, another big thing going down, and that's a commercial. So, looks like a cute video game, right? And so, what's going down, a lot of activity in the East Coast. He can't even explain why. This guy studies for years. This guy worked in the Air Force. He was big time, got a lot of people in the Air Force, and he can't understand what's going on in the East Coast. Too much activity with they're unloading a lot of different things on the East Coast. The supply planes are coming from the military, nonstop, constant. Like they're expecting something to happen on the East Coast. I don't know what. Another thing he talks about, he's got a connection, a couple of connections. He was in the Air Force. He knows people. They're flying in immigrants, okay, to work in Amazon centers because nobody wants to work for Amazon anymore. They pay you $15 an hour and work you like a slave. They make you do 10 jobs. So a lot of people don't want to work for them. So they're flying in immigrants to work for $15 an hour. They're putting them in hotels, 4 to a room, and they're feeding them and paying them $15 an hour. So if you're living like Mexico, Dominican Republic, this is where they're getting them from. Honduras, all different countries, South American, and that's great money for them because they could send it all home because they're paying for their room and board and they're paying for their food. So my proposition to Amazon is, why don't you do that for Americans then? See if there's 4 Americans that'll share a room and they won't have no rent to pay and no food bill. Because I'm sure there's Americans, young kids will do that. They don't care. But you'll do it for foreigners, That's the way this country works. If you're born here, it's not good. I was contemplating about leaving the country and coming back and saying I'm from another country. Maybe I'll get more stuff. This is the stuff that NATO is Biden sending. $1.7 billion worth of assistance to Ukraine. And here it is, 1,400 Stingers, anti-craft systems, 5,000 Javelin, anti-armor, 1,000 Switchblades, Puma recon drones, 5,000 rifles, but you can't get a rifle in the U.S., right? They want it to be illegal. 1,000 pistols, 400 machine guns, 400 shotguns. We can't even get ammo, and they're sending them 50 million rounds of ammo because they're more important than you. You got to understand that. 45,000 sets of body armor, helmets, 100 grenade launchers, laser guided rocket systems, night vision, 70 highly mobile wheeled vehicles and other vehicles. Man, you know, hey, I get it. They're at war, whatever's going on there. There's two sides to the story. They're making Putin the bad guy. Putin's the bad guy. Putin's the bad guy. And I get a lot of news from other people saying it's the opposite. Ukraine troops are actually destroying their own buildings. So there's a lot of shit going on over there. We ain't going to know because they won't let us get Russia's side of the story. That's not allowed. See, they're gearing up to do this to us too with the freedom of the press. Now, I don't know if you're aware. In Canada, Trudeau passed a law that you have to have a license to be like, journalists, news channels. And if you put out false information, they'll take it away from you and you won't be able to be a journalist or a news station. So anything that doesn't go along with their narrative will be considered false information. Okay? So what they're doing here, don't be tricked. This is a real raw news. And they're saying Fauci got arrested. He didn't. They're saying these people are getting arrested, put to Gitmo. They didn't. They're making these stories up. And here's why they're doing it. Okay? So now you go on Google and they'll show you people that debunk this stuff, right? So why are they doing this? Simple. They're going to keep setting up a lot of disinformation. They're doing this. So now eventually they can pass a law in the United States that, the information is, lies and false and it doesn't fit their narrative. They can make it illegal. So they're going to take your freedom of speech, whether you know it or not. They're just going to do it in this type of fashion. They're going to put a lot of red flag, false information stuff out there and make believe like this newspaper probably works for the CIA. You understand? So they got these things set up already to put out fake news on purpose. So one day they can walk in and say, there's too much disinformation out there. We have to make laws. And that's to stop the real reporters, the guys that are telling you the truth, that aren't lying. Listen, if Fauci was arrested, the first guy would be Alex Jones and InfoWars. He don't have this out there. This is fake chills, okay? Don't be deceived. And you can see, fact check. So now the fact check is debunking this because you're going to see Fauci on TV 2 days from now. He's going to make it his business. And you're going to go, oh, that fact check thing is correct. They were right. See, they don't lie. No, this is a setup. Okay? These are all setups to make you fall into their web. These people are evil. They're setting us up. Okay? That's what they do. They'll tell you we'll never come to your door and force something on you. They're going to come to your door one day. And that's the thing. When the devil comes knocking at your door, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I would like to know what you're going to do. Anybody tell me what they're going to do and put it in the chat. What are you going to do when the devil comes knocking at your door? All right? Because he's coming. May not be now. You may be sitting in your little pretty house, little house in the prairie, thinking you could avoid all the chaos that's about to be inflicted on us over the next year. It's coming. So what are you going to do? Let's see if we got some comments in the audience. All right. So why are the ships stuck there for months? So here's how it works, Vigo. There's a 2-week lockdown in all of Shanghai. So they're not unloading ships in the port. They're all stuck in the water. Then when they open up again, if they open, it takes a couple of weeks to unload all these container ships. They don't just get unloaded in a day. They're huge. So there's a line. So even you pull into the port, there's a line. And then they got to unload them. I guess then they got to sign off on paperwork and all kinds of stuff. That may take 7 to 14 days. Then they got to load up with the stuff they're going to bring back to America, right? So they're dropping stuff off and they're bringing stuff back. That takes a couple of weeks. Then they got to line up in America where Biden's blocking out the ports intentionally. By the time it gets to the factory, it could be 2 to 3 months. So when they run out of cans to make your Campbell soup or your can of tuna fish, it could take 2 to 3 months before they reopen the factory and retool it and get it going again. So it's gonna hit us. Right now, there is enough food and supply in inventory. Some of these companies have bigger inventory, so you're still gonna see food. And is that you, MD? I gotta see because I had an idiot. No, you gotta show me your face. I had an idiot get on here and hold on. I don't think that's you anyway. So I'm just gonna, that ain't you. And if it is, let's see. Go in the chat if it's you, MD. I don't believe it's you. Show me your face. If not, I can't put you on because a guy just came on with your logo and was naked in the shower. I had to delete the whole video and I'm not starting all over again. So anyway, when was the last time I was on your show, MD? Yeah, you must be somebody that was in there. Hold on. Show me your face. You can show me a video, picture of you. I can't let you on because it's that other guy. He had your shit, man. There's a guy that came on here and just flashed my whole show. It's me. Oops. Show me your picture. Oh, you're backstage. Well, let me put something up so you can't flash me. Hold on. And bada bing. Now, I could put you on, so let me see you.
Hey, what's up, Pops? It's me.
Oh, it is you. Yo, a guy came on here with your thing and dick picked me.
Oh, man, these guys, this is to show you.
Smash TV.
Yeah, they did that with Woody to my stream. They actually recorded his voice even, but you could tell it was like from far away. And and I had to blur it out.
It's never happened to me before. It was in the beginning of the show, so I just said I'm starting the whole show all over, and I made everybody come back again.
Yeah, I'm re-rendering my my picture. I'm gonna see if
what I do is usually I put my camera on, even if you just see me for half a second, it's me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my laptop camera, I got to put a new driver in it. So it's like anytime I go to turn it on, it says update or install.
Or you could do like this, what I just did. See that?
Let me see.
See how I put the picture up?
Yeah, yeah. So you have to put the picture up. You have to.
It never happened to me before.
Yeah, these guys.
So I seen Smash TV. I figured out it's got. I just hey, what's going on? I was excited you were here. And I was like, what's going on?
The best way is when you have somebody as a moderator, you know that they can't fake that. So you just say, hey man, just type in the main chat that it's me.
Did I give you a wrench?
Yeah. You notice I typed in the chat. It's me.
Oh yeah.
I put it in the private chat, but then I realized that anybody could fake that, so I put it in the YouTube chat.
Oh yeah, this way I could see your wrench.
Exactly. So that's how. If somebody, other than that, you got to put the picture up, man. I mean,
that was a good idea though that you told me that. I'm gonna start doing that from now on. Just looking in the chat, and I'll see your wrench, and I know I gave you a wrench.
Exactly.
So I know it's you. Got it. Yep.
Yeah, they can't.
All right.
Yeah,
see, I gave Vigo a wrench. I'm waiting for Vigo to come on the show. Right, Vigo? You coming on soon? Vigo just comes to all my shows, so I just tease him. I tease him. He Stole My Thunder is in the house.
Yeah. I was wondering. I was coming on to tell you that when I posted it for the community posts, I was just checking. And I noticed the video wasn't available. So I was like, oh man, I said, I wonder if, I said something must be wrong, so that's why I said let me just come over and check the stream and see what was up. And I heard you saying that.
Well, what happened was the show was only on for like a couple of minutes. Now, if it does happen to you, I heard what you can do is once you end the show, you can make it private and then edit it and then put it back up.
Yeah. You blur it out. You know, there's a blurring tool. You just you put the square over the avatar wherever they were, and it'll blur it out. So yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
No, well, you can even edit the film itself and just take the whole piece out. Like,
yeah,
but
that's
the
problem
with ass.
Yeah, when you edit it, the chat goes away. So like you won't have the chat anymore because that happened to some of my streams. You know, so like that's why I try to highlight as many. So
there's
comments.
A tool you can get.
Yeah, it's behind like the YouTube editor, so you can either edit it with once you cut the video and join it, they won't show the chat, the live chat anymore.
Right. So how do you blur it with the video?
Yeah,
YouTube has
it'll say blur. You know, you'll see the blur tool on the top left. Once you go into YouTube editor for that particular video.
Oh, if I knew, I wouldn't even redid it then. But
you wouldn't.
You know what? What the heck?
Was it on for a long time? Like how long was it on?
5 minutes, maybe.
5 minutes? Yeah, no, that's kind of long. Like you got to keep your finger on the button to remove them from stream because when they flash, if you just pop them off, then when it's rendered, you usually can get away with. Like I've had 6, 7, 8 flashings per stream back when I was doing the streams last year. I mean, it's coming from that the child predator John Hogwood that works with Rollo Tomasi, and it's also coming from this new troll, this black guy named Marquis. He's a sad excuse for a human being. I mean, he used to be a detective for 8, 9 years. And he said he left because, there wasn't enough money. But then when I started to see his behavior, I said, this guy's a sack of shit. I mean, for him to behave that way, he's got a wife, a kid. And, he was just real angry that we said, look, man, you're like a fanboy for these other guys that the guy that brought them in is taking pictures of little kids and shit like that. So there's a lot of slime in the manosphere. I mean, there's a lot of
crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see? I don't know if you've seen before. I put up a picture of all the ships that are in Shanghai, China.
Yeah.
Oh, you seen that? All right,
it's freaking crazy, man.
Yeah, and another thing I was talking about. Maybe you could touch on this too. What I believe is going on with the news, because in Canada, Trudeau came out with a new law about if basically they feel that you're putting out false information, they take your license away. You can't be a journalist or a news station, right?
Wow.
So this is a law now. So if you don't agree with their narrative, they take your license. So it's kind of like they're taking away your free speech unless you agree with what they say.
It's like China's social credit system.
Right. And Trudeau passed the law and they're doing it, man. And he's like, he's like a dictator now. So what they're doing in America, I believe, is they're putting out a lot of false information on purpose. Like this here is this newspaper. It's called Real Raw News. It's probably CIA run. And what they're doing is they're putting out Fauci got arrested, which he didn't. Loretta Lynch is getting hanged in Gizmo. Like they're putting out all this crazy stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Dr. Deborah Burricks that was on with Fauci was executed last July. Like they're putting out this crazy shit. So down the road, these politicians could put a law into effect and say, look, there's all this different disinformation out there. Because you're going to see Fauci on TV in a couple of days on purpose. So this is their plan. They're very smart. They set you up for it. So they're going to put out a ton of disinformation, debunk it, and you're going to see the debunk is true. They're going to make sure that you are going to acknowledge it's true because you're going to see like Fauci on TV. And then down the road, they're going to come out with a law. So they can control even better. Like guys like me or you couldn't even be on YouTube talking about something that they don't like. They'll say, we're putting out this information. Come knocking on our door. The FBI and arrest us.
It's getting to where it's
China.
You know, it's dictatorship, man. It's a
Mhm.
straight up dictatorship almost. I mean,
We
I'm
got
hoping
knowledge
it
and
doesn't.
relationships in the house. I just wanted to announce that. And Woody Johnson, and Polaron message. Okay, go ahead. What were you saying now?
Yeah, I hope it doesn't come to that. You know, I just hope that you know, when I look at it, I had left the Manosphere just for a brief. You know, I started Wisdom Radio and stuff. You know, because it was so disgusting. You know, and Scribe, you know, my co-host was the one that kind of pulled me back. You know, to start doing streams again. And then when I did, then you know, I got, you know, I had to recover from all of this stuff, and so I took a couple months off. But yeah, I didn't really enjoy being here. You know, I mean, that's why I started Wisdom Radio, because you know, and even then, guys will come on and still start talking about dating, and I'm like, look, that channel's for wisdom, but some people just don't get it through their head, man. It's
Yeah.
I have to realize, man, that you know they just,
And did you
you
hear
know,
what's going on in Amazon?
no, what happened?
All right. So what Amazon's doing, and this is coming from this guy. This guy was in the Air Force. He's not a bullshit artist. He's very careful when he puts out news. This guy here, Monkey Works, right? This guy's very careful. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was in the Air Force, and he has friends that are pilots, and these are the guys flying some of these. So they're flying in immigrants from different countries: the Dominican Republic, Honduras, Haiti, all different countries, Mexico, and they're flying them in like to Miami, where the Amazon fulfillment centers are, the big ones, a few
Mm-hmm.
other places, and they're paying them $15 an hour and giving them a hotel room, putting four people to each hotel room. You know, probably 2 queen beds in each room, right? And paying for their food. And they're doing it because, first of all, the union now, I don't know if you heard, Amazon, a couple of places went union, and that is landmark when that starts to happen. Because if Amazon's whole workforce becomes union, their stock will plummet.
Yes.
Because these big guys don't want unions, right? So
yeah.
He's bussing them in, paying them $15 an hour, giving them somewhere to live, giving them food. So all the money they're making, basically, they could send home to their families. Because they got room and board, right? They don't really need more than that in food.
Yeah.
You know, when I said, why don't you offer Americans that? Because there's a lot of young kids that basically have nowhere to live almost.
Yeah. No, and they don't give a shit. Yeah.
They'll go live in a hotel room with 3 other guys, hang out, eat, and, you know, and then get paid. I mean, why don't you put that expense into the $15 an hour you're paying? So if it's going to cost them an extra $20, $30 a day to give each person room and board, why don't you give that to the workers, the Americans, and you won't have to bus them in.
Yeah, you know why they won't do it to Americans? Because Americans will want to form a union.
Yeah, so that's the thing he's getting scared of. So he's trying to, like, show people, I'll bust them in if I have to, but I'm not dealing with these unions.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly why they won't do it for Americans. I mean, you got so many. Yeah, they had I think it was the former governor of New Jersey. I don't know if he was, you know, he wasn't heterosexual, right? And he was saying there was so much controversy over it that he was saying, look, 14 million kids are going to go to bed homeless tonight in the United States, but people are worried about his sexual orientation. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, as a heterosexual man, you know, I look at it as, okay, I don't care who the president is banging or whatever, as long as he's doing his job. You know, as long as if there's a governor, you know, like Spitzer was actually, from what I saw, you know, he was closing, you know, a lot of stuff that didn't need to be opened. And when he started closing prisons, they got mad at him and they set him up with, you know, the hooker. And then he had to resign. And I'm saying, well, I mean, the guy was actually doing something decent for the state. And and when that happened, I was just like, holy smoke. I mean, you know, he's married and all of that, you know, I can understand. All right, if you're married, if you're not married, it's going to be hard to get into a governor position or any political position, because they, like in Russia, they say your wife is basically your informant. That's the one that will inform on you. That, like, they put couples together and the wife basically, you know, she'll rat out the husband.
Right.
In America, it's not really too different, man. It's not really too different. they'll even use that, you know, maybe he's married to her for 20, 30 years, doesn't want to sleep with her anymore, or maybe it's a sexless marriage. And, you know, when I look at that, I guess one, the fact that prostitution's illegal, because that's a big problem, it being illegal. You know, if it wasn't illegal, then, you know, women have a way of making more money than any normal job. Actually, more money than most men would make.
Right. But, you know, I'm not going to disagree with that theory. You know, prostitution being illegal will cut down even rapes and all kinds of things. But if you're a religious man, you can't acknowledge that should be legal, because it's against, you know, the Almighty God's laws. So that's, you know, to remain the only way a country really functions well. It's got to be really almost one religion, or similar to almost one religion, and it has to be either a Christian. You know, you need that law of the Almighty God in the country to actually function correctly. But because look at what we got now. So if you have a country that is godless, let's put it that way, you know, legalize prostitution, I logically makes great sense. But is it moral?
I mean, if you look at, there are parts in the Bible where I think Jesus was speaking, you know, he was hanging with prostitutes. He was pro-poor, you know, so like anybody that's really religious, Christian wise, would say the accumulation of too much money, that's not being religious. That's not being true to the word of God. Charging interest on money, because in the Bible it says you can't charge interest on money.
Well, here's the trick to that. In the Bible, it says you can't charge Israelites interest, but you can charge anybody else interest that isn't an Israelite.
Yeah. So now we see that that's immoral in itself right there. So now we become, there goes the bind. So if we have, so then it doesn't stand to reason that if the country is, all countries that are religious based, right? Like if you look at Muslim countries, Christian countries, they all have prostitution. They all have, charge interest to everybody. You know, money itself, when you look at it, you know, you think about it, the interest is a problem. It's not you know, money is the root of all evil. It's the love of money is the root of all evil. So when you look at prostitution, one, it's to say, all right, I'm you know, it's a touchy situation, because, you know, I don't think abortion, there's certain instances maybe where I could say, all right, I understand why this is going to happen. But in most instances, abortion is just basically murder. You know, if people have to watch, if they have to watch
we say, oh, somebody got raped, you know, maybe they.
Well, even that, like, there's a Christian family, and I couldn't
understand. You can take if you get raped. That will.
Yeah, like, I mean,
as soon as you get raped, you go to the hospital. They can give you a pill that'll just destroy it.
They definitely could. The problem is, like, there was a Christian family that happened. A man and a woman were married. They had like 4 kids. Somebody broke in, did that to his wife, and they kept the baby. I don't know if the guy, I think he went away, and then, you know, they raised the kid. You know, now I don't think I could go that far as, you know, I'm not religious, but I'm definitely not an atheist.
Well, you would have to check the DNA.
Well, yeah, well, it was definitely what happened, you know. But they were doing it based on their religion, because Christianity does not believe in abortion, you know, under any circumstances. So in Islamic law, I noticed that it's much more brutal. I call it Christianity 2.0. With if that happens to the woman, they disown her. So they're kind of saying, look, you know how some of these men are, and if you don't keep yourself safe and that happens to you, you put yourself in that position.
Yeah.
And if that is looked at like in some senses, you know, like Dave Chappelle made a good point. He goes, if he dresses up as a police officer, right? And you come over to him, hey, Mr. Officer, I need help. And he's like, I'm not an officer. What are you? Oh, but you dress as a police. So what? That doesn't mean I'm an officer. If you apply that to women that dress like whores, you know, and you look, and this is not prejudging them or anything, but to say, look, if you're walking around with a G-string up your ass and you're practically naked on the street, I think men should be able to control themselves. but that's like putting to men that can't control themselves, especially a lot of these guys, these I don't even know what to call them, males. They're not men in the manosphere. That's like putting food in front of a hungry person.
Yes, because you ever go to the beach? I mean, it's out of control. They're actually wearing a string up their ass.
They're walking around naked, and there are beaches. You know, I remember there were nude beaches and shit. Okay, you want that beach? You got that beach. But then we should have this beach over here. And you know, this is the problem. Governments are just meant to control us. They're meant to control us and use us as some type of workforce. And we're all like kind of slaves to the system. Like, well, what they used to say back in the day, it's the rat race. We're all in the rat race, right?
Yep.
The problem with being in the rat race is if you win, you're still a rat. You know, so you got to get out of that.
Bruno in the house, Smash.
Oh, Tony Bruno, my brother. He's streaming later tonight. I'm gonna put your stream up, Tony, on my community post. It's always good to see Tony.
Yeah, how do you get a community post? Like you have to have a certain amount of subs or something?
Yeah, usually it comes like I think around
1,000,
700 or 500. It's got something to do with videos and subs because Wisdom Radio only has 800 and something subs, and it's got a community post. I used to think it was okay. You had to be at 1,000, but something must have changed. And now, you know, you can get it a little before because I think Hold the Truth has one too. And he's got like 700 and something.
Yeah, because I don't have one yet.
You might need to hit 500, maybe 600. I mean, I featured your channel. I keep posting the thing. So hopefully more people will subscribe and we'll get you there quick, you know, so you can.
Yeah, it's starting to pick up a little. I appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely, bro. You know, without a doubt.
One washes the other, right? When I get there, I'll be posting yours.
Exactly, man. You know, and it's always good to support good people. You know, I can kind of sense it. I guess as fellow New Yorkers, there's something that we can tell if somebody's a rat or a piece of crap. You know,
yeah, and you can tell if somebody's sincere.
Yeah, exactly. We can tell if they're good. We can tell, you know. So it's like, and of course, we can make judgments that we might say, okay, later on, I didn't know, because we're always going to be able. There's going to be times we get fooled, like how these guys come on. We're open people to let people on our shows, and then to have scum do stuff like the flashing, and it comes from Rollo Tomasi's camp. But there's this new guy that's also doing it too, and he's mad because he's just angry with himself. He shows a picture with him and some, I don't know what to call it. I guess he calls it his wife or something. But of course, we'll probably just roast him a little on Saturday. But there's so many people to roast. It's like, I just look at them. The fact that he, I even think he got thrown off the force. I don't think because he was saying something about one time, he just said some stories that had me like saying it questioned. It made me really question. He, like how you were saying, you were a good guy on the force, right? There's certain things you wouldn't do. This guy is definitely not that guy. You could see he's a sack of shit that would use his badge to intimidate people, and he's threatening people on the internet. And I'm saying, what type of behavior is that for somebody that's supposed to be formally in law enforcement? And then I see, well, maybe he got thrown out. Maybe he was told to resign for something he did. So you see what I'm saying? These little things, especially as New Yorkers, we can feel this out. We talk to a person, ask them a few questions, not even trying to get the answer to the question, but we're looking for their response. We read people in a second. And this is why, I guess there's a stereotype when we go around the world. People, oh, you're from New York, this and that, whatever, because we live in a different environment. We live in a hyper, like our environment is overstimulated compared to other states. Like I remember going to Texas when I was a teenager, and I couldn't believe the news. I said, this looks fake. And it's because in New York, we're in total fantasy island. I mean, you look at the news and all of that, everything is on volume 10 to keep us fully, brain. I mean, this is the Empire State, the Empire State Building. This is straight, the Empire.
You see how they made. First, there was a little explosion from a sewer. It made that's happened plenty of times when I was in New York. You would be in there in a sewer, and you know how heavy those sewer
the manhole covers, right? Yeah, man, those freaking things. I've
seen those blow up right in the air from the steam.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's not a big deal. It happened in Times Square, and you had to see just one little boom. Everybody in Times Square was running around like aliens were shooting buildings.
Yep.
Then this shooting happened in Brooklyn, which was real. I knew they were going to get the guy right away. But I'll tell you how I knew. But anyway, so okay, he got on the subway and he shot up the people. He didn't kill nobody, which was great. And he put a few smoke screens and got out, right? They made this sound like we were in a war with Ukraine. I mean, with Russia. Like, the news is so dramatic. Now, I get it. It is news, and it is a little dramatic. But they didn't let this thing roll. Like, they love it. It gets ratings. And how I knew they were going to catch them, they weren't talking about anything. Like, after this happened, there was no information whatsoever because they had it. They had them on camera. There's so many cameras. They said there was no camera in that subway station, which I don't know if that's true or not. But they had them going into the train station. They had them going into the van he bought. They got a lot of equipment, okay, that they could just backtrack you from your house, from when you left to got there. So I knew they were going to catch him because they didn't say not 2 words, which means they got the evidence already. And they don't want to, give this guy a heads up. They're coming to get him. And I forgot what it was. Within 24 hours, they arrested him. And that piece of shit mayor that I can't stand him, de Blasio was even worse. But this guy is like one level maybe better than de Blasio, if that, because he's allowing all these rules to still be in place there, where you need the magic potion to go into a restaurant, all this bullshit. So he gets on, and you know how he talks, like real, not even like a mayor. He goes, "We got him. We got him." This is what he's saying. That's his first words. "We got him." Like, he's so excited. Like, we got him. Like, that's how you come off, like, as the mayor. We got him.
Yeah, he's an actor.
Yeah,
he's a total actor. Yeah.
So, but I knew they were going to grab him right away. I looked at what they were saying on the news, and I go, oh, well, FBI's involved now. Believe it or not, they have the technology to go. They don't do it all the time, but if something really dramatic, like let's say an important person got killed, okay, real important person, they can go into the satellite and call. It's like that movie Deja Vu. Have you seen it with Denzel Washington? Are you there?
Yeah. I had it on mute.
Maybe YouTube cut me off.
Yeah, so no, I had it on.
They can go back in time, live in time with this with the satellites, because everything's getting recorded. Everything.
Yeah. And
backtrack all the way, like who walked in there, and then backtrack him leaving his house. Like they can go backwards.
Yeah, exactly. They can do that. They do that with the city cameras. That's why something is fishy. Something is very fishy about the story they're telling us.
Well, I think they're setting us up for something way bigger. They're just trying to feel it out because that guy I watch, Monkey Works, he's not into conspiracies and nothing. He's just watching. He's been doing this for like 20 years. Mm-hmm. This guy monitors all the traffic, military traffic, airline traffic. And he said he's never seen such a push of supply planes going to the East Coast. So they're bringing a lot of supplies to the East Coast, like some kind of disaster's coming, like a tsunami or something. So something's up in New York. And I think they're going to do that. They did 9/11 in New York, right?
Yep.
So maybe something's going to do it, and they're going to blame Putin. Putin. Everything is Putin. No matter what happens, Putin's going to get the blame. Putin will get the, like with this inflation, it's all Putin. Nothing to do with Biden. Nothing to do with our politicians. Nothing to do with the supply chains. Everything is, it's Putin's fault. And this is what they want to put in people's heads. They want to go to war with Russia. People don't see the big picture. There's a lot more behind the scenes. I've watched the opposite news that you can't even find, right? You really can't find Russian news, right? Mm-hmm. Now, the Russians are reporting that they have destroyed human trafficking rings in Ukraine, and they found over 35,000 people in cages in different areas in Ukraine. Like, they even show you pictures of 1,000 girls in cages, okay, in Ukraine. They say Ukraine was the human trafficking hub of the, of the East, or whatever you want to call that, the European, Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
So they're claiming that that's what they did, and that's why a lot of stuff now, they're also claiming, the Russian news, that the Ukrainians are actually blowing up their own buildings to blame Russia. Now, is it true? I don't know. But here's what I do know. I want to hear both sides of the coin. I just don't want to hear America's side. I want to hear what Russia got to say.
Pops, all we got to do is turn the
videos.
Yeah, we turn the channels in America, and when you see the same stuff on every channel, it's got to make you wonder. It's got to make you. I mean, we're being brainwashed on like another level,
right? And Putin, they're putting up stuff and they're showing the receipts. There's a difference. You ever look at all these buildings? They show blown up buildings. Some of it's even photoshopped. It's not even real. But there's no people usually around.
Yeah.
It's just blown up buildings.
We were both probably in New York during the 9/11 thing, and just to see what the way they covered that and the way they, I can't even believe till this day people still go along with the official narrative.
Yeah.
And
well, if anybody wants, you got to look up Loose Change.
Yeah.
Final Cut. That'll open your eyes.
I hope it's still on YouTube. Yeah, I hope it's still there.
It's still there. It's on his channel. Hold on. I can even tell you the guy's channel. Hold on. Jason Burmis. He made it. It's called Loose Change. You watch that, it'll kind of open your mind up a little bit. This guy is not, he's giving you truth and facts. He's not giving you made up stories. They've tested, they wouldn't let them test the metal in the Twin Towers, by the way. All the metal got shipped to China.
And anything that happens like that, right? They're supposed to investigate it to say, okay, how do we make this not happen in the future? If a building collapses and stuff, they immediately took the crime scene and shipped it away. So that right there is a violation, but it was all co-signed. And,
what some people did? They went to people's houses that dust went on, because a lot of dust came down when those buildings fell.
Yeah.
And they tested the dust. They found explosive residue all over the shit. Like, we're talking about there were bombs in that building. It wasn't, that's how they took it down. The plane didn't take it down. They blew it up from the bottom.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But that's just the theory. You have to go find your own truth. You have to go dig.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you can't even bring this. This is why I was working on that zombie book, because you go to explain this to somebody and they're so zombified, and it's like, holy smokes, you can't even touch the subject with a lot of people.
No, I got my friends. They all still believe it. That the government wouldn't do shit like that.
Yeah.
Even with the president right now, look, you're looking at Biden right now, and you're looking at this totally incompetent, senile guy, right? Well, let's get real. They're making even all his they're making him look very incompetent on purpose. This is done intentionally. These people were not incompetent 2 years ago. I see Kamala Harris like a year and a half ago. She was like this witty lawyer, man. You sat down, man. She was witty. She was smart. She was intelligent. Biden, you ever see him in the Senate? Man, this guy was witty, even when he was vice president. Now, all of a sudden, they're all incompetent. They all can't even say 3 words without mumbling. Yeah. It's done intentionally. So we as Americans go, oh, see, they're incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. Look how bad it is. These people got voted. No. That's what they want you to believe.
Yeah.
They are competent. They know exactly what they're doing.
Look at the crazy play on words, right? When and you're right about that too. It just, they are getting their paycheck, and there's an old saying, they don't understand it because their salary depends on them not understanding it. Like, what they're on the on the big payroll now, right. So they're not going to say anything to mess that up. Just like the new mayor, right. You see he's not going to say, yeah, well, he was always known as a PR guy as well. But it just, you look at it and you say to yourself, like, holy, the script. I mean, this is something that even Shakespeare couldn't write. I mean, as like you said it the other day, the stormtroopers, they're creating stormtroopers. We live in the Empire State. It's straight. Where's Darth Vader? You know, where the freaking is the Emperor? I mean, this is, yeah, it's brutal, man. It's really brutal.
Even with inflation, right? I mean, just to show you how much they lie. So rents are out of control right now. Out of control. In Miami, they're so out of control that the state had to step in to supplement people to pay their rent. Because the landlords just can raise the rent to whatever they want.
Mm-hmm.
And Miami happens to be one of the few cities that the landlord is almost like never wrong. I lived in Miami. I've experienced things that you can't even believe what a landlord could do there and get away with it. I'll give you a quick story. I lived in Miami, had an apartment. And my son had an argument with the landlord because they weren't cleaning. He didn't clean our ducts, and we got sick from the dirt inside the air ducts. So my son was a little twisted, and he got in his face a little, right? And that was the worst thing he could have did. But I didn't care. I wanted to kill the guy too because he was a cheap landlord, like a slumlord. So I basically knew I was going to have to move out. He wasn't going to renew my lease. So I found an apartment before my lease was up, and I was in the interim of moving my stuff, but I still had stuff in the apartment, and it wasn't like I had to be out by the 31st, and it was like the 27th. This landlord decided to go into my apartment and start painting the walls. Well, it's still my apartment.
Wow.
So when I got back to my apartment, stuff was missing because he probably had, like, you know, people go in there and paint, and he wasn't there supervising, and they stole some of my shit. So I called the cops, told them, look, I live here. I was just moving stuff back and forth, but this is still my apartment. And the landlord let these people in my apartment to paint, and they stole my jewelry. They stole my tablet. You know, I had a whole list of shit. So they took the report, and they're trying to tell me that the landlord could do this. And I know he can't. So the cops were trying to squash it. That came. The detective on the phone, because he probably had connections, right? So yeah. I pressed a complaint against the detectives that they weren't doing their job. So then I went to like their review board, like their IAD, but another cop. And I told him the story. And then they show me mugshots. Well, do you remember the cop that came and took the report? I go, what's the difference if I remember what he looks like? I said, all you're going to do is use that as an excuse. If I pick the wrong guy, say he couldn't even remember the guy that came, right?
Mm-hmm.
Took the reports, did the whole thing. Nothing ever happened. Nothing, zero. Nothing. He was allowed to come in my house and take my shit. So this is why the landlords over there get away with stuff. I don't know who Gollum of the Man is, and he got disconnected anyway, so I'll just kick him anyway.
Yeah, it's a good thing I saw the thing, so now you know. Also, even if they don't have a wrench, usually when a troll comes backstage, if you tell them, hey, type something into the chat, and they can't do that, then you know it's a troll. It's like, well, wait a second, you're not even, you know. And the good thing about StreamYard is now, if you can catch the troll quick enough and hit like the 3 buttons or something, there's a way to ban them. So now they can never press the StreamYard link again with that account. You know,
right.
So there's little ways, like, you know, that StreamYard improved it. YouTube, of course, you can ban them on that. And it's crazy that, you know, we're fighting this from within just this little space on the internet, this space of freaking, you know, I don't even know what to call them, man. It's like, I mean, the fact that they couldn't just call out a guy taking pictures of kids. I mean, I don't give a shit what reason somebody comes up with. There's no way. There is no reason that somebody can say, oh, well, you know, he was just taking it. He tried to say, oh, well, we were at Disneyland and there were kids around. It's like, what, you sick bastard.
That's right.
And that's what these 80% of the manosphere is, that supporting sick bastards like that. Guys with children. You know, I would ask them, because one guy's speaking at one of their conferences and he's got a daughter. He claims, oh, child support, all of this shit. Oh, is just an angry person. And I'm like, well, what would he do if this guy had pictures, took pictures of his kid? He's going to a conference where this guy is speaking. And you have to ask these questions, because you say to yourself, that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to even be associated with this shit.
Yep.
It's just, so many men need help and they don't have guys like us around anymore.
Nope.
These guys that are 20, they grew up with their thumb up their ass, and until they're called out, some of them,
you got to stay away from those people, though, because they'll give you a bad rep.
Oh man, they come. You know what it is? Their whole life is revolved around trolling people. Yep. So it's a way like where you just got to figure out like, okay, and I know they're cracking down on stuff like that because it gets to a point where they're really, really, really scum. I mean, we know one of the guys is in Florida, and we know the whole crew of them. And the main thing is to you can use the media on our side as well. They don't realize that a sword cuts both ways, and hopefully more people, that's why they were getting mad at more like black pill channels and stuff popping up that were calling people out. And Tony Bruno's exactly right, man. A man with no character, he will just he doesn't act of his own accord. He reacts, and that's something that we all, it's always going to be there with us. So there's going to be times when we react and then we got to think to ourselves, no, man, I got to act of my own accord. Somebody can pose questions. They can do something just to get me to try to react. Yes. And I got to remember, to respond of my own accord.
Like I was doing to your boy. I got him to react.
Oh, you got him to, part of me, I could see
just to get your ratings.
Yeah. I was wondering, is he playing into it a little? Is he, because I was telling him, look, hey, right on the stream, I think I said it once or twice, like Pops is trolling you, man.
Yeah, and I was just fucking with him.
Yeah, I think maybe he heard me and he just kept it going or whatever. But yeah, it's just like, come on, man,
Yeah, we were having good. It was just innocent fun.
I think it was all in good fun, man. I mean, and he didn't mention anything about being mad or anything.
Nah.
He didn't even bring it up or nothing.
I didn't know he was like your partner in crime, though. To be honest,
no, he's pretty cool. He hasn't been there since the beginning of the channel,
right?
But when he heard me talking on one guy's channel, this guy LFA, he was considering, he was with this girl, he broke up with her, and when he heard what I said, he said it started to heal him. He started to really think about the situation, because I'm like, you're freaking. You're 40, she's 39. It's like, what the fuck you want to marry something like that for? You want to marry something younger, and he was like, he never thought about that. So he's still in the learning process. I mean, he knows a lot, but I told him, look, man, when we first met, I threw him off the show twice. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I was like, you fucking coming on the show acting like, and then the second time he came on, he stayed for a few hours, and then I flushed him again. And then after that, he apologized in the comments, came on like 2 or 3 weeks later, and he was there ever since, every Saturday.
That's great. So Hold the Truth in the house.
Oh yeah, Hold the Truth, definitely, man.
He's the man. I want his voice. I just want to borrow his voice. His voice it's perfect for radio. But I was talking before though. They're making inflation though sound like it's a new phenomenon. Like this has never happened before. Like. It's just weird, like, and then they're showing these polls, right? They're saying that they had a survey, CBS, and they said 86% of the Americans think the economy is bad. Now, that's great. Okay, we got 80. Well, who are the other 14% that think this is still good? I like to know, like, what people think that this is good. Somebody keeps trying to connect in here, but they keep getting disconnected.
You know what it is? They don't realize they gotta unmute their mic. Because when I was backstage, I had at first I changed my avatar because I had the one from I used a different avatar for Wisdom Radio.
Right.
I used Chief Blackbird. And then I said, okay, let me switch it to my regular avatar. And then before I even did that, it tells me to unmute, because if I don't unmute, then it'll say it's not connecting or something like that.
So Black Pill said a Spicoli.
Oh, Spicoli that came on. You know, and I realize now why. Yeah, Spicoli. I think Spicoli was just high, man. I think because Spicoli is. I realized that's the name from the guy that was in that movie. I don't know if it was Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Sean Penn played the guy. He played a stoner called Spicoli. And you know, at first when I saw the name, I thought he was trying to do some, you know, say some like racial shit. And then I realized, no, Spicoli is the name. It's you know, I think they were portraying him as an Italian character or something. And yeah, that guy was the guy that was in his 60s, and you know, he had the picture of the weed and all of that. So I figured he was just, you know, probably like an old stoner, probably, you know, from back in the Woodstock days, and just you know, so yeah, he you know what I noticed with the show is when all those people come on, guys have told me that they
you are Luigi or whatever. I can't let you on because he keeps telling me you're not connected. So there's
we can't let Luigi on. Luigi is a super troll. I mean, he's that guy.
Let him on anyway, it's saying
even if you see him, don't let that guy on. Don't let.
Boom.
Yeah, he's probably the guy that flashed you earlier. That's what Luigi does. There's videos of him on YouTube advocating to force himself on women and stuff like that. I mean, he's like,
I just banned him. So
you ban. Yeah, that's the best thing you can do is ban that piece of shit. Him, Pastor Dabs, and there's another guy that's called Space Jew. All three.
But what do these guys follow you like wherever you go? Because they're coming on just to like fuck with you.
Oh, these guys, they're so trollish, right? Because they're mad because we found out Luigi is the son of a judge in California. We found out everything about him. And Noah Cheney, that Space Jew, he's a trust fund kid. His father owns a cattle ranch in northern Texas, you know, where he probably blows the cattle up there, you know, every day for his freaking enjoyment. But again, another piece of shit kid that never had to work a day in his fucking life and got his little dad's trust fund.
Why are they trolling you? Like, what did you do to them that they don't like you?
Oh, they found out right. This is the thing. They found out I wasn't going to put up with their bullshit.
Oh, you mean they came on your channel?
Oh yeah, shit. Two of them used to be mods, Space Jew and Pastor Dabs. Pastor Dabs is from Delaware. He's like, I had to realize he's 6'5", right? And he looks like that Ghostbuster, the ghoul, Slimer.
Right.
He looks like Slimer from the fucking Ghostbusters on a 6'5", and he, you know, trailer park, you know, totally just garbage. And nothing against people that got a trailer, you know, they got good people in those places, but you know, this guy is.
Sometimes you look at them, ban people. I mean, like,
well, you know what the thing is? They're part of a I don't even want to call it a supremacist thing. It's more like a Nazi thing. That they're part of that.
Yeah,
and the fact that I
come on my show like that, and I just
these guys are the scum of the earth, man. The fact that I outclassed them, I noticed this with a lot of people who are very racist, whether they be black or white. When they see somebody that's not like them, that has more intelligence than them, like dramatically more. And I'm not saying I'm a smart guy or the smartest guy, but these guys are so fucking stupid,
right? That you're a genius.
A chimpanzee will outclass them, you know. And so they get mad. I mean, they used to be on my stream and blah, 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 and all of this shit. And then you find out they're a piece of shit and you ban them. And they are still ass hurt. They're butt hurt from that.
Yeah. I got a good friend, you know, and he comes on my show, but a lot of times he just says something stupid, like racist. Like, and he's not really a racist, but he gets into the race card a little bit. And if you ever notice my shows, I do not get into that race card thing because it's just a waste of my time. I'm not going to sit here and explain or apologize or do any of that shit because I don't have patience for that. So I just rather not. I don't talk about it. It's not worth it. I'm not going to buy. Right. I'm not going to buy into what this government wants us to buy into.
Exactly.
You know, they want us to be separate.
Exactly.
The bottom line. They want to separate us in every way. Not only color of your skin now. Now they're going after gender. I mean, they're just doing as much as they can to put us into small tribes.
Yep.
Divide and conquer. A small tribe.
Yeah. divide and conquer, man. They're just
and I won't buy into it. So when people come on my show and they start getting into that a little bit, I'm like, nah, listen, I don't got patience for it. I just boom, get off.
Yeah, I saw a clip of when I was gonna post a stream when I went to your channel. Some dude, he was like some biblical guy, and you threw him off the show. He kept speaking like, I mean,
that's I have it. I made one of my people, Guy Lop, he made a video clip of it. So I used it sometimes to open my show. Yeah, I'll play it now because it got erased from the first part, but I'll play it for you so you could kind of crack up. Here we go. Ready? It's like a minute.
For the win.
For the win. There you go.
Hey, here to tell ye that ye can't destroy our biblical Christological God, because our biblical Christological God is meta-ontophyologically ultimate and vice versa responses.
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, what the fuck are you? I'm not. We're talking about unchecked aggression.
This is a guy.
What the fuck are you
Walter, so what the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're talking about. So break it down in English. How's that sound?
Biblically, our meta-ontophyologically omnibenevolent, eternal, immutably ultimate, and ethereally actus purus biblical Christological God unequivocally is antecedently the stipulator, announcing the immunity of ter's sepulchral actualities to prima facie be humanely apprehensible.
I know you're just playing with me now, right? You're just playing with me, right? You're saying like 100 of these fancy let's put it this way. I've never booted anybody off my show, and you're probably the closest that's going to be. I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about, and I don't like to swear too often, but like, what are you talking about?
What the fuck are you even talking about? You know what? Get out. You're fired.
Biblically,
all right, you know what?
Biblical Christological God.
I had enough of you. Man. I can't deal with it.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yeah, so one of my people that come on my show made that. So once in a blue moon, I'll play it as my introduction.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I heard him talking. I was like, this guy's out of it, man. It just
he was trolling me, but it worked out good because I knew what he was doing, but I played it off for a little bit. Why not have fun with it? I like to have fun.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Definitely, you gotta clown them. They're clowns. They want to act like that. Then you gotta clown them, man. It's just they're part of the circus, man. The circus is actually too high. They're part of the carnival, man. These are guys didn't even make it to the circus yet.
I found some videos online. I don't know if you ever seen them, but I found a couple on Shanghai, right? And literally at night, there's drones are flying around in Shanghai. This is like the movies, man. And they're going, stay in your home. Like these are drones, like with speakers. Do not go out. Do not leave. And the people are all opening their windows. They're on their like little terraces they have, some of them. And they're all lighting up their windows and everything. And they're all screaming in protest. Like, because in China, it's a little different than America. You go out and you don't listen. They may shoot you or just take you and put you in jail immediately. Like, the people are a little more petrified of their government over there.
Oh,
and it's a shame what's going on. We're talking about a city of 28 million people locked down. That's like 3 New York cities. 28 million. Locked down. Like just, and this is a real modern city too. It ain't no joke. I mean, when you see the way they built these cities now, you'd think China's poor. Well, the government ain't poor because the infrastructure in their cities is beautiful. Their highways are better than our highways.
Yeah.
We got America's falling apart because these people have been robbing us for so many years. They're not even fixing this place.
It's crazy. Yeah,
they just throw a little blacktop on there, make you think they're doing a lot.
Oh, they purposely. I remember to go into Manhattan in the morning. They would close the Queensboro Bridge So you
Right.
had to pay the toll through the Midtown Tunnel, or you had to take, go around to the Triborough or one of those other ways,
Right.
which takes forever. And I'm saying, why the fuck would you close the Queensboro Bridge during morning rush hour? It's like they make the traffic. They cause this bullshit. And I'm
They
saying,
do.
yeah, it's just it's horrible. And that was back in
Buddy,
the. Be
I know
careful.
him. No,
You
I
know
know
this
him.
guy?
Yeah, I
All
know
right.
him.
All right, cool.
He
No,
is,
no, I'm Yeet.
he's Yeats. He uses a different
Okay,
name.
cool.
Yeah. If I wouldn't have let him on if I didn't know him.
Now it looked like the bathroom, with the tiles around.
Yeah. No, he's cool.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
But,
But,
yeah, in New York, you ever see too?
How
what
you
they
been
do
doing,
is, like,
Pops? How you been doing?
hey, how's it going, Yeats? How you been? How's that stamp collection going?
Oh, it's been going pretty good.
Yeah,
I
you
posted
found a
overall
bunch of
video.
Oh, cool.
I haven't done anything else with it. Oh,
Well,
dude,
that's good.
yeah, it's a bunch of stamps. It's a bunch of them.
Yeah, he moved in. I guess he moved in a new apartment or something, Smash, and he found like this steel case, right? And he opened it
No,
up
we
and it was-
manage
oh,
apartments.
Oh, they
We manage
apartments.
apartments for a property company.
Okay.
And they send us in to do clean outs and stuff, or like if something breaks down, or like a plug toilet, or drywall repair, they'll call us and they'll have us. But if it's something where the plumbers have to get into the main line, or electrical work, we'll call an electrician or a plumber and get the right people out there for it. But yeah, we were cleaning out. They had us clean out the basement in one of their buildings, and found it just sitting there. It was like two different boxes, and I just grabbed one of them and dumped it in the other one. And I've been kind of going through it, and I'm going to give away. I have a box of loose stamps that later on at the end of the whole series, I'm going to give away just the loose stamps.
Yeah, so he found this bunch of stamps, man. Some of them are real old, worth quite a bit of money. It was really cool,
Right.
like to see all these old stamps.
Like
what was the
1920s
oldest
and
one?
30s.
Yeah, like
I don't know. There was like 1920s and 30s off, and there were like a bunch of the purple George Washingtons, the green ones, or the
Yeah.
green Abraham Lincolns, and like it's just envelopes full of them.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, we're just talking about all the shit that's going on, So whatever you want to talk about, feel free.
Man, there's all kinds of crazy shit going around. Excuse the language. Going around this country right now.
Yep.
I don't know if you heard anything about whenever I streamed my case. I still haven't, even after going to trial. It's been almost a week and a half, and I still have not gotten a judgment in the mail. What kind of due process is that?
Well, they're just doing what they want now. There is no due process. It's called we run the show.
They said something is called a recommendation of the court, and they said they would mail me their judgment. Now I went up there like 4 days later to talk to the clerk because I thought it was going to be the next day or something. A traffic ticket, disobeying a police officer. Whenever he asked me for my ID and my name, I didn't hear him ask for my ID, but I heard him ask for my name, and that's what I thought the first question was. Upon watching the body camera footage, it was different, But I thought he asked me for my name first. I thought it was weird that he asked me for my name during a traffic stop instead of for my ID.
Right.
And so I contested on it and stayed silent and told him, you better just go ahead and get a supervisor out here.
Yeah.
And I tried, working with the prosecutor and stuff, with it, like, why can't you just give me a $200 fine or something? Like, why is it going on a year and I haven't even had a trial?
What, they arrest you?
Yeah, dude, they arrested me. They on my dad's birthday. They hauled me off to jail. Made me didn't book me in, but then made me sign a PR bond. Then they refused my change whenever I finally saved up enough money for the bond. They refused my change.
So wait a minute.
It wasn't even pennies. It was quarters.
So you got pulled over. You thought he asked you your name first question instead of and he's claiming he asked you for your ID. Then you refused
Right, which the
him.
body camera did later on in court prove
Okay,
that.
So then you refused him, and then did he ask you again for your ID, or he just ripped you out of the car and arrested you?
Yeah, well, he just kept asking back and forth a couple of times, and
What, for your ID?
like I had so much going on because I had my dad in the background too, fucking yelling and shit, and it was crazy.
I know, but cops today, man, you gotta see. Here's what you gotta do. I know you're doing your tyrant poaching and all that. You have to make a decision, though, that, okay, I'm not giving him my ID, but I know I'm going to get arrested. And you got to go.
Well, I didn't even know it was a crime.
Right.
Man, I was going to give him my ID.
Now, if you didn't
and
want
that's,
to get
I think,
arrested,
the story.
ID.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's where people kind of misinterpret, because I was going to give him my ID. I was in a new standard vehicle, and that was still a neutral. And when I went to ask him if I could put it in gear, that way I could take off my foot off of the brakes and the clutch, and get him my ID before I could even finish my sentence. That's when he had arrested me. At that point,
yeah, that's no good then.
He
didn't give you a chance to explain.
Yeah, at that point, I'm already under arrest. They're gonna do what they're gonna do to me.
Yeah, they were headhunting for some reason. See, realistically, you don't have to show you're not even supposed to really have to need a license to drive, but America invented that too. We're supposed to have the freedom to travel, but they'll say a car is a privilege. That's their excuse. An automobile is a privilege.
Right. To me, a car is 200 horsepower.
Yeah, but
unless you have a Geo Metro, then it's 55.
Yeah, but they'll claim that a car is a privilege, and if you want freedom to travel, then ride a bicycle or something. I don't know. They make up laws according to what they feel like. But if you really go by the Constitution, they're not even allowed to actually have licenses. We shouldn't have to give them Social Security numbers. But see, they've been getting away with all this shit
right?
For so long. You're under maritime law. You're not even under the real law. So.
Actually, so.
Like
we are supposed to be under maritime jurisdiction, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's supposed to be federal maritime jurisdiction, but the law that we're running under is Commonwealth British law, the British Association, or the bar.
No, we're supposed to be under, I think, constitutional law, but they're running maritime law on us. It's like a separate corporation. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's crazy what they're getting away with. Dude, some of the stuff that we heard in Alaska yesterday, dude, pops. That court case in Alaska, there was one of the people on there, she was like, she didn't know people were streaming this because people had gotten permission a couple days beforehand because of Great Land Guardian. Well, she was the only person we were able to really actually hear, and she started talking about how they put her in the hole for asking what time of day it was. And then she was going on to say how the officers were enforcing their feelings and not enforcing any kind of safety or threat. Because when I heard this, I was just like I started getting into it. I was disgusted because I just imagined every one of these people running through this court as being someone on YouTube that I knew in some way or another.
Well, I knew cops were out of control a long time ago. They're not the same anymore. They're taught to be like everybody's the enemy. I came back from the Dominican Republic. Okay.
What's the Dominican Republic?
It's right next to Haiti. It's a country.
Okay.
Okay. It's
I'm not too familiar. It's
a Caribbean country. Let's say it's like Puerto Rico.
Okay.
All right. So what happened was I lived there for 5 years, and I was coming back to visit my mother. So when I got in the airport, I didn't have a cell phone because there was no need. I lived in the DR, so I didn't have a cell phone that worked in America because I had no need for it. When I used to make phone calls from the DR, I used Magic Jack. I don't know if you ever heard of that. So anyway, I got there and I seen a cop. And, I walked over to him and I said, "Officer, do you know where the payphones are? Because I know airports have payphones." And he looks at me and he goes, "Yeah, they're over there." And then he goes, "Oh, wait a minute. what do you got inside your suitcase? I'm like, what the fuck does that matter? Like, well, out of nowhere. Like, I go, well, what do you mean what I got inside my suitcase? You want to look in it? He goes, yeah. I go, no problem.
Right.
Now, I had I'm not lying, I had about 4 cartons of cigarettes in there, right? So I knew if he opened it up, you're only allowed to bring 2. Technically, he could have told me the other 2 cartons, I would have had to pay tax on it. That's all. It wasn't even a ticket.
Wow.
But he didn't. So here's what happened. So now he's giving me a hard time. So I go, listen, you want to give me a hard time? Go ahead. I'll tell you what. I'm going to call my brother. He's on the job. And every time you guys leave the airport, you're going to get fucking banged out when you get in your regular car. Because the reason why I passed this comment to him, he seen I had a shirt on, NYPD. So he goes, yeah, you guys think you run things, but I run things in here. And then I hit him with that. I said, oh, yeah, well, my friends run things out there. I said, because I'm retired. But you want to push this envelope, I'll call my brother, and then we'll see what happens. I'll make them give him your name. And every time they pull one of your boys over, they're getting banged out. Because we control the streets. So he goes, you know what he says to me? All right, just get the fuck out of here. So this is what I had to deal with. So wait, I ain't done with the story. So now I go and I'm staying at my brother's house. And I'm just visiting. And this is about, I don't know, about 10 to 12 years ago. I don't remember the exact time frame. About 12 years ago. So I go to my brother. I call my son up because he was like 18. I said, come over to the house. We'll go get coffee at 7-Eleven and we'll bullshit a little bit. It was like 2 a.m. I was jet lagged. I couldn't even sleep. My son comes over the house. We go to 7-Eleven. We get coffee. We're standing outside 7-Eleven, bullshitting, smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee. All of a sudden, plainclothes cops roll up. I knew they were plainclothes. As soon as I seen them roll up in the car, they get out and they come over to us. And they go, what are you guys doing here? So I look at him and I go, well, what do you mean, what am I doing here? He goes, well, what are you doing here? So I said to him, I tell him, I'm having a cup of coffee with my son. You know, I just got back into the country and we're having a conversation. So he's still looking at me. And then a sergeant rolls up in his car because what happens is the sergeants meet them and they give them a scratch. It's called, like they seen them. They know they're doing their job, right? So the sergeant rolls up and he gets out of the car and he goes, what the fuck's going on over here? Little guy, like a Napoleon complex. So I go, well, so they go, oh, well, he's out here, blah, blah. So I go, oh, well, I'm having coffee with my son. Is that a problem? So my son, I swear to God, he sniffles because his nose must have been clogged. He just goes like to maybe blow a snot out of his nose. The sergeant goes, what are you doing, cocaine? So I go, what do you mean we're doing cocaine? We're having coffee and smoking cigarettes. He goes, well, search him. I go, you want to fucking search me?
I do that whenever I smoke cigarettes or I hit a J. You know, anytime I hit a joint, my too tall will yell at me all the time for it.
They start sticking their hands in my pocket. And then they pull out my ID and they see I'm retired. So they go, oh, you should have told us. I go, why do I got to tell you? Why the fuck are you going in my pockets? I got to explain to you what? That I'm smoking a cigarette and having a cup of coffee?
And this is New York, right?
New York. And you're going to accuse my son of doing cocaine because he sniffled? I said, this is how bad it is in New York. So I just got back. Imagine I went through all this already, right? Then I'm driving the next day this is all in Staten Island, probably the most crazy.
How long ago is this, Pops?
About 12 years ago. So now the next day, I borrowed my friend's car, a brand new Mercedes. I'm driving it, and I see lights in back of me. And I look in the rearview mirror, and I see like a black van. And I'm like, I'm debating on whether to pull over or not. So finally, I drive to like kind of a safe spot, and I pull over, and I get out of the car right away to see who the fuck this is. They come running out of the van, 2 of them, no shield out, in plain clothes. They got bulletproof vests on, so I know they're probably cops with guns. They come charging at me.
Those are the ones you really got to be afraid of too, Pops, because you don't really know.
They just grabbed me and threw me against the car. So I go,
That's what I'm saying, though. You don't know if they're cops or not. You know how easy those lights are to get? We used to get them all the time we did storage wars.
Right.
You know how many we found police officer uniforms? I probably found 15 of them.
Right, but there was no reason for it to be fake cops in my mind because it was daytime. I was pulled over right near a supermarket.
Oh,
So
okay.
anyway,
So it's kind of busy.
Yeah, let me make a long story short. So they come run, they grab me and throw me against the car. And I go, what the fuck are you doing? So my son gets out of the car and he goes, I told you, Dad, because my son was telling me the cops are out of control and I didn't believe him. I thought it was him. So they grab me and they start searching my car. So I go, what the fuck are you searching my car? What are you trying to find, a nickel bag of weed? You're rolling the whole car because you want to arrest me? I said, I got news.
Now, was this while you were a police officer or
no, I was retired.
Before or after?
Retired.
You were retired? Okay.
So I go, well, I says, what are you rolling the whole car to find a nickel bag of weed? Because you're not going to find nothing. So they rolled the whole car. They cuffed me.
Wow.
Well, now I have to reveal who I am and what I am because now I'm really fucking ticked off. And one of my good friends is he's a deputy inspector. It's like even above a captain. I coach his kid in baseball. One of my friends is a deputy inspector in his precinct. And I go, well, before you do anything else, go in my fucking mode, just like this, cursing and everything. Don't give a shit. Go in my fucking pocket and pull out my ID. And then after you're done with that, I'm going to call your fucking inspector. And I drop his name. And I go, I got him right on my phone so you could see, right? Because I had him in my phone. And I didn't even have an American phone, but I had him in my Dominican phone. I never lost his number. I want to make sure I had it, right? I couldn't even have called him because I didn't have a phone. I would have had to borrow somebody's. But I show him his number. And I go, I'm going to fucking call him right after we're done with this. And then I'm going to go to the precinct and I'm going to put a complaint in. And you guys are you're going to have a big problem because you guys just like almost arrested me, threw me against the car, searched my car illegally, I told them all this shit. So as soon as they pulled out my ID and they heard me talk, they took the cuffs off right away and practically begged me not to report them and apologized about 15 times.
You probably had him on about 15 different lawsuit violations.
Here's the deal. So I look at them both and I go, listen, let me ask you guys something. Because I was on the job. I says, and I would never do shit like this. But let me ask you one question. Mm-hmm. Why did you pull me over? Because I didn't break any laws. They go, well, you didn't have your headlights on. I go, what do you mean I didn't have my headlights on? It's fucking daytime. I says, and it was like really like the sun was going down. They go, well, you know when the sun's starting to go down and, I said, wait a minute. This is a Mercedes-Benz. The lights go on automatically when it gets dim out. Do you know that? So they were like, I go, so that's a bullshit excuse. This is
right. Once it hits a certain brightness, it clicks on.
And it was the day the sun was, it was like the sun was going down, but it was still sunny out. And you're pulling me over in the daytime trying to get me I didn't have my lights on. This is the psychotic police have become, and they're trained to be this way. They don't mean to be this way by nature. They're trained to be this way.
Right.
It's
so,
when you think about
I would say it was like 4 years ago.
A lawyer takes years, right, to study the law to pass the bar exam, right? But they expect the cop to learn it in 6 months at the academy. It's not realistic, right. and that's just a logical, thing. And it's definitely it's something that citizens, like we had talked about on another show, the citizens have to get involved. They have to get to know the police, or they got to get to know the precinct, because that keeps them in check. When they see that people aren't acting like like scared chickens hiding in a coop or something, and that's because, I've seen them out of control. I've been in Washington Heights, Manhattan, and it is just brutal. I mean, for just trying to parallel park and shit like that. But hey, I got to run, Pops. I just want to say, good to see you here, Yeet and Pops, and I'll try to jump back on.
Nice to meet you, Smash TV. Can you throw your link in the private chat and I'll subscribe to your channel.
I'll
Yeah,
do
yeah.
it for
If
you.
you type in Smash TV, you'll find it, man. Definitely, definitely,
I'll
without doubt.
put it in there.
All right,
for
bet.
you.
All right, bet.
All right, man.
I'll do
I'll
that.
talk to you guys soon. Have a great one. All right.
Yeah. So Yeats. Anyway, the topic of this show. Anyway, we got a little off track, but it's basically when the devil comes knocking at your door, and what that means is, we're all sitting here, and they're taking away our freedoms. They're gonna be food shortages. And people, I showed proof of it. I showed you the ports. I showed all this stuff earlier. There are going to be food shortages. There's no in between. It's coming. Okay? Whether or not they're going to starve us out, that's a whole nother question. But food is going to get super expensive. And there's going to be a shortage of a lot of different foods. So, that's just one thing. And, they're taking our freedoms. And they're going to be forcing us to take magic potions, maybe.
Well, that's why I jumped up, because you were talking about that.
Yeah.
And some of the things that I've seen in some of these different courts is just, it's absolutely disgusting. Some of the things that they're getting away with now, because every state is different. And when people today are acting like, well, it's okay until it's happening to you.
Right.
They're only in Texas or they're in Alaska. They're 2,000 miles away. They don't pertain to me when they do, because one day it might be happening to you.
Right. So that's the theme of my show tonight.
And that's why I jumped up, because I was thinking about that, like the court case that I was streaming, where the lady didn't even know that civil rights activists were in the middle of streaming that. But the judge and the prosecutor knew, because they were whispering. They were whispering, Pops. They were saying on camera, "Why are you talking so loud?" Like legit whispering.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, like when they know, and then the very first prisoner is complaining about the jail system and what the cops are enforcing, the judge and prosecutor all of a sudden don't know how to act. And it's everywhere. And like you said, until you see it happening to you, you don't believe it.
Right. And that's really the theme, is because it's going to come knocking at your door sooner or later, something, whether they're going to force you to take something or they're going to want to bring you to. I know people don't believe this, but they got enough FEMA camps in this country to support like 500,000 people or a couple of million. I forgot what the number was, astronomical. Like they're ready to jail millions of people. And they make believe in the disguise of
hell, they've already done it.
Well, I don't mean regular jails now. We're talking about like something stupid you don't do. They're going to want to put you in a camp and say you have to quarantine for 2 weeks and things like that.
Oh, yeah. It's going to get,
it's to millions of people. Okay. They'll take your kids away from you. I think this ain't going to happen, but they're going to really push the buttons. They're going to start to force things upon us. So what are you going to do? And, I ask you, what are you going to do when the devil comes knocking at your door? Because that's who's coming. Whether it be a FBI or, FEMA, they're coming knocking on your door. And they work for the devil right now.
And one thing that's for sure, they coming for either your life or your rights. And if you ain't willing to stand up for them, and what's crazy about it is we're so separated and divided, Pops, that even though this devil is an actual physical entity,
right?
We are so separated. We could watch it happen to our neighbor, and not a single person will stand up and say, "When is enough enough?"
How about this? Your neighbor could be getting arrested right in front of you, and you won't even go up and say, "What's going on here?" Like,
right.
I would. If I see my neighbor getting arrested, I would say, "Hey, Joe," like if I knew him too, "Hey, Joe, what's happening? What's going on?" I'd be out there with my phone already filming it, because I know it's probably bullshit. But It doesn't matter anymore, because not enough people are standing up at the right time. They're letting them dig in, and they're digging in, and they're digging in, and this is the problem. Like, look at Biden. He just passed a law. Ghost guns. You know what a ghost gun is?
Yeah, the ones that they were making, where they're pretty much, it'd be like a fresh machine gun without a
Well,
number on it.
You can make a ghost gun with a kit. Like you buy the kit.
Oh,
you can make
okay.
the gun. Or
You got to
buy the
machine
part.
those out though, still though, don't you?
Yeah, some of them. But you can make weapons. You can make sometimes you gotta repair your gun. You need a part. You order it,
Right.
you gotta. So they're making this illegal. There's only they're claiming there's 20,000 ghost guns in America, which really think about it. What's 20,000 guns with 350 million people? Nothing. It's like it's such a little
compared to the amount of guns that they have that they're going to use against us. It's absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
but God forbid
the amount of
we
guns
have 20,000 on our side, right?
Right, but we have millions of guns, right? So the number is really minute. But the reason why they're doing it, they're not doing it to make them guns illegal. They're doing it so you can't repair your own gun. Like you have a legitimate gun, and something happened. You need a new trigger or a new hammer for your gun. You can't order it. You can't get it delivered. You got to go buy a new gun.
Well, that's like I had it was an old Bryco 22 small arm, little handgun, and I couldn't find a mag for it.
Right. So this is what they're doing. They're not going to tell you. Everybody thinks they're going to go after our guns. They don't have to. They could just stop making ammunition.
I had the one that came with it, but when I tried to find them, I couldn't find any locally anywhere I went.
Right.
It was just so small of it because it's a 22 mag, so it's so small of a mag. It's like it's smaller than your bank card, pretty much.
Try to find gunpowder to make bullets, and if you find it, you're going to pay 3-4 times the amount that used to be a year ago. So they're making it hard on us to even own guns, and it's crazy what they're doing, but they're doing it. This is in your face, and they're doing it,
Yeah. And we allow it. We pay for it. We pay for it for them to do it to us, Pops.
But that's even better yet. We're paying for them to do it.
Yeah, we're paying for them to do it. Every time we go to the grocery store, we pay their tax. Now, remember, people say, oh, well, it's tax evasion. You got to remember, back in 1777, our country was founded by tax evasionists armed with long rifles or assault rifles, what they would call assault rifles today. And that's what this country was founded on.
Right. We revolt over a tea tax.
Right, over a tea tax.
Can you imagine they told them people to put a mask on? They would have left.
Oh, God. I know, right? What is a mask? Bam.
If they told them right now, we're going to put a coffee tax on coffee, people wouldn't give a shit. Those people were willing to fight and die over a tea tax.
So I would take Greyhound a lot. Going back and forth from New Hampshire to Texas. I've probably done it about 10 times in my life. One time I went to Wyoming. That was the worst mistake of my life. That's a story for a different day. But we would always go from New Hampshire. We'd go into Boston, and then for Boston, we would hit downtown Manhattan. Like, I don't know, like what is it, like 8-10 hours later? I don't know exactly, but man, the last time particularly that I went, I said I have never taken Greyhound again, because it made me feel like I aged 15 years. And what was crazy is you seen all of these port cops in that downtown Manhattan station right there, right? I step outside to smoke a cigarette. You see a whole bunch of cops walking up and down the sidewalk. What is it they call Port Authority? Yeah. And there's people right there doing meth deals and drug deals, smoking meth pipes right in front of them.
Right.
And they're wigging out on people walking by or trying to smoke a cigarette real quick. And who do the cops want to come and fuck with? This person smoking a cigarette.
Well, what you got to do is when a cop approaches you and you think like he wants to bust your balls for smoking a cigarette, you got to pull your pants down and start shitting right on the sidewalk. And he'll leave you alone. Because he'll think you're
He's
crazy.
just there shitting right on the spot with
Just
no
pull
toilet
your
paper.
pants down, start shitting right there, smoking a cigarette, and that cop will just walk away from you.
Oh God, man, that's gonna be YouTube famous one day. I swear to God. Oh
You do that,
man.
yeah, I promise you, the cop will just walk away. I promise. Because this is what it is. The more crazy and disgusting you are, they'll leave you alone.
It's
When you're a
crazy, ain't it,
when you're a
Pops?
regular working man, they will bust your chops. Yep.
I did jump up because I wanted to ask you. I don't want to stay up too long. I know you was having pretty good conversation. I'll hang out for a little bit, talk about whatever.
It don't matter. If you got to go, don't worry.
In a few days, do you want to do a panel with me?
Sure.
I'll probably take a few days. I'll give you my email in the private chat,
What's your topic?
and I'll take a few days to write down some questions, maybe about what it was like, things that you've seen being an officer,
Sure.
you know, things like that. And you know, I'm not gonna let people will be able to talk in the chat, but I won't bring people up until later on, if you know, if that's cool with you.
I'm good with that. Yeah, we could do that.
And any of the trolls and stuff, I don't, you know, I've been slowly getting them out. I don't like that stuff. I am about activists, you know.
Just hit me up with the date when you get a chance. When you
Yeah, I'll
decide.
send you my email real quick
Yeah, I'll send you
in
mine
the
too.
private chat, and then and email me. And then whenever I do it, I'll let you know a little bit before, but I'll set it up for
I'll give
here
you
in
an email,
a few days.
and if I don't respond, that means I didn't get the email yet, like for some reason. But if I respond, then I got the time and place when you want to do it. All right, let me put
Okay.
it out here.
Um,
Not too late though at night, like not at like 11, 12 o'clock at night.
yeah,
like, you
no,
know, doing like
I've
7,
been getting to
8,
where I
6.
like, yeah, I like to do my stuff more around like, because I work in the morning times. If I could do it in the mornings, I like to do it in the mornings.
Yeah.
But I like to do it around noon, 1, 2, 3 o'clock
that's
in the
good.
afternoon.
I just don't like to do like 10, 11 start, because at around 10, 11, I usually don't want to be bothered. I'll watch a little Netflix or something and go to bed. Or stream a movie.
Right
or
on.
something. Yep.
No, I've been keeping in. I don't always comment in or chime in, but I've had a lot of stuff going on my side too. So it's kind of hard to keep up with everybody.
I've actually wanted to stop doing open panels, to be honest. I didn't want to do too many, but a lot of people actually have been telling me, Pops, you got to do the open panels. We enjoy them. So that's why I've been doing them. But I want to make more content where it's just a story.
Well, hey, dude, if you want to make content, make content. The panel is really.
I'm going to do both. I put out one thing, and it's going to be like a 10-part series. I put 1 and 2 out. It's called The Rise of Power and Evil. It's on my channel.
Okay.
Pretty good. It's all content.
Okay.
It's like a History Channel show, you know. But I'm going to be doing one on blood batteries. It's a topic
What's that?
It's a topic that a lot of people, I've looked it up, looked into it, and not too many people talk about it, and there's only a little bit out there. Basically, these batteries that we're putting in our electric vehicles,
yeah,
the majority of the cobalt, which is what you need to make the batteries, and all the other minerals, are basically being farmed in Africa. Now, in Africa, what's going on is now they got a lot of these young little kids, 10 years old, right? Making them go get, they call them a different name. I forgot what they called them. But basically, they're making a lot of young kids go mining for this cobalt. And they're paying them like $1 a day to do it, right? So
right.
These kids are getting sick. They're getting all kinds of lung diseases. There's cave-ins in the mine.
And then these other people are getting filthy rich off of their destruction.
And then these filthy rich monsters like Telsa, you know, everybody thinks he's a good guy. The guy that owns Telsa, what's his name? Musk. He'll buy the cobalt.
Yeah, Elon Musk.
So he buys the cobalt from a company in China, let's say, and they have the certificate like where it came from, right? But they don't have where it was
Right.
or where the origin came from. See, you got to know where it came from. So it came from now Congo.
How did you get it? How much did you pay for it to refine it?
Right. But
That way,
Congo,
you know, you're getting your money's worth.
yeah, but no, it's not about the money. It's about like slave labor. What they're doing, like China makes people make iPhones.
Well, it is
slave labor.
exactly, but what you're saying, where they're paying the workers like $1 a day, right? You know, and then on top of that, you know, why are they not disowning them? If they're
Right.
doing this, they know
These are
that this is what
children.
this company is doing. These
Right.
are children.
Because they're lying. What they're doing is they're saying we don't get 70% of your cobalt comes from Congo in Africa.
And you
they're
see what's
claiming,
happening in California
we're
now
not
with the
getting
rolling
it from you.
blackouts. They can't even keep up with Teslas.
Right. So, but Tesla's saying, oh, we're not getting the cobalt from Congo. We're getting it from this company based in China. But that company based in China is buying it from a company based in Africa, which company is buying it from them children that they're slave mining. So there is no certificate of origin. So now they're starting to do that. They're starting to say, oh, wait a minute. You got to prove to us that you didn't buy that stuff from them, the slave labor. So you're going to have to prove where it came from. But they're still lying about that. It never changed. They're just saying it came from here. There's no way to prove what they're doing. But they know what they're doing because they're dirty. And I got a whole show I'm going to make about it, but it's going to be more of a, you know, like a content show, not about open panel or nothing, you know, but I'm going to be doing that.
Yeah. So panels, even though it says it gives you view time, it's not necessarily view time. Whenever you have something that's live, like live on YouTube, or something that you upload that's directly from your phone camera or your SD camera, that is actual view time. Because I got misconcepted with the panels as well, because I got an achievement for like 5,000 view hours, but then I go into studios and check my view hours, and I realistically only have like 500 view hours. Dude, I had to edit. If you wanted to grow later on, I would say put out the content you want to put out, because at the end of the day, it's your channel. You're the artist, and if people don't like it, then
no, people don't mind. But I just wanted to make them happy too and do some open panels.
Well, yeah, and I do the panels too, to where people can have a voice and stuff. But if you want to put out content, I put out all kinds of. I've been doing bird watching stuff, metal detecting. I even put up my work. When I get a job, I'll put it up on there, you know, a minute job telling people what we're doing. And then I won't put up an after video just for the bootlickers, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I wanted to really get like a lot of views, I could probably go into Manhattan with my camera phone and just go wild. Like go to every Illuminati building, show people like, look, the Masons, look at the symbols, and man,
go to the courthouses. Go to the courthouses, and as people are coming out and you're on the sidewalk and stuff, and just be like, hey, if you don't mind me asking, what were they getting you on in here today? And then when they're talking to you and stuff, telling you what was going on, that's when you, well, hey, you're on YouTube right now, where you can't fool pops.
Yeah.
And you'll start growing your channel, because then they'll tell their friends. You might end up hearing some stories that are just some wild out stories and stuff too.
Oh, definitely. It's a good idea. I'm going to have to take that into account.
There's a lot of stuff that you could do that will get you genuine content, and it'll be genuine subscribers that in the long run, if something were to happen to you, if you're out and about, there will be, you know, there's people that help people. They're not about just drama. And all of that. I think that things are for a cause. And
well, we got to wake people up, and the more you wake,
that's a hard thing to do.
I know, but if you can, you know, if you can wake up 10 people at a pop or 10 people a week or whatever. And they wake up 10 people and they wake up 10 people. Before you know it, it's a domino.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you know, make your channel about you.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
You know, if you want to do panels, do panels. If you want to put up content, heck, we got people like Woo Woo putting up cooking videos, you know.
I don't mind doing open panels too much because I kind of figured out what to do with them. First thing is don't go on anybody else's open panel if you don't like the way it's run. I went on a few open panels and they're just like chaos, you know. It's just drama, and I'm not into that drama.
It ends up getting bad. Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So, you know, do what you think.
Shit, you know, I could really hit people heavy, but I rather
those panels too, dude. I had 5 pages of panels, at 50 videos per page, with copyright claims to it that I had to trim. And then I went through that, and I still think that this main channel, I don't think I'll ever be able to monetize it. I think that it's just gone.
Right.
Because it don't give me no kind of like view time options or like anything like that when it comes to like, it don't tell me how much subscribers I need or view time hours to be able to monetize. So I don't know what's going on with my channel on that.
Even if you hit the numbers that they want you to hit to monetize, that doesn't mean you're going to get monetized because they review your channel.
Right.
And then they're going to look. And if they don't like what you're saying, like you right now and me, even if we hit the numbers, they're not going to monetize us.
Exactly.
They'll monetize the guy that's like doing reviews on Netflix. He'll get monetized. You know, if you're talking about the far left and you're anti-conspiracy, you'll get monetized. But they're not going to monetize.
Right.
Not everybody a monetized thing is a crock of shit. I hear from a lot of people. They say you don't make any money, even when you're monetized. They give you peanuts on that. Like you get $1 for every 1,000 views.
Have you heard of LBRY?
No, what is that?
How many subscribers do you got right now?
Oh, I got about 150-ish.
All right,
I don't have a lot.
LBRY, if you've heard of cryptocurrency, it is a place where it's not a crypto exchange. It is a place where you link your YouTube channel to your LBRY channel, and it will take every video that you've ever put on your YouTube channel, and it syncs it to your LBRY channel.
Right.
When you hit 300 subscribers on your YouTube channel, your LBRY channel automatically becomes monetized. And anytime somebody views one of your videos, you get a tip. It's called an LBC token. It's a crypto token. I've got like almost $5 right now in an LBC.
When they watch your videos on LBRY or on YouTube?
When they watch your videos on LBRY.
All right.
And so then you can go through LBRY. So LBRY is Odysee. It's just the app of Odysee. Odysee is if you go to the web page.
I tried LBRY to sync my videos, but it would take weeks, I think, to do.
Yes, it does. It takes weeks. That is something you got to be patient with. I did not start getting views.
But you got to leave your computer running for weeks to download?
No, just do the app. Just do it through the app, the LBRY app.
Because I think I did it already, so I guess I'm just waiting for it to link it. I went on Odysee and did that.
So it may be already synced if it's been long enough. It may be synced already, and you could go back and look. And then later on, whenever you're live and stuff, be like, hey guys, if you want to support me, go check out my content over on LBRY and give it a share. Because what's crazy is your people, if they're signed up for it, if you refer them to LBRY, you get 10 tokens. You get 10 library tokens.
Yeah, you gotta.
And then they also get, right, it's a crypto, and they get tokens just for watching your stuff. They get a little bit every day. And then they can go on there and tip you that LBC. Instead of money, giving you money, they're earning something that they're watching, and they're able to contribute in a way that helps the person uploading the content.
Yeah, I'm gonna set that up when I have time. But I hear you. That's good. So
yeah, when you hit 300,
that's when they'll start paying you.
Yeah, when you hit 300, you'll start getting on your main YouTube channel. That's when you'll start getting it's like right now I get like 0.3. It's like 0.3 LBC per view. So right. And I haven't done anything with it in months. And I went and looked at it today. I have almost 200 LBC.
How much is an LBC worth, you think?
They're not too much. Like one LBC is like, I want to say, I haven't even looked, to be honest. I don't want to get false. Last I looked, it was like five. Yeah, like 5-6 cents, but altogether I got like $5 right now.
Yeah, hey, it's just free money. What the hell?
You got to sign up for what's it called, like a Bitmart account to transfer it later on. But to be honest, most people don't even transfer it because you can use the LBC to put a deposit on your videos. So whenever you go to upload a video, say you have 50 LBC, and all your other videos you've been only put in half a LBC.
And they'll
with that video that you put 50 LBC on, they're going to push that video a lot more to potential viewers. It's going to come up on a higher. They're going to promote it, and it don't cost, because when you take the video down, you get that deposit back. They don't keep it; it's yours. It's just that it costs you a deposit of it to put the video up there. And then once it's up there, it's up there. I start out with usually like the very first few videos are like 0.3 LBC for a deposit, nothing big. Every once in a while I'll throw 10 on there. But I haven't done anything with it in months, and it just earns a little bit here and there. So one day they might be worth thousands.
Right.
Right now, the creator of LBC is in a federal lawsuit, which I know I'm way off topic. I'm sorry, Pops. I thought you'd like to know about it, though.
So DOT Connector says Truth and Conspiracy channel shouldn't worry about profit. It should be about getting the truth out. Freedom will be the reward. And I agree with that.
It is.
But here's the issue. So say a person like me, right now, it doesn't matter. I'm not big enough to even worry about it. But say I start to get big and I got a following of 5,000 or say, okay? But now I got to go to work to pay my bills, right? So that's going to cut into the time that I could do all that, going down rabbit holes and digging for that truth and putting out the truth.
And then what happens if you catch a charge in between?
Well, what I'm trying to say is it would be nice for a conspiracy channel to make enough money just to eat, basically, just to pay the bills, and he could do more. He could dig more, dig deeper.
Invest into the channel.
Yeah, invest money in the channel. Build a studio, a little decent studio. Buy a new, buy a TV beside it, to show people bigger views and things like that. So I agree with you, Dot, but you got to understand that the reward is great, freedom, but sometimes you got to eat. Right? You got to pay the bills. So if I really, I'm going to be, I haven't worked because I was collecting a lot of money and I had some, but I'm going to have to start going to work soon. I ain't going to have time to be making content and to doing a lot more open panels. I may not have enough time to do this unless I do it like real late at night, and that's going to cut into me getting the truth out there. And that's another problem.
And one day, Pops, these panels could be used for so much greatness.
Yep.
That people don't understand that they could use these panels to have a voice, a very loud voice, and it could be heard in a bad way, it could be heard in a good way, and it's how you make it. And when they are used and abused, it puts a bad light on anybody who's trying to let people's voices be heard. And then all of a sudden, they want their voices to be heard, but there ain't nobody else doing it except the people who don't care, except the people who ain't helping you. And they're just talking about you and making fun of you at the end of the day. They're not about you. I'm
just buying time.
And it is true when you think about it, because one day when we're all gone, who's going to pass on the legacy?
Yeah. So you're right.
Who's going to be the voice of the people?
Dot, you're exactly right, though. Once profit is relied on, the potential to be controlled exists. I agree. But if somebody had a channel and he was making, I'm going to go low and say, okay, that guy was making $500 a week from his channel. Wasn't getting rich.
That's a lot of money. That's a full-time job right there. Good God. I've never made nothing like that.
That's nothing. 500 a week is like nothing. That don't even pay my bills. But I'm just going to go and say 500 a week. He could probably not work. I mean, it depends. If you live somewhere where you don't have to pay big rent, but that guy could probably sit home and do a lot more work to get people aware of things, and I'm not looking to get rich, that's for sure, but I would like to go full time into this, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to. I got to eat, right? So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, because ain't nobody going to come control somebody with $500. I mean, come on.
You said friendship and $500 will only buy you so far.
Yeah, I mean, like if I'm Joe Rogan,
somebody says something, right? Like, God dang, I thought you're my friend, homie.
Yeah, because if I'm Joe Rogan, yeah, of course, they're paying him $150 million. He's kissing ass and
kind of like whenever somebody scratches your back, right? And then as all you hear from it is like, fuck, I should have never asked this motherfucker for help, until you're forced to give it back to him, and then it like makes things weird, I've known some people like that, and I won't ask them for help ever again. Just because, like, when I moved to Muskogee, I was homeless and I asked for help, and it was used against me for a long time.
Yeah.
I was living in a tent and just needed somewhere to live my tent on.
Well, then people are going to look down at you, so that's a whole different. The problem is people don't understand. Forget about me. I'll tip a guy sometimes on a show $1, $2. I don't care. It's not going to make or break me. But they don't understand. You're being entertained.
It's a soda. They'll get you a soda or a coffee or an apple fritter.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Them apple fritters.
It's not specifically me. I'm being basically talking about other channels that I see. Now, there are some channels actually kicking ass. They do these super chats and all this bullshit. So
what I don't like is when somebody starts telling people to donate and then say, oh, you're not going to donate, and then kick them from the chat. That's the kind of stuff.
That's crazy.
Where it's crazy, because it's like, people on YouTube are poor. This is why we use YouTube, because we can't even afford Netflix.
Well, I can. I don't have that problem. I'm not poor, but what I'm saying is, if I would love to go full time into this and really start build a little studio and really dig.
Heck yeah.
And grow it to like a miniature InfoWars, like a miniature spot, But it's an impossibility without any money. Money talks, bullshit walks. So you're going to get a lot of guys like me out there, but you're going to have so many of them coming and going that you're never going to have really a real guy that really could, dig a little deeper, because he has the time and money to do so. So you're never really going to have super quality truth, because nobody really has the time to go digging. I have a little bit of time to do it. and I do dig down rabbit holes, and I do find shit. But if I did this full time and it was like my job, I would kick some heavy
Oh
ass.
yeah, bro. Oh, so check it out. I picked up this mic the other day. This was $15, I want to say. Not even $15, but it's actually not a bad mic. It's just like that, and you can connect it to an armbar. It's got a spot for a battery.
Let me see it
You can,
again.
you can hook up.
Oh yeah,
Looks some, it's just
Not
a little
bad.
mic, and it's got a spot for the screw where you can hook an armbar to it. It's like $15 at Walmart.
can't go wrong. There you go.
And
Well,
then
listen,
it's got
I'm definitely not in this for the money. I can tell you that. I'm in this to get the
Oh,
word
yeah.
out.
It's got a setting. It's got a setting where you can switch it from camera to
Yep.
phone. Like if you have a camera with a microphone plug in, or if you have a phone and you can switch it back and forth.
Yeah.
I messed
you
with it
know-
around on my laptop a little bit, but
A lot of these channels that grow have money behind them. A little bit of, you can make a. I seen a guy. He has his own channel. I think he's retired, but he has money. His freaking studio looks like a spaceship.
mhm. Pops, if you start going around New York, I guarantee you, just not even cop watches, just driving around, because I went around Muskogee for almost a good year. I hit Muskogee cop watching hard for about a year, 8 months, and I spent almost $2,000 just in gas. And at the time, I was making the money from the government. It was unemployment. My work told me, well, the government shut the borders down. We lost our orders, so we're not. Go get your unemployment, boys. You earned it. We're not able to work no more, and that's when I started cop watching. I started using the government's money to do it. I put in about 2,000 just in gas. That wasn't including getting the vehicle, getting my license back. What you gotta do to survive. People don't think about it, especially when gas is like now $4.92 a gallon here in New Hampshire.
Well, it's like that here too. I'm in Jersey right now. I'm moving to Florida. I was in Missouri for a while, hanging out with my son.
Oh, you're in Jersey?
Yeah, I was with my son in Missouri, but it's really slow where he lives. And I don't want the big city life. I want something in between. And I just had, I stood there for a while, helped him out, and then I moved on, came back. My sister lives in Jersey. I'm over here, but I'm moving to Florida in a couple of months. And, I'm going to have to go to work, obviously. You got to eat and pay bills, and that's not a problem. But I would love to have like a talk show where down the road, even I get sponsors or something, a couple of sponsors just to pay the bills, and I'll get patriotic sponsors. Like, I'm not going to get sponsors that are going to look to destroy the country. I want guys like the My Pillow guy, like him. He's for the people, My Pillow. I like that guy.
Oh, yeah, the one that does in My Pillow commercials. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, these guys ain't that good anyway out there. I think Joe Rogan sucks. I think he was good in the beginning a little bit, but when I really watch him, he just thinks about everything he's going to say before he says it. He's very slow, and when he talks, make sure he doesn't say the wrong thing. Anti-conspiracies, everything. You have to come there with not only the receipts to prove a point with him, but with a videotape that proves it. Like, you need the murder weapon and the videotape of the murderer actually shooting the person. Because that guy is so anti-conspiracy, Joe Rogan, that's why they love him. And I mean, I don't mean the people. Even though they say he has all those viewers. Those numbers can be doctored too. So I don't believe Joe Rogan has that many viewers. I think it's bullshit. I think they lied.
I've seen so many people that have been done wrong. I used to love it when people would come up and tell stories about, because I did have it for a while where people were coming up telling stories of police brutality, what they experienced.
No, but
Um,
but we're talking about Joe Rogan for. What I'm saying is
well,
Joe Rogan. I'm going to tell you
yeah,
how many subscribers they say he has.
how many does he have?
Let's look. Joe Rogan subscribers. Let's see.
Because I heard the name, but I don't know exactly what he does.
Oh, Joe Rogan is a talk show host, right?
Oh, kind of like the Hot Seat or Jerry
Yeah,
Springer or something.
he was on YouTube. He blew up, and then Spotify gave him like $150 million contract. Now,
Damn.
they're saying he has 12 million subscribers. Now, I think those numbers are doctored. I think they put millions of them in there and said he has. I don't think he has 12 million.
Oh yeah, you know that.
And this is what they do.
Well,
If they like
does he
what
go
you
live?
do, yeah. If the he goes live, but a lot of on Spotify. I think they just blow him up. Maybe he has 5 million, and they make it like he has 12 to make him bigger than he is because he's doing what they say. See, that's all they care about. They only care about the message that he's putting out. Once in a while, he'll say something or he'll go after something a little bit on the patriotic side. But to me, he's not far left, but he's not far. He's left, but not far left. He's on the left side. But people seem to they gravitate to this guy. And I think he's way overrated. I think he is way overrated because when I see him doing an interview with somebody and he's got to sit there and talk real slow and think before he opens his mouth, that means he has an agenda to follow. He don't speak freely and just go wild. You understand?
Right. Kind of like how versus where us on YouTube, we're about to open up the whole cat and caboodle and not give no flying rats about it.
Yeah, but we don't have the subscribers anyway. They don't give a shit about me, you, and they're not gonna let a guy like me grow. They'll let me get to maybe they'll let me get to 1,000 subs or something. When I start to become if I ever became somebody like a force with even 10,000 subs, believe me, they're gonna crush me up. They don't want a guy like me growing.
Well, dude, I don't know. I have seen small channels, dude. Absolute Defiance, for example. I started watching him back when he had 100 subscribers. He ran around with Breaking the Law for a little while.
How long
and
ago?
Then he's, I want to say about a year ago.
Oh, okay.
And he now has over 20. He now has over 20,000. Is he hitting the 20,000 mark?
What is he?
Yeah,
do?
Absolute Defiance. So he got put in the hole for almost a decade for not shaving his beard.
Right.
He got into civil rights activism in New Hampshire. He got arrested in Newfields, New Hampshire.
He has 13,000 subscribers.
Okay, 13,000. He got arrested in Newfields, New Hampshire for picketing. Then he was arrested by Manchester Police Department because he was putting I'm going to just say the C word, anti-C word stickers on the side of the the stop signs, or like whenever they're the poles, because all right, so how like you'll be walking down the road and you'll see that dollar, it'll be a dollar sticker on the pole, and it'll say not to be used to buy elections, right? Have you seen any of those stickers?
I've seen but I've seen stickers on the gas pumps now. Have you seen those?
So those
with a picture of
the
Biden
stickers like that are white rose,
that?
Right? The Biden stickers and stuff. Those are white rose stickers, is what it's called, the white rose.
Right.
Absolute Defiance talks a little bit about it.
But see, he's in a special thing. Like
he's got something different going on. I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to speak for him.
I'm not into getting the phone and walking into a courthouse and giving them a hard time because I'm allowed to be there and film. And There's nothing wrong with that, but don't get me wrong. I got my friend there. He does it all the time, and we need more people like that to fight.
Oh, I got pushed out of a courthouse the other day.
But I just don't have the patience to be arguing with cops. I got better things to do with my life right now.
He said, I'll fuck around and go to jail quick.
Like, because I know the deal, and I know what the cops do, and I know how dirty they can play. So, eventually these guys are going to all get jammed up because the only thing saving them is the camera. But one day, if that camera ain't working, that cop's going to say he tried to take my gun, he assaulted me, and you're being caught with all kinds of legal bills. And that what those guys do, like accountability for all, he's a friend of mine. Those guys are awesome, man. I give them all the credit in the world to that guy, because that guy, he fights the fight, and he goes out there and he risks getting arrested. But I think he has a little bit of money. So if you got a little bit of money and you got like a lawyer on retainer, then you can go fight that fight a little better.
He's actually really smart.
He's super smart.
He is super smart. He helped me so much.
I love that guy.
I used to ask. I don't know if you heard of Mr. Brandt.
No.
But Mr. Brandt is spending 12 years in the Denver, Colorado Corrections Facility. He is a war veteran. He fought for our rights, and he's spending 12 years for Hopes and Dreams. And the Colorado Correctional Institute, there's petitions to try to get him out.
If they really want you, they'll get you.
If they want you, they will get you. And
So
the
you
thing
gotta
about
be
Brandt
smart.
is Brandt's been doing civil rights activism. He started the F Bad Cops. I want to say over a decade ago. But he had a flag that he would fly with a upside down pig that looked like a middle finger, and it said F Bad Cops on it. And that was his thing. He was really loud, and I kind of partake to him. I kind of agree to his.
I like those shows, and I like watching them. It's just that I'm not that character that could do that. I could do it.
Oh, you don't have to be. That's what's wonderful about YouTube. So YouTube.
I'm more into
is about being who, about you.
I love to find when they're lying to me. It turns me on. Like when I catch.
Hey, and you know what? America needs more conspiracies, because we had conspiracies and they called every fucking one of us crazy, Pops. And now all of our conspiracies are true.
A conspiracy means somebody trying to hide a crime. A conspiracy theory is what they use. See? And all the theories become real conspiracy truth. Most of them. Now, once in a while.
When they're exposed.
Yeah, once in a while. I mean, I think they put people out there to throw crazy ones. Like, look, I don't give a shit.
That's it, Carlton. You do as we say, not as you see.
I don't give a shit if the earth is flat or round, to be honest. I don't care. Because either way, the Almighty God could have made it. But there's way more proof that the earth ain't round. And I don't want to get into this, but I said on a show one day, if the earth is round...
He said that is a different subject for a different day.
Yeah, but here's my thing. I said, so if the earth is round, and it's just logically, and it's traveling 1,000 miles an hour, which I can't feel, and it's going 66,000 miles an hour towards the sun, which I can't feel any motion, then where the fuck is the wind? Where's the wind? And here's their excuse. Well, with gravity, you're caught in a pocket of gravity, and that's why you don't feel the wind. So you're telling me I'm in a pocket of gravity and I don't feel the wind being windy. I'm spinning around like a top, going at the sun 66,000 miles
So what am I
away.
feeling then? What am I feeling then?
Yeah, and here's another one. I don't care how big the sun is, okay? It could be 20 times the size of the earth. There's no way the human eye could see something 93 million miles away, because it's not 93 million miles away. They're telling me the sun is 93 million miles away from the earth. There is no way the human eye could see 93 million miles away. No way. because it's not 93 million miles away. Maybe it's 93,000 miles away, and they're telling us it's night. The reason why is they want us to believe there's like this giant out of space out there. So I can't get into this story today, but here's my question. Where's the wind? That's what I want. I want the answer.
Well, hey, Pops, I'm gonna get off here, man.
Go ahead.
But yeah, I wanted to jump up, see if I could do a panel with you at some point.
Well,
Because I have been wanting to do an interview with the officer. I've tried to get a hold of some. I've tried to get a hold of some that were in my area, different, sheriffs and stuff like that, and none of them were really having to, willing to
but remember
do
this
an
for your
interview and
show.
stuff, because
Remember for your show, as long as our liberties are getting unchecked, liberty is threatened. Remember that. So people like you and accountability, you guys are going out fighting for our liberty. You're trying to keep them checked so they can't take away our liberty. Because right now, the government's going unchecked. Their reach is tremendous, and they're taking away our liberties. Think about
that's
that.
like if you get hit with obstruction. If you get hit with obstruction in the state of Rhode Island, even though I washed on the trespass, say you get an obstruction because you tensed your arm and you didn't identify. Because I decided to fight it. There's case law now where I beat that charge.
Well, they're making laws now. They have it in a couple of states that you're not allowed to film a police officer unless he gives you permission. So
the wording's a bit different. Oklahoma.
No, but when they make that a national law, when they make that a law throughout the whole
it's going
country,
to get crazy.
Then you can't even film a cop if he's abusing you. So,
well, I know Oklahoma what they passed.
A good cop shouldn't worry about that, correct? If you're a good cop and you're not hiding nothing, right? I welcome the camera if I was a cop because it's going to protect me and it's going to show you I did my job correct. The problem is these cops.
What if the person you got detained shoots you and you survive, but there was nobody there? Or what if something happened and what if your body camera got shot? And there, maybe it didn't get his face, maybe it did. You never know. Back then, they didn't even have body cameras, probably, or they were probably more than a good $5,000 if you were trying to get a high tech one.
But what I'm trying to say, a body camera actually is, if you're a good cop, you shouldn't worry about it. And a lot of cops don't like the body camera because if they make a mistake,
and people.
But if you're a cop and you make a mistake, you should be liable for that because you're ruining somebody's life, right? You arrest somebody illegally, you just ruined that man's life, so you should be accountable for that. But they let.
Well, that's because a lot of times what these cops are doing is the moment they get a call, they have already picked one side. Because they might roll up and they see somebody coming out with big old crocodile tears, and they're automatically going to believe the person who may have gotten their butts beat, or whatever it is, whatever the circumstance may be. But there's going to be a biased opinion, and that person may have been the one to initiate the violence. And the officer is going to believe that person 9 times out of 10 over the actual victim. It's crazy. Some of the stuff I've dealt with personally, I've had so many stories of just crazy stuff where I had one tell me I asked for a witness report because they were about to take my friend to jail. He told me I could shut up, or if I say one more word, he'll take me to jail. And then my veteran friend had to stand up and tell him, you go take me to jail and there's going to be problems.
Listen, the cops today, it's not exactly their fault all the time. They're hiring the wrong people to begin with, right? Hold on, I got my friend here. Let me just see who he is before
they have a mentality, a hurt feeling mentality.
Well, the problem is, hold on, before I let you. Is that Marcus?
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
Oh, what's up? Who is this?
It's mine, Marcus. I just changed my name. I just changed my voice.
Oh, because I had somebody flash me on my last show. I had to dissolve it.
No worries. People are
I had to
disgusting.
scroll. Yeah, hold on now.
Disgusting.
Let me take it down. So where were we? So yeah, with cops, is you gotta understand they're hiring the wrong cop to begin with. You gotta hire cops with morals. Okay, so they're hiring a lot of cops with no morals. They don't care. They'll lock up their mother. They hate their mother. Then on top of it,
Oh my
they're
God,
hiring.
Pops just said it.
Yeah, they're hiring cops that like hate their own family, right? Now, on top of that, they're hiring cops and then they're training them to hate the people. You're the enemy. Not that they're there to protect you. They're there to fight with you. And because you're the enemy, a working man, a regular working man, you're the enemy, man. That's
One
how
day
they're
I was
being
in
trained.
Massachusetts, and I swear to God, it was the first time I ever seen it. So you know how different police departments sometimes on their cruisers, it'll have different slogans. Like in Muskogee, it would say to protect and serve, and different areas might have different things, but are along that line of to protect and serve. Well, I swear to God, I was with Breaking the Flaw and what's his name, the Allen Report, and I was with both of them in Massachusetts one day, and we came across this town. I don't even remember what town it was, but the side of their cruiser, it didn't say serve and protect. All it had was a badge and it said, "We try." I was like, oh God, I was speechless because it just said, "We try." And that was it.
Well, I don't like. I've seen a lot of cops throughout the country, and I'm not too crazy about the Boston cops. I think they're very arrogant. Massachusetts especially. I find
The
that they're
Boston
very
cops have gotten
arrogant.
very good. The Boston cops have gotten very good actually at getting the homeless people and the people with mental problems to hate cameramen. I know when me and Flaw went to Boston, there were a bunch of homeless people outside getting fucked with. When we rolled up, they were flipping out on us for rolling up on the cops with cameras. And we're like, whoa, dude, we're here for you guys because we thought they were fucking with y'all, like we're
I
not
don't
here
know.
to
I
fucking
find them
harass nobody.
I find them arrogant every time I see them being filmed. No, if I was a cop and you were filming me, I'd be like, yeah, all right, go ahead. I'll be famous tonight. I don't give a shit. But the problem is a lot of the cops don't even know the law. They don't even know the Constitution. They don't even know what the fuck they're doing. The guy says, well, tell me, do you know this is against my liberty, my civil liberties? They're like, no. What do you mean, no? You should know this shit.
Dot Connector said cops' job is not in the top 20 most dangerous job, yet they are trained to be in fear of their lives at all time.
He's probably right. Washing windows on skyscrapers is more dangerous. Painting bridges
I'll
is one
never
of the
do that
most
job.
dangerous jobs.
I'll never do that job.
Yeah, you're right. I would pass out, dude. Heck no. I'd be up there washing windows, smoking a big old fat doobie and fall off the edge. Hell no. You
I
got
won't
me
even
messed
get up.
up.
I'll be like, nah.
Welcome to the club. Bruno,
Just call
tell me
Which
off.
don't get me wrong, I'll get up on ladders, but there's only so many stories I'm willing to go before too high is too high.
Listen, the cop does have a difficult job, but not the cops today. It's a whole different game.
I know. And LAPD, they had inner gangs within the police unit of guys, whether it's like a certain race or certain area that they would patrol. They make certain inner gangs in the police department.
Hey, let's face reality. We need cops, but we need cops that are trained.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't need Rambos.
Mm-hmm.
We need cops that are here for us, the people, to protect the people, not to.
That's right. You hear about that story that happened the other day in Michigan? Did you hear about what happened the other day in Michigan? That guy got shot in the back of the head by that cop. And that guy, he probably didn't even know what the fuck was going on because he probably wasn't even from this country. Probably couldn't even understand the cop. But he was afraid for his life, and the cop murdered him, shot him in the back of the head after he tackled him and had the guy on the ground. pulled his pistol out and shot him in the back of the head. It was absolutely
Well,
disgusting.
that cop's got to be going to jail if he shot him when he had him on the ground in the back of the head. That's like an execution.
It was
know?
absolutely. It was
Well,
absolutely.
I don't know because there are
disgusting.
some there have been some cops that have gotten away with it or they got
Yeah,
really
but I don't think now you're gonna get away with it if it's on camera, man. No way.
They got a video of it. One of my buddies sent it to me, and I was
Now, if they were
disgusted
rolling
by
on the
it.
ground and he shot him, yeah, you could say he was trying to take my gun.
I
But
don't know 100%. I heard the video clip and I was disgusted. My friend started playing it in the background, and I couldn't bring myself to it, dude. It was disgusting.
well, listen, let's just say that cops were trained a lot better, okay? You're still gonna have a cop here or there make a fucking stupid mistake like that. So what you do is that cop's got to be responsible, and if he's got to go to jail for murdering somebody with no real probable cause, then he's got to go to jail. That's it. But you
Mhm.
can't say every cop is bad if they were. Most cops inside, they want to be good guys, but they're trained terrible. And that's the problem. They're brainwashed.
A lot of guys, but you can speak on this, pops. Aren't certain cops in certain districts and counties? Don't they have to work for certain quotas?
Yes, they work. Listen, they used to tell me all the
Yep.
time I had to go out and write a certain amount of red light tickets. And I never did. And I always used to get in trouble, but I didn't care. But not everybody's like me.
So the
Some
charge
guys
that
are
I
scared
got,
to lose their job. See, that's the problem. I'm not scared to lose my job.
that traffic ticket that I had gotten, I tried to do what was called a revisement of discovery, and the prosecutor tried denying me, saying that it would be too much of an impact on the court to give me the paperwork. And what the request was that I wanted for 2020, 2021, and 2022, anybody charged with disobeying a police officer in the city of Laconia. Well, when the prosecutor denied me, I went to the police department and I put in a FOIA request, and I had it sent to my email for free. And what they sent me for 2021, it only let me view on the PDF document 9 pages per year. Okay. And each page, I want to say, had like 10 people attached to it. Well, then I started looking. So 2021, 2020, 2021 had 9 pages. 2022, we are only in the 4th month, and it already had 9 pages of people. And in the past 2 years, that one officer has been involved in over 570 traffic stops. That is at least 1 traffic stop a day, if not 3 or 4 traffic stops every other day.
No, there's quotas. Don't let them bullshit you. All they care about is cops generating money. Cops have become like meter maids, we used to call them. And in New York, they have meter maids. They go around and give you tickets like parking.
Look up the Keene Robin Hooders, Pop.
They made the cops.
Look up the Keene Robin Hooders. They made it supreme case law. One of their videos got shared by Comedy Central. They call themselves the Keene Robin Hooders. And they went around for a long time where they would find what you call the parking maid, and they would look for the parking maid about to write a ticket, and they would go up to the parking meter and they would slap a quarter in the parking meter real quick and pay the parking thing. And if the ticket isn't wrote, they're not able to finish that ticket because it was paid for. And it went all the way to Supreme Court because they kept the city of Keene from, they saved taxpayers nearly, I want to say, around the $30,000 range for 1 year. And that's just from parking fees that they avoided people from getting.
I was so crazy one time that I went up to a meter maid. He was giving me a ticket, but he didn't know it was my car. I went up to him and I put the quarter in the meter, and he was still writing the ticket. So what I did is I took the book out of his hand and I threw it on the roof of a building, like 3 stories high. And the book had all his tickets in. This is back in the day. It wasn't computerized. And I walked away. I just walked away. So the cops, nobody could arrest me. I just walked away. I went back and got my truck a couple of hours later. So I never got the ticket. And I went and got my truck like 3 hours later and took off, and that was the end of it. But it was so funny. I threw his book on top of the roof of a building.
You were such a rebel.
With all his, and he had like a whole bunch of tickets that he wrote in there, you know, previously. But that's how it was back in the day. It was a lot different. Today, forget about it. They would have had a manhunt for me on Most Wanted in the news with a picture of me.
Old man tossed his ticket book in the roof.
Yeah, they would have had me like I was a domestic terrorist.
How dare he? That's what they would say.
It was different in those days, you know, but shit now is out of control. People go to jail for like such minor shit now.
You can go
Alright,
to jail
Pops,
for,
I'm gonna get
for
off
posting
here.
something.
Who's this down here?
Oh,
Oh,
it's
that's
me.
my friend Marcus,
Yep. Nice to meet
ex-Marine.
you.
Hey, nice to meet you, bub. You got a YouTube channel?
No, man, but I'm familiar with. You sound like a First Amendment auditor.
Put your YouTube channel in the chat.
People call me
give you
that,
a-
but I call myself a civil rights activist.
Did I give
That's
you
what I
a
like
wrench?
to prefer myself as.
Yeats, do you have a wrench in my channel?
I don't think so.
Type something in the YouTube chat. I'll give you a wrench so you can put stuff in. Hold on.
Give me one second.
Just type hello or something in YouTube. This way I'll know it's you too when you're coming on. Like I'll know for sure.
Right. Yeah, because I changed my name a little bit because it took me a little while to find a name that was one. It was the only name. So
I like it.
if you look up Tyrant Poacher, it was, as I know of, I haven't looked recently, but when I made it, was the only channel that came up as Tyrant Poaching.
Yeah, there's no You Can't Fool Pops out there. I'm the only one. I own that title.
Can't Fool Pops. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
So what's going on,
See, it
Marcus?
takes me.
What was that?
I said, what's going on?
No, man, just some
I was
rounds right
thinking
now.
about you the other day about Marines. So if you were like a Marine for a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't want to be a Marine no more, and you wanted to leave, what would they do to you?
It depends on what you're leaving for. If it's
right.
that could be a go for it.
Say you're burnt out and you don't want to be a Marine. You're just like, I don't want to do this shit no more.
Well, you should have never signed a contract in the first place, but
Right, but what would they do to you?
they can put you through a process dependingly. Like, you know, they could just tell you to write it out until your contract's over. You might be able to get out within 3 years instead of like doing your full 4.
Well, if you refuse to go to work and they could put you in the brig, right?
Well, they wouldn't go that quickly into it. They punish you, like they NJP you or UCMJ, depending on the severity of what you're not doing, and then they'd also make sure you probably might get mental health check maybe, because they want to make sure if you're going through something, they'll probably process it through there.
Well, when do they kind of figure out, like, when does it come a time where you're stuck there? Like, if you're going through boot camp and you can't handle it, do they give you a slack, or do you still make you go through the boot camp? Like,
no, like you do have a choice. You can get out of there because you're technically you haven't graduated yet. So
if you didn't graduate, you're not a Marine technically.
Yeah, exactly.
So what do you get? That's it. No dishonorable discharge or nothing like that. You're just not you didn't. That's it. You never tried.
Basically, or you quit and you get like a general discharge, basically, and so it's not dishonorable. You just get general discharge, and some people that get injured in there, they get medical, so they'll stay in the medical platoon. And depending on the severity of your injury, if you can come back, they'll put you back in a different platoon to finish your boot camp where you left off, or you could some people get they're mentally crazy, so like they mentally discharge them.
They get a mental discharge.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because they find out.
Nut job.
Yeah, like the recruiter must have lied, so the recruiter also gets in trouble as well. And it depends on how long you'll stay there though too, because sometimes they'll have you there for months.
Marcus, you have a wrench, don't you?
Yeah, I think I do. I think so.
Type your name in the chat, in the YouTube chat. If not, I'll give you a wrench so I know it's you all the time.
Well, I can't do it on the public chat. I can only do it on
Don't
the
worry
private
about
chat.
it. No, in the public, I don't know if it shows up in the private chat. In the public chat, it does.
Yeah.
No, don't worry. You do it next time.
Yeah. But there's processes, so it's not so quick to what people think that they just throw you in the brig. No, in order for you to go to the brig, you got to do some serious, dangerous, stupid shit too, though.
Yep.
Like there's
Full
rules.
Metal Jacket shit, like with the gun
Yeah.
in the bathroom. Yo, that
Yeah.
movie was. I bet you shit like that has happened.
It did. It has before in the
Like
past.
where the guy's in the bathroom looking at the rifle, drooling, going.
When I was in boot camp, this was like back in 2012. There was a guy that tried to commit suicide and jump off the roof, and he hurt himself. He fell 3 stories, but he only injured himself.
Like if you're flipping out by being there, right? Especially in boot camp, just leave.
Well,
just leave.
like the drill instructors, they'll try to motivate you to say, "Hey, man, just hang in there, don't quit." They'll try to seriously talk to you because, like, they'll call you into like their hatch, like their office, what they call it, their hatch, and they'll try to be like, "Hey, man, do you need a phone call home to make yourself, hey, like, motivate you to stay and finish?" And then they'll be like, "Remember, like, you got to live with this for the rest of your life to understand, like, you signed the paper, but you will get discharged." But you won't get dishonorable, but you'll get like a general discharge, maybe.
I got Tony Bruno. Hold on, let me just put the thing up just in case, because I know he's gonna laugh. There you go. See, that's Tony Bruno, and we don't see nothing, so I remove him. See? Yeah, he was He was a flasher.
Oh, he was trying to flash you?
Yeah.
Oh, disgusting.
Yeah. He put Tony Bruno up there.
Yeah. But like there's they'll show their more human side. Some of the drill instructors, they'll show their human side to like look out for you. But then when it comes to being in front of the whole platoon, they got to switch their face on, like their game face.
I got you.
Because they don't want to show favoritism either. They want to show more balance of like everybody is a recruit. You're not a Marine yet when you're in boot camp. It's only until after you graduate.
I got it.
Yeah.
Marine.
But I was hearing your conversation. Did you talk about that guy that opened fire in the subway in New York?
Yeah, I knew as soon as they went on the news with it, I knew they had him already in my mind. Because there was no information being given out. Like, nothing. Like, they just barely wanted to tell you what he was wearing. They went, "Oh, we have it's a black man with a blue jacket." That was it. They didn't even give like where he came from, where the locations were, nothing. So people they already had him on camera. They knew they were going to grab him. They just had to figure out where he was.
Do you think he'll plead insanity or he'll just go to prison?
I don't know. I mean, the way it is right now, the way this world is, everybody can plead insanity because these fucking politicians are making us all insane. Right?
Did Epstein plead insanity or did he just take the deal?
I think he had a deal that he was working with them, that he was going to go in protective custody. That's why they whacked him. He was going to rat out everybody.
Oh, they got to him.
Yeah.
Mm.
So he was cutting a deal.
You think they'll investigate the other islands or just leave the other islands alone? That way nobody says shit.
Right now, they're leaving the other islands alone. I mean, like, they claim Oprah Winfrey has one.
Not surprised.
All of them, all these rich people got islands. Biden got one right next door to Epstein. So why aren't they going there? Yeah, Biden has an island right next door to Epstein. Yep.
I no wonder they're making those creepy memes of him like next to kids and stuff, kissing them.
Well, but they're probably not doing too much on their islands right now. Right now, they're probably chilling out a little bit. Maybe not. It seems like these people are untouchable.
Yep. Oh no! And then they're talking about that other case too, right? With the Who was that? She was like a nice, pretty, like white blonde lady, and she shot her own man. She was dating a black guy, and then they went to go question her, and she was saying, "Oh, like he was abusing me and all that stuff, yada yada," basically lying about it, full of shit. And then she goes after she kills her or deletes her own ex-boyfriend that was her current boyfriend. They catch her in the bar where like people go and mingle and stuff, and they noticed her and they kicked her out of the bar.
I got you.
Yeah.
So Carlos Stanton telling me that guy was sent by Vinnie Potts.
Who's that?
Carlton Stanton. He knows a lot of these trolls. Well, what show does Vinnie Potts has? Or he doesn't have one. I think I'm getting so big they're all trying to slow me down.
Yeah, man, they're trying to get to you, bro.
You can't
Stop
stop the fire. And Mimso's Potts is on fire lately.
Put that little baby snake away.
Yeah. Well, especially if you start growing, forget it. They really start coming after you.
Oh yeah, man. Anybody can try to destroy you, defame you, assassinate your character. You know, especially if
it comes with the territory, right?
Right, and especially if you're like actually speaking truth about people that are supposed to be like these figures and like politicians and stuff. They'll definitely send like sleeper cells and like guys that are like, you know, snake their way through and like hack you or something. You know?
Yep. Well, if you want to really learn to find out the truth about almost anything, just look for the guys that got banned from YouTube, and that's where you'll find all the truth.
Oh yeah.
You find a guy that like has his own channel now and he's not on YouTube, that guy's speaking the truth.
Oh yeah, he has to go through a private like website, his own website.
Yeah,
or hers.
so he can tell you whatever the hell he wants. You know?
Is that what Alex Jones is doing?
Yeah, Alex Jones is set up so good. They can't even mess with his like HTTP. Like he has like his own like satellite. Like that's the level he's at.
What do you do? He made a deal with Elon Musk?
I don't know what he did, or he just bought time from this. Like there are companies out there that basically will give you service from their satellite and you can't fuck with them. Like nobody can. He's like, Alex Jones is almost untouchable when it comes to shutting them down on the internet, but they could go after him and shut him down. You follow? Like they were trying to do with that Sandy Hook bullshit. I don't even know what that's about yet. I still don't understand.
You don't know what Sandy Hook is?
No, I know it's Staten Island, right? Sandy Hook or some shit?
No, the tragedy that happened.
No, was that in Staten Island? New York?
Yeah, Sandy Hook. The Sandy Hook tragedy, the shooting.
Yeah, but I still don't understand what really happened that he did.
So basically, this crazy gunman went on to the I forget what he was trying to post or trying to put signals of earlier before, but he was going through something, and then all of a sudden he goes to a school, aka the Sandy Hook, and he opens fire and deletes like about 40 or 50 kids basically in that school, and the kids that survived, the teachers were trying to stack them all full, fill up the whole bathroom with the little children, you know, because the kids were scared shitless, you know.
Right.
And you know, it took I forget, there was also a couple of adults I think that were also deleted in that shooting. It was supposed to be like one of the biggest mass shootings in U.S. history.
Where was it? That's what I mean. It was in Staten Island, New York. Hold on, let me look.
I think so.
Oh, Connecticut.
There you go.
Connecticut. All right.
Yep.
So what did Alex Jones do that was so bad? That's what I want to know. That they're suing him.
Probably spoke some truth.
Yeah, or even if he spoke a lie, because he very rarely apologizes. He said, "Listen, I had some information that it didn't pan out, but like, what could have he possibly done that they're actually suing him for? Like what? He said something like, I don't know, what the fuck did he say that was so
Probably said politicians like to touch little babies.
Unforgivable. You know what I mean? So they went after him for some bullshit. But a guy like that, that's where you're gonna get a lot of truth. Don't get me wrong. Once in a while, he'll exaggerate stuff just to get ratings, but he kind of shows you all the paperwork of the truth he's talking about. He don't just come there without receipts. You know, I like Alex Jones, but
Yeah, I do
I
too.
can't watch him for a long time because his commercials annoy the shit out of me because they're every 5 fucking minutes, and I can't deal with every 5 minutes you're trying to sell me vitamins. Like, I get it, he needs to make money, but show me commercials every half hour or every 20 minutes at least. Like, every 5-10 minutes, he's going, folks, I'm sorry, I gotta stop the show. You know, I had to sell my house. He's giving you the car salesman bit. And he gives you, and then you gotta watch his stupid fucking vitamin commercial. Like 100, you know, I understand. Hey, Alex, I'll buy a couple of things from you, but like, give me a half hour straight, then show me your commercial.
MD's backstage. Smash.
Oh, I don't think it's him, but let's check. Because a guy came and flipped me with MD too. So, let me put a thing up before I let him on. I don't think it's MD.
Hey, what's up, Pops?
Oh, it is MD. What's going on?
Not much. I just got back. I saw you still streaming. I was like, holy shit.
Shout out MD.
MD's in the house. I had to make sure because the guy just flashed me again.
He came. Oh man, yeah, no.
He came on as Tony Bruno.
Oh, and did you put the shield up?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, did you get to ban him or he jumped off too quick?
I banned him off.
All right, good. Because sometimes they try to run like a coward, and then you gotta, you don't get to ban him right away, and then.
Well, he had the camera under like his bottom, so I guess he couldn't see. He was showing the bottom of his,
Yeah.
Between his, it was just fun. It's funny though, like because I seen it, but like
it's hilarious, man. Because you know you're gonna get big when you got trolls. You can't get big without them. You can't. It's a sign of success. That's the way I look at it.
It kind of is true.
As long as it ain't no, Kevin Ray Wilder or Alex playing with fire or Black like Silver, ain't no problem.
Well, even those guys, I look at them and I say, I call them the man fans. They're my man fans. It's like Jay Tahoe and all of those guys. It's like they spend their time following a guy, So that says a lot about them, and they hate the fact that I bring that up. And true, I would say to Marquis, what would your wife think that you're trolling another man?
Yeah, like whoever just flashed me, I guess he's a man fan.
Yep.
Hey, when are we going to get some woman flashing us? That'll be exciting.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
Have you ever had that happen to you, Smash?
Silicone or saggy boobs?
Where a live woman flashed you?
Oh, that'd be great. But, the manosphere is like, that's what I was saying. It's 80% scumbag, 20% men. We're the men that, I put that in the chat right before I closed the YouTube window because I can't keep it open with the StreamYard.
A lot of times I don't even have the YouTube on. I just have the StreamYard.
Yeah, if you have it on, they even say it pulls a lot of stuff from your computer.
Smash, do you know what Alex Jones did with the Sandy Hook thing that they're suing him for it?
He exposes a lot of stuff. He exposes like child predators and shit like that. And but some people do say that he it could be a government plant or whatever, because you look at it this way too. So, definitely they banned him from some stuff. But if you look at it, if somebody can get their audience to go to a website, they're cashing in everything. They're not going to get a 30% taken by YouTube. So one, it could have been a tactic, because I remember guys saying long ago, anybody saying shit like that is gonna be pushing up daisies.
That's what I'm saying. He's got to be controlled opposition.
He has to. Well, all of these guys.
He would have been whacked already.
All of these guys.
But he claims they tried to kill him plenty of times.
Yeah. Well, if the government don't try, they succeed. I mean, I worked for the government.
I'm not going to disagree with that because I have.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. There ain't no
Barry Seal.
Yeah. Look at Pat Tillman. Look at you go against the government, you're getting fucked up. The CIA, when they want to kill one of their own, they say, I think one of the terms is bring them in. We're going to bring you in.
Yeah, they would have even took Alex Jones, drugged him up, put him in a room with 2 little kids, and it took video.
Or they'll say he's going on vacation.
Yeah, that's what they would do to you. Yep.
there is no, once they give you a warning, like Joe Rogan seemed to got a warning.
Yes.
And I remember
down.
he would get a couple of 100,000 views a video. And once he started talking about, we didn't go to the moon, and that was the thing, because that's something that they really don't want people to talk about.
Yes. You know why, right?
Oh yeah, because it doesn't seem like we went, It's
they don't want you to there's a reason though. They don't want you to believe any of the flat earthers, nothing.
Nothing. Once I see, because I look at it like, okay, if the flat earthers are full of shit, right? Let's just say, all right, it's not true, right? I don't know. I think the earth is round, but I'm still
I personally don't care. It's just
exactly. I'm with you on that. Unless I'm flying a spaceship, I don't give a shit.
I don't really give a shit, because I know the Almighty God can have made it either way anyway.
It doesn't matter. But
there's a reason.
Yeah, when I see somebody trying to deter you from seeing it, that brings up the red flag. Like, all right, if this guy's full of shit, what are you so worried about then?
Well, here's your proof. Obama 3 or 4 times in his speeches mentions, I'm not a flat earther. When a president has nothing better to say and uses a flat earth thing as his gig, that means there's something up with that.
Yeah. And
he's trying to discredit it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, shit, it could be round, it could be flat. I'm not sure.
Me too. I'm not sure. I've never been in space. Have you?
Yeah, exactly. But the one thing I would say to guys who subscribe to that, right? I would tell them, well, they've made money off of it. Why don't you rent a fucking plane and fly and do your because they're saying, okay, if you're flying around a ball, if you fly straight, you're going to eventually fly straight, more out into space. You got to point the nose of the plane a little downward every so many miles, right? You can prove that shit with a flight from New York to Cali. To rent a Learjet is like what, 15 grand?
Well, how about one better than that? You can't get to Australia to let's say Chile or Argentina direct. You can't get a flight direct.
Mm-hmm.
And they're complaining about it only takes 12 and a half hours to do it with the flat earth map, but with the round earth map, it takes 24 hours. So why don't somebody just do that flight?
I flew straight from Miami to Argentina, to the country right next to it, to Montevideo in Uruguay. So I flew 3 hours from New York to Miami, and then 10 hours from Miami to Montevideo, Uruguay. Now, there was direct flights from New York straight there. Yeah, so when I see these things, and I try to tell them, because a lot of them are religious,
No, but you got to understand that flight's going to work out on the flat earth order round there. You got to look at the map.
But this is the thing. That can be done. So the fact that they're not taking the science into account brings up a red flag on their end.
Right.
And the fact that the government, or YouTube is censoring this shit on the other end brings up a red flag on their end.
Right. So, like if I had money, I would rent a plane private and I would fly from Australia to Argentina, to like Chile direct. And if I could get there in 12 and a half hours, I know the flat earth is real.
Yeah. No, well, I think, that's the thing. We don't know if we can get there, because right now you can get to Montevideo in 13. I think Santiago, Chile, maybe 12.
No, you can't. They have the flight listed, but they don't sell the tickets. It's all bullshit.
But see, that's the funny thing. But you can take a flight that's 1 hour longer to go to the country right on the other side of South America, which is Uruguay. And I think there's direct flights to Buenos Aires in Argentina as well. But that's the crazy thing. They're making all this money, and again, it brings up the Alex Jones red flag. They just want to grift the fucking people, like gravity. Gravity is, of course, a theory. That doesn't say that shit ain't falling to the ground. You know, we just don't know what that force is called. They're trying to say it's buoyancy and density. Yeah, how many years have these motherfuckers been doing? They don't do research. Their whole shit is to say, "Oh, it's Jesus Christ is hiding under a fucking rock," and that's who they pull out every time. I said, "You're gonna come out from under the rock," and I ain't got nothing against Jesus Christ or people want to, you know, Christians and Muslims and Judeans or what, Hindus. I don't got nothing against that. It's just that we don't know. You know, nobody.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks,
I
man.
agree with
I mean,
you too.
yeah, it's like the most honest thing. I was saying something a long time ago. I said everybody's a fucking agnostic, whether they know it or not.
Tony Bruno said his show was canceled tonight, just so you know.
Oh man, shit! I was looking forward to that, Tony.
Oh, that's
Wow.
it now. I'm done, man. I'm done with YouTube, Tony.
Well, I thought that guy would have been on.
He was gonna get pulled from the war room. Woo.
Yeah, he was saying it was confirmed, but I guess the guy is. Yeah, it's okay, man. Yeah, you know, we'll see.
What happened was, Tony, they called me up and they asked me. They said, we were gonna do Tony Bruno, but we see that you're pop, so we would like to be
Tony,
on your show.
He should still do a stream tonight. He should go on at 10 or something, man. I always try to go on and support, even if it's just in the chat. So you know,
I'll get a picture of that guy and I'll make believe I'm him from the war room.
Tony's one of the coolest dudes, man. Yeah. He definitely, yeah, he should stream tonight anyway. His channel is, people always go on it.
Yeah.
You know,
I called into Jesse Lee Peterson, which is Tony Bruno's friend, the Jesse Lee Peterson show.
Yeah,
man, and that guy's a character. He's funny. I'm not a hater. I'm just like, yeah,
I
man.
want Tony Bruno to get that other guy on his show. The guy that goes, I forgot the name of the guy. Max something, Maximil or some shit.
Oh, Looks Maxim. He's actually live. He's that's probably why like whenever guys go live at the same time, you'll see like a difference in views. Like I think he was live, but I think people, because he used to get like over 100, but I think when I checked right before I left, it was like 80 something. Because what he does is he goes through like all the hookers.
Yeah, he's so funny. He goes on.
Yeah, he's a funny dude. I mean, I'm not into the, you know, he's got like some other stuff he does with the panty sniffing and shit.
Yeah, he goes, this girl will give me this for this amount. He calls them up and everything and makes appointments.
He's hilarious, man. He's fucking hilarious. Looks Maximus is a real, he's a real funny dude, man. I think he's in Poland. You know, his whole life is about taking steroids and sleeping with hookers, you know, which I can't blame the guy for, you know, sleeping with the hook. I'm not into steroids, but, you know, definitely, you know, I can understand.
You're saying he's live now? Yeah, he is.
He's hook maxing.
I want to go on his show, and when he announces your name, he goes, like he'll say, we got, you know, Smash TV here.
Yeah, his famous
Caduceus is here. The vital message.
But you got to say Slave or something to him or something. Tony was telling me the word. You got to say
Salve, I think. Salve.
SALVE.
Yeah. He definitely he's a cool dude. I mean, I haven't been on a show. I don't think he has.
I'm going to do it now. I'm going to put Salve, SALVE.
Yeah.
Maximus, right? What's his name? Maximus?
Maximus. Yeah, he definitely.
I'm going to say that and see if he says my name.
Yeah, he's definitely. I used to like his first videos because his channel got deleted because of the trolls. The trolls, I mean, just, you know, they reported his shit because he roasted the shit out of Richard Cooper and Rolo and Hogwood and those guys. And it's an epic stream where he called them out like hard. And then a couple of videos later, I think they took his channel down. He came back, and then I think he might have got deleted again. He went to Odyssey. And then eventually he eventually came back because YouTube is the only place where it has, you know, you're going to get some audience. If you go to BitChute and all of that, you're going to see better videos because they're uncensored. But there's a guy with 1 million subs on YouTube. He does ancient civilization stuff. And he went to Odyssey and he's got 1,000 subscribers. So you're looking at 1,000 to 1. You know, approximately. And he's got a big following. I used to watch his channel because, you know, I do the archaeological stuff for the longest.
Right.
And so YouTube, it's like
people are lazy. They just don't want to click on another channel like on a
well, you're gonna find everything. Like YouTube, I watch a lot of like movie reviews from older movies like The Thing.
Right.
And you know,
John Carpenter.
Yeah, John Carpenter, the new one. You know, what was the other one? Like they do reviews of Aliens, you know, Part 2. You know, and there'll be different guys, that do it.
I like that. That's going to be my. I didn't tell. I don't know if I told you, but I have the channel set up already. I haven't done it, but I'm going to start just doing my other channels. Just going to be TV and movie reviews.
Top 10.
Yeah, I think that'll be better.
Yeah, well, I
tried to do it last night on Wisdom Radio, but nobody really brought up too many movies. So I figured, all right, we'll go into the. I wanted to do the conspiracy movie stuff, but I mentioned a few.
Well, I'm not going to do an open panel. I'm going to do like a drop of a video that I'm going to make on movies. Like my first show is going to be 10 movies you probably never seen, 10 great movies you probably never seen. And they're movies like, and I'll tell you a movie that's great that you probably never seen. And you'll go, oh, I've never seen that. Now it's in black and white, but it's a real great movie. It's called Gentleman Jim.
Okay.
And what's his name is in it? Hold on, let me see if this
sounds familiar.
It's what's his name? Errol Flynn. You know who Errol Flynn is?
Yeah. Robin Hood. Yeah.
Well, all right, write that down. Gentleman Jim.
Mm-hmm.
I know you'll enjoy it, Smash, because you don't mind watching an old classic movie.
Yeah.
But this movie's actually awesome. So is that you, Tony? I don't think so, but we're gonna find out. And hold on.
You know which movie's great too? Have you ever watched? It's based on Gary Webb, but it's called "Kill the Messenger."
All right. Yeah. I'll give you another one that's great, and this is a little more up to date. Oh shit! What's the name? I have it written down. I'll find it in a moment. Let me see if this is Tony. I know it ain't Tony, but let's see.
Yeah, it's me, Pops.
Oh, it is you.
Oh, the man.
Somebody just came on my channel and flashed with your logo.
Really?
Hey, I'm not kidding. Like about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, that's funny, man. Yeah, they're trying, aren't they? Jeez.
Oh, they're coming at me from all
Shout out
different
to
directions.
Tony Bruno.
I just, in fact, today my community strike is off my main channel, so that's cool.
That's good.
Nice.
What does it take? 60 to 90 days or something?
It's 3 months. Yeah.
Yeah, because my other channel, I may have a strike removed because that's why I haven't really been bothering.
Yeah, my backup channel is April 16th. It goes off.
Yeah. Well, this has become my main channel now. So.
But yeah, I was looking forward to having Paul. Paul's had a stomach bug. He confirmed on Tuesday, and he's been fighting it pretty bad. He emailed me about 8 o'clock and just said he can't do it. I know that, like, man, I don't get sick often at all. In fact, I can't even remember the last time I was sick. But I know, like, when you have a stomach issue, man, that's real pain.
Yeah,
so,
it's no joke. I'm still feeling kind of messed up. I got residuals. They were saying, it could be a month to another month. I noticed it's 1 month to the date since I got out of the when I went to the Veterans Hospital, and New York, it's like that shit is.
So when you're feeling bad, if you're not 100%, and I have a lot of respect for him for saying that, because when he we've had a collab one other time and it was awesome. So I was actually going to have Anthony Johnson on, Foster, and I know MD, you would have come on. So there would have been probably a good hour of some good roasting.
Oh man, I was looking forward to posting it. I was going to do it like I went out, came back. I saw Pops was still live, and then I went to check your channel, and then I saw the thing. I was like, "Holy smokes!"
Yeah. So, but I'll have him on soon, maybe next week. I have it already set up for next week. So, but yeah, I like him, man. He's a savage. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
He's really, he's a solid guy.
Is he in the South or the West Coast?
I actually think he's in more like Texas, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people. One of my friends got the stomach bug, man. All type of, you can't function with that,
Yeah.
Hey, Tony, I went on that guy's show and when Salve, a Maximus, but I didn't hear him say, "Hey," I didn't hear him do,
He usually only does that right in the beginning, like the first 5-10 minutes.
It was the first beginning of his show when I did it, but maybe he said it. I'm going to go back later and listen. I hope he did so I could use it.
That's something else, man. I'll tell you what.
So Smash, here's a great movie that you may have seen, but a lot of people haven't. With Sean Penn, State of Grace.
I've heard of that. I didn't see it.
Oh,
yeah.
Mo, if you didn't see that movie,
Yeah, I gotta check. I saw one of his early ones.
it's a gangster. It's an Irish mob gangster movie. It's real
Okay.
good.
I gotta check that because I saw when he was like young, he made a movie called Bad Boys.
Well,
And I
this
saw-
blows away Bad Boys.
Yeah.
I can tell
Yeah.
you that. This movie is like a notch below Godfather level. Gary Oldman's in it. Gary Oldman plays his part so good. He plays this crazy brother. Mo, Gary Oldman is,
Mhm.
and Ed
Oh,
Harris
Gary
is in it.
Oldman's an awesome actor. He played in The Professional.
Yeah,
That fucking guy can act.
Gary Oldman and Ed Harris and Sean Penn, but Gary Oldman steals the show.
Yeah,
He's like
really,
Robert De Niro lead.
Yeah, he was in Fifth Element, man. He was hilarious, man. As Zorg or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
He played even in Brian Stroke's Dracula.
Yep. Yeah, he was Dracula. Yeah,
He's a great fucking actor.
And don't forget the Dark Knight trilogy.
Oh yes, he played the commissioner, right?
Yep.
Yeah. You know, it's a good movie that's from the 50s. Forbidden Planet. I don't know if you ever heard of it. Leslie Nielsen, the guy
I've seen it.
Yeah, Forbidden Planet's awesome, man. For when it was produced, it was in Technicolor, I think. And you know, it was really deep about the monsters within our minds, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And when they created that technology to use, you know, you sit in a thing where your mind creates things, but then the creatures from the depths of our minds came and they couldn't stop them, you know. It was actually a really good movie, man. I was like, man.
You know which movies are good?
You know
Which
who's one
movies
of
are
the
really good?
greatest? Go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead, Marcus.
Y'all ever heard of you know the actor Sam Neill? He was in a horror movie kind of like H.P. Lovecraft based called In the Mouth of Madness. Have y'all seen that movie?
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
That movie was crazy.
That movie was great. You know, it was another good one with him, The Haunting.
I heard of it. I don't
Oh
think
yeah, that was good. That was good.
Yeah, that was a pretty good movie, man.
You know who's a great actor? I mean, a lot of actors consider him one of the greatest actors of all time. The problem is he didn't make a lot of movies because he's a little weird, and he didn't want to make a lot of movies, and he only took certain roles. Like he's just weird. But actors say he's one of the greatest actors ever. Is Daniel Day-Lewis.
I knew that's what you were gonna say. I knew it. I had a feeling.
What did he act in?
He played
Lincoln.
Lincoln, Last of the Mohegans. He
Okay.
played in
Okay. I know
There
what
Will
you're
Be
talking
Blood.
Yeah.
He played in an Irish mob movie. He was like the IRA.
Oh yeah.
The gangs of New York.
Gangs
Yeah,
in New
that's-
York.
In New
about.
York.
Oh yes, yeah, that guy, yeah, that
They-
movie. Shit,
yeah.
he played. Yeah, he's a good actor.
But I have
like the
I
Charlton
have friends
Heston
that are
movie.
actors, and I asked all my friends. I have a couple of them. They're actors in Manhattan. You know, they're doing plays and all that, and they went to school. And I asked them who in school when you go there, like who is the Babe Ruth of acting? And they all gave me the same answer. So I know it's kind of like I guess he's respected amongst all the acting. Laurence Olivier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was pretty good. Yeah,
They consider him the Babe Ruth of acting.
Gary Oldman did the movie of Winston Churchill too.
Yeah, how great was he in that movie?
That's one of my favorites. If you watch that and
You'll understand how good he is.
yeah, what's the two movies that go together though? Normandy, I think it is, and then you got to watch both those movies.
And even you know what fits in with that? Like if you want to Iron Dirk or whatever, where they're on the beach. What's that? Where the English army was all on the front of the beach and they had to get them off.
Yeah, that's the other one I'm thinking of.
It's called Dirk, something with Dirk or something. DIRK.
Dunkirk?
Dunkirk.
Dunkirk. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That goes with that movie. You're right.
Exactly. That's the movie I was thinking of. Those two, you have to watch those together for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, I
Yeah.
want to say hi to Marcus. Marcus, good to see you, man.
Good to see you too, bro. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Amazing. Shout out to JLP.
I like
to
the
have him on again sometime, man. I love Jesse, man.
I called into his show and I just asked him a question. It's like, hey, man, after everything you've done and people you've helped and inspired and people that are support you, I asked him, did you see this coming? Did you see it from the beginning when you first started? He was like, no, man, it's just it happened. I did it one person at a time, helping one person at a time. And he's a cool dude, man. A lot of people give him some grief. They don't agree with him. I agree with him with almost basically everything. But he's a real cool dude. So I called into his show. But the caller right before that, when they answered me, there's a caller before named Mike from Texas. And he was going through something very horrible, like tough, man. He was going through a divorce with a woman that had his wife cheated on him. And the man, who was a hard worker, provider, protector for the family, and then he gets injured. And so he has to medically be at home until he gets cleared to go back to work, going through rehabilitation and all that. His wife is supposed to be holding him down. Finds out that his wife isn't coming home. She's coming home late. One night she's not home till like 10 yet. He goes and checks on her work. The girl ends up in the back of a car with another dude, a real estate guy. Horrible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I don't agree with everything he says, but he is a funny character. I've seen him on some other shows, and it was so funny, like some of the stuff he says. But yeah, I kind of like the Charlton Heston trilogies, like the Soylent Green, the Omega Man, and Planet of the Apes. Yeah,
Omega Man is a great classic movie.
Yeah, he definitely.
That's absolutely one of my favorites. I mean, I remember that growing up, man. What a great movie.
Yeah, that movie. And I remember watching like late at night, I think it was in the 80s, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly with Clint Eastwood. That's a classic.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Yeah, those are great.
By the way, didn't Godfrey he pass away? The comedian?
Gilbert Godfrey. Yeah, this past week. Yeah.
Oh man.
Who's that?
Everybody's passing away.
What, the comic?
Yeah, Gilbert Godfrey.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
he was going through an illness.
Guy. Well, he was a funny guy, yeah.
Have you guys ever seen
your story? You know?
Yeah, have you guys ever seen the movie Chronicle?
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites too, but they get these superpowers, the three dudes.
Yeah, when it's like a UFO crashes, right?
Yeah, I think so, something like that. But what a great movie!
Yeah,
you know? I like a lot of those movies. There's another movie called Brightburn. I don't know if you ever seen that.
Oh yeah, like the evil little Superman kid.
Yeah, yeah, that's another good one. These movies are a little bit obscure, you know what I mean? But that's a really, really good one. Brightburn. That's another one.
What's that one with the realistic superheroes, The Boys or something?
Oh man, that show's good, but it is so dark.
That is some sick. They pushed the envelope in that shit, man.
Because the comics were first, the comic books are first, and they made.
I didn't know about the comic. Homelander is off the Richter scale, man.
Oh man, that dude is I think he's like a sociopath.
Yeah, he's a sociopathic Superman. They put a lot of
Homeland is funny, man. He's crazy.
He is, man.
You know, since you guys are from New York, have you ever seen the documentary The 7-5?
Yep.
What
7-5? No, I haven't.
It's about the 75th precinct.
Oh, it's insane.
Is that the in the Bronx, Fort Apache?
I don't know.
It's in Brooklyn. It's 7-5's in Brooklyn. It's a precinct that basically the whole precinct was corrupt almost with drugs and stuff. Yeah, they were shaking down coke dealers, taking like.
And they were bringing the drugs out to Long Island, right?
They was selling the coke. You know, it was crazy.
Yeah. I actually met one of the cops from there because I remember he was in a flea market and one of my friends had a store and we're talking and I'm saying, man, how the fuck do you know so much about the law and shit like that? And he goes, well, I used to be a cop. And I go, well, how long? I think he said like maybe 9 or 10 years, you know. And I said, well, why didn't you just, you know, do the other 10 and retire? And
is that you, Exile?
Huh?
No, Pops. It's the porn bomber. No,
I got porn bombed 3 times.
Yeah, I came in here. I was watching that first stream that you had to restart. And I came back and I was like, well, why the hell did Pops restart it? And then you was talking about some dude that wasn't the dude it was getting out the shower or somewhere.
Yeah, it was Smash TV's fault because he copied Smash TV's logo. How did he do that, Smash?
What they do is
I know how to do it. I know how to do it.
Yeah, it's like I don't even want. Yeah,
they copied it, and I've never gotten porn bombed ever. So I seen Smash. I was like, "Oh, what's up, Smash?" I let him right on, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
boom.
Why
the
can't we get
advice
any
you
female
gave you
bombers, man? We
earlier,
need some
as
boobies.
soon as you catch that shit, you need to drop that. Never walk away from your screen where somebody can be led up, or if someone is up, never walk away from your screen without a you full screen or at least a banner of some sort.
Yeah, I did it because it never happened to me before, and now I know better. It happened to Tony a few times.
Yeah,
Right?
but you know, I come from the 1A troll community, so like, you know, we know all the tricks.
Yeah, but it happened once, but it won't happen again. You know what I'm saying?
Some guy came on showing his python.
Yeah, I've had MD. In fact, there was a stream I did, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 months ago at least. In fact, your son Mike was on the beginning, and I'm like, oh, cool, MD's on it. Boom, we got it. We got an MD, all right. So,
Oh man, holy shit!
Yeah, this guy's obsessed though. The one that's porn bombing me right now is showing us the underneath of his crotch.
Yeah,
He
that's
likes you,
probably-
man.
Like he
Oh,
wants to show me the hairy asshole or something. I don't know.
They're sick. You know what it is? They can't get anybody else to look at them. You know, that's
Yeah.
no
Whoever
woman
this
wants.
guy was, man, it was an ugly body. Woo!
Oh, freaking sad, man.
Shave a little bit, buddy.
welcome to the club, Pops.
Trim that shit at least. Look like a.
You're hanging out with the wrong crew now.
Yeah,
Yeah. You know what I said after that? I go, I must be moving up the ladder a little bit.
Oh, you are. Yeah, if you're getting pee-pee pilled, we call it. Yeah, you're moving up the ladder.
Let me check some of these comments. But you guys keep going. I'm enjoying it. I love when like Tony comes on and Smash because you guys can like run the show and I can walk away for a half hour.
Yeah, we have a just running the YouTube shows, man. It becomes a thing, you know. We just get used to it. I like Tony's show a lot, man. It definitely I don't know if anybody's streaming on Fridays, man. It's great to have somebody every day, you know.
Tony's like one of the best hosts. Like,
Yeah.
like he just does it as a host. He does it good. Me, I'm more of a character, but he's a better host. You know, he knows how to do it, man.
Yeah,
He knows
he's
how to
he's-
run the show.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, I'm really looking forward to getting Stefan Molyneux on, and he's gotten back to me, but I know he just started streaming, and I think that would be awesome to have Stefan on and to have guests on and talk to him who's never talked to him before. He's just he's got some great insight, and I mean, people really think that, and I kind of believe it too, that he was one of the ones responsible for getting Trump elected. That's why he was canceled on Twitter and Instagram, and of course his YouTube channel.
Yep.
So you know, Stefan will, you know,
He's from Canada, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
See,
Just
for me
big-
to get somebody on my show, they have to be a little crazy like me, or else they're going to be scared to come on.
OGIT said Manscaped.
I can get the like. I could probably get that guy Maximus. Like I'm on his league like that. When he's looking at all the hookers and shit, like I could get down with him.
Well,
But,
I'll
like, to
tell
get
you,
a normal guy, it's hard.
he responded to me and he said when he was going to do collabs, he'd reach out to me. So
I like that guy. He's funny.
yeah, I think it'd be interesting. I mean, I don't agree with everything he does, but I think he's a character, and you know, he does him, and that's fine. I have no issue with that at all.
Yep.
I think it would be interesting. You know, he's real, but he knows he's a character too. So I just think he would be. I think it'd be a fun time for sure. you
Yeah.
know?
Oh, yeah.
I really genuinely think he's crazy.
Yeah, no, well, to an extent. But he said, I used to watch his original stuff. He said that he got an inheritance and he spent it all on hookers, and now he's got to work.
Ah,
Yeah, and he's just.
I believe it.
Yeah, he's definitely. I give him credit, man. I give him credit. He's honest. You know,
Yeah.
he's
I
very
mean,
honest.
I'm not down with the whole hooker thing, and guys want to pay for play. Hey, that's up to you. I don't have to, so I don't want to. I don't have to, and
It all depends though. Like even you could be a real good looking guy because that guy's pretty decent looking guy, right? He's built like a beast, man.
Well, he
I
takes
think
steroids. though.
I think when you do drugs,
Uh-huh.
that's what leads you. Like if you do a lot of cocaine, you start
Oh, he's
looking
just
for
gonna
hookers.
attract hookers.
Yeah, but you start doing cocaine, you don't even want to go out and try to catch a rap with a girl. You just want it right there. Like you get so horny.
Yeah.
And
Well, you know, the thing is most
Tony,
guys.
you probably don't do drugs, so that's what keeps you clean and straight.
Yeah, but you know, when I went to other countries, even in New York back in the 90s, I mean, I smoked weed and all of that, but I was never into hard drugs. But the thing is with hookers, I look at it as with the guys that do it, they're guys that can pick up girls. Like QB, you know, I've seen girls he gets on Tinder and all of that stuff. And then also, you know, he'll go to pros as well. So
Yeah.
it's like
I've done both myself.
yeah, I look at them like all of them are pros.
Hey
you know?
Tony, did I ever show you my Dominican Republic pictures?
No.
Oh, wait a minute. You're in for a treat. Hold on. I don't know if I got them loaded or I unloaded. Let me just see some. Well, this is a picture. You want to see my son, Tony, when he was little? Here we go. That's me and my boy. That's Mike right there.
Nice.
And here's another one. In this picture, I'm about 35. In this one, I'm around 32, 33. I don't look bad for my age.
Absolutely, man.
And now in this picture, I'm in the DR, and that was about, let me see, 10, my son, that was about 10 years ago. So I was about, in this picture, believe it or not, I was about 45, 46. Not bad.
Wow.
See what happens when you get older, though. So at one point, oh, here it is, Tony. I'll show you the DR. Like, I'll show you some of the houses I lived in. Check this out. Ready? Here we go. And there's a few girls in here, too.
I mean,
So-
you know, I think the main thing is just, I'm going to be 60 in November.
So this is my house there, right?
If you stay in shape and
Oh, you're in great shape for your age, man. I give
Yeah.
you that.
Yeah.
I wish
I take care of myself.
So
and
there's my house in Puerto Plata. You can see how big it was. My
I love
bedroom.
Puerto Plata,
That's
dude.
my
I've been there.
bedroom.
Absolutely, I've been there.
This guy's 70. Look at the girl he's hanging out with. That's one of the girls I went out with for a while. This wasn't my girlfriend. That was just a girl. This one I went out with. I told her, make my dad happy. Go sit on his lap. So, but like I have a lot more pictures. I'll bring them out one day. But man, that place is paradise. But you, with your build, if you ever went to the DR, you'd be picking up 20-year-olds legit. Like not even like having to pay them.
I'll be honest, I'm not really interested in that. I mean, I have
I
a
understand.
lot of younger women that reach out to me, but
No,
the
at our
women-
age, we can't
women
deal
I-
with a 20-year-old.
well, the women I date are usually, I mean, average
Mid-30s.
is about 20 years younger, which is fine for me.
That's perfect. Like if she's in her like late 30s, early 40s, that's good. Because I can't handle a 20-year-old like dating. Like no way. She'll drive me crazy. Like they're so they're dopey at that age.
Yeah, I mean, I was dating a girl that was 24 about 2 years ago, and it got too much for me.
Yeah, because you don't have nothing in common. Like you can't
And,
even really have a
it just-
conversation.
I just didn't want to do it anymore. That's
You
all.
felt like you were her daddy a little bit.
I just didn't want to do it. It just wasn't.
It didn't feel right.
It just, I mean, she was gorgeous, but that's beside the point, you know.
Now that happened to me once. I was in the DR and there was a young girl. And I went out with her a couple of times. Then she brought me home to meet her family. It was like I was getting like they was setting up the wedding. And I was like, I can't handle this. I'm not into like I can't be marrying a girl, that much younger than me. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was like I was old enough to be a father practically. I was like, nah, I'm not dealing with that.
I just, I attract a lot of beautiful women. I don't have an issue with that at all.
I believe you got a 6-pack going on, man.
The girl that's coming to spend the weekend with me, she's beautiful. She's gorgeous.
And are you calm with them like you are like now? Like you're calm and collective?
And it's just all about, it's just about enjoying the time. That's it.
Yeah, you put on that swag, cool swag, like just chilling out. And they
Yeah.
love that. They love that shit.
Yeah. I mean,
You're confident. That's what they love.
yeah, but attraction is not a choice, Pops. So
No, I know. They're attracted to you, but they do like the rest of you too.
yeah.
They like they got to be enjoying your company. Now, there's a guy here that's saying he's Tony Bruno with my picture.
Oh.
So I guess he'll be booted.
Yeah, you got to remember to ban them so they can't come back. Just,
Yeah, I will next time.
yeah, throw them into the abyss.
You know, the main thing with guys is that I don't really don't care. Like, I don't judge another guy on what he's attracted to. So if you just attract, you know, it's what you attract basically. So I don't judge anybody by the girl that they're with. You know,
Right.
That's just me. I don't care who they're with, actually.
Hey, Tony, OGT says it's that leather jacket that attracts them. It's like bees to honey.
Yeah.
See, you're famous with that leather jacket,
Yeah.
but nobody won it.
You know what? There was
Enough.
replies. Yeah, and I'll do it again in the fall when the
There
weather-
wasn't enough demand. They didn't deserve it.
Well, there was enough demand. I just
Well,
I
you
got-
need a little competition. You should do a live competition or something like on the show.
yeah.
Like invite like 9 guys, and at the end of the show, ask the people who deserves the leather jacket, and let the
Yeah.
audience vote.
Yeah, that'll be fun, you know. But what I was saying before is that, you know, if you're a dude out there
What
like
is this? Tony Bruno was a what?
incel. I love those, man. I don't care.
I
That's the
don't
guy
care.
that probably tried to flash.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll be honest. The word incel took me for like, what? Incel?
Yeah.
Like, where do these people come up with these words?
I got more receipts than anybody, man. I don't just have like pictures of women. It's like,
So
you know.
I don't even know the definition incel. I got to look it up.
The incel, it's this person who is involuntarily celibate. So, you know, the in and then the celibate, you know, celibate or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
So,
The meaning
yeah.
of incel is a person, usually a man, who regards him or herself as being involuntarily celibate and typically expresses extreme resentment.
Well, that's the thing. It's like,
Where did they get these
it's really
words?
only a man, because a woman, no matter what she looks like, is going to be able to get some sucker.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, so that's why you see whoever wrote the definition is full of shit. Like they always do that shit on the internet. They try to. It's probably some feminist shit, and
and if somebody's saying it like in the chat, all they're doing is that they're actually projecting is all they're fucking
yeah, I look at it, man. If a guy's concerned with who another guy is banging, that's called dick policing. You know? It's just like, yeah, you know, I look at it like, you know, because I date young chicks, you know, now I'm just like concentrated on finance. And, you know, I don't judge anybody on who they date. You know, it's just like, hey, you know what? I could care less, really. But these guys, again, they're man fans. You know, they're man fans. There's no other word for it, man. They're
word, man. I like that.
yeah.
I got to be honest, man. I don't have the patience anymore to really date a woman. I don't. I'd rather just go to the DR for a week and get it all over with.
Yeah.
I just don't have that. To me, it's a job. I know some men enjoy the company and they you know, enjoy going out with a woman to a restaurant or going to a movie or just hanging out with them in their house. And I don't have that. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe I haven't met the right one, but let me tell you, I've tried.
To me, like if the attraction is there, it should just flow. Period.
Yeah. No wrong with being single.
I got that part. I
There's
understand
nothing
that.
wrong with being single, pops. There's nothing
No,
wrong.
I just don't have the look. I've had women that were decent looking, you know, smile at me. I'm out in the store, you know, and I don't look like I look sometimes. You know, I look a little better. I dress up, and or when I'm at work, I had some, you know, they're in their 40s or whatever, and they're decent looking. You know, I don't have the patience to go through it anymore. Like just to take her out to a restaurant and talk and bullshit. Like I don't. It's not in me anymore. Like I can't explain it. I just don't got that energy. I don't have it. I'd rather just, like I said, I'd rather fly to the DR for a week and get it over with.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a lot of guys don't. You know, if they don't pay the hookers, if they pay the hookers to leave, you know.
Yeah.
it's
Well, I'm
basically-
57, so I'm a little. I mean, Tony's 60, but Tony I think Tony enjoys it too.
Tony's in good shape, man. He surfs.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact
Right.
that, as you know, he stays in shape. The you know that's like really a big fact. And also, you know, like the girls, you know, the ones he's with, they're attracted to him. So that has to be there. He's on point
Right.
with it.
But even if I was Tony, like, you know, Tony's built pretty good for his age. Like, I'm not. But even if I started working out and I had a real good build and everything, I still don't have the patience to be with a woman. Like, it's a job to me.
Yeah, but if the woman's attracted to you, it's like I said, it should just flow.
It should come easier.
Yeah, and you know,
but I've seen women in stores smile at me and everything, and I won't even approach them and like try. I don't care. I don't want to be. It's like I feel like I'm a woman. I don't have time for you. Like I don't know. I just don't have it. Like I lost it, man. It came a part of my life where I just lost that wanting to be with a woman, like in a relationship way. I just want to get down to business. And that's it, man.
Like, until I got enough money, yeah, I'm not trying to. I mean, I don't even want them. I got room to let us stay and all of that, but it just the problem is getting rid of them. That's the problem.
Once they start moving in a couple of pieces of clothes or a toothbrush in the house,
leave fucking earrings and shit on the dresser, and you know they do that shit to see if another girl is gonna come over, and then they'll see those. You know, they mark their territory.
Yeah. Hair is the big one. That's for sure.
They actually leave their hair on yours like sheets on purpose.
Oh yeah, unless she's like a really, you know, young, beautiful woman that I feel that I really like. Yeah, I'm not, and you know, I got like certain things. I don't, you know, date chicks with kids anymore. You know, that was in my 20s and shit. And that when I wrote the 48 Laws of Dating, I had to put stuff like that. But I understand.
Whoa! How old are you, bro?
It don't matter how old I am. That's my preference.
No. It kind of does statistically.
No, bro, don't dick police me, man. Don't fucking dick police me because this should get ugly.
Okay. What age range are you in?
Dick, all right? Get the fuck off my dick.
You're a real butthurt.
I'm telling you that right now. You get the fuck off my dick. Because if you want to be
hey, motherfucker, I was asking a question. You putting information out there. Don't open your fucking mouth if you don't want people to ask questions, you fucking douchebag. What kind of fucking idiot are you?
What's going on here?
You're fucking conversating to have a conversation. Somebody asks you a question in a conversation, and you want to act like a triggered little butthurt bitch. You know, I'm about to follow.
Let's quiet it down.
I'm about to follow this motherfucker and bring my troll crew and make his whole internet experience fucking miserable. Guys, keep running your fucking mouth, kid.
Wait, what is the question, though?
The question basically was based off of the whole thing. He was talking about not dating a woman with kids. At his age range, he's going to have to find a woman that's not fucking sterile, is all I was going to say. And he wants to be a fucking douchebag.
All right. So what you're saying, you were just asking him. Okay, well, I just
a genuine fucking question. I'm not here to
you could talk. I just wanted. You guys were.
Hey, when I tell somebody I don't want to answer the question and they pressure me, then they get what they deserve. And now he wants to come with boys. Well, be a fucking man. A pussy goes to get his boys. So as soon as you
no, me by myself. I'm not on the internet enough to make you miserable. I was talking about 24/7 monitoring your ass, making sure every experience is fucked up for you. Because you're a fucking triggered ass douchebag that probably missed his fucking dose of Ritalin today.
Hey, Tony,
you can say what
Tony, you take over the show. What do you do in this situation?
Well, it's Thursday night fights, Pops.
It's Fight Night Live. Here we go. Go ahead. Guys, go at it, man.
Hey, I look at it like, just like I said before, I don't care who another guy's dating. He shouldn't care who I'm dating. And once that line is crossed, I got to push him back over. And especially, you know how I know somebody's a pussy? These internet warriors. Oh, I'm going to do this and that. Really? You know what I'm saying? Really? And
that's about the extent of my motherfucking power over the internet, my guy. So, yeah.
The lack of your fucking character.
Lack of my character from somebody that gets triggered off being asked a fucking question.
I told you, don't ask me no questions, all right?
And all I did was go to clarify why I was asking the question, because you act like somebody was going to come at you. And you know what? Fuck you. Right? Fuck you, schizo, fucking ADHD, fucking bipolar nutso.
Go right ahead. Hey, you know what? That's okay. You're going to have your opinion. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody got them, and they all stink.
Well, your actions showed that to be a fact, though.
Hey,
So
hey,
the
you know what,
part of
man?
the conversation to
This
stay
is the
out of
funniest
that.
thing because you're hurt, man. I know you're wounded.
I'm hurt. I'm
yeah,
hurt.
exactly. Because you care
You
about
don't know
who I'm
me
dating.
well.
So stop dick policing me,
You
man.
don't know me well. Maybe offended, but hurt. Far from that.
Hey, man, ain't nobody give a shit about what you must have mistaken me for someone who gives a shit. That's your problem.
Yeah. You'll find out.
Yeah,
Keep running
yeah,
your mouth. You'll
again,
find
a
out,
threat,
dude.
right? A threat. Another fucking
Keep
threat.
running your mouth. You'll find out. It's an internet YouTube threat to make your YouTube experience a miserable.
You know what? Go right ahead, because if that's what your life about, hey, it's sad to just be a troll like you. All right. So you spend your life on trolling somebody.
I'm a troll because triggered douchebags like you make everybody else experience horrible. So I chase fuckers like you off so people can have a better experience.
Why don't you take that and shove it up your ass then? All right. Bang.
Damn, your mind is on a whole lot of homosexual things. Are you part of the LGBTQ?
Hey, nobody gives a shit, all right? You know what I'm saying? You're the one that's triggered. I'm over here saying, look, don't ask me no questions. You could leave it at that, but you don't want to leave it at that. So that's all right, because I see where you're at. Ta-da.
Actually, I'm talking to somebody that's well more important than you, my guy.
Yeah, you were, right? You were.
Are you not entertained? I love this. Go ahead, go ahead. As long as you two don't mind, I'll let you both. Yo, I'll let you yell at each other all night. I don't care.
Pops, man, I don't even. I look at it like when if I'm going to ask somebody a question, right? First, I got to think: is it even a worthy question? Because you don't want to ask stupid fucking questions. Somebody asks something like that, it's like, hey, that's my business. I date the woman that I want to date. I don't want to date single moms. When somebody tries to give me now I'm saying, hey, if guys want to do that, and I couldn't even get that out of my mouth before he started rambling on. I'm like, hey, they can date who they want. Great, take them off the market for me. Hey, thank you. But to tell me, oh, well, you're gonna do it, it's like, what? Now, and we just talked about
you know what I could tell you? I could tell you by your personality, the only chick you're gonna get is one that's gonna be banging the milkman while you're at work, my guy. You got a shitty ass personality.
Worried about where my cock goes. You're too
personality.
worried about my cock, man. You should really
You're
look
the one
into
that keeps talking about dick and shit. So obviously you're the one with dick on the mind. Was it on your breast first? Were you sucking the cock? Is that why it's so on your mind today? That's why you don't want a chick with fucking kids. You want a dude. Dudes can't have kids. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for a man.
You're trying to push off chicks with kids.
I can hook you up. I know a few gay people in the community.
Holy
How
shit!
Do you like them? You like your man bald or with long hair?
Hey,
I'll go
so
check you,
funny, man. I triggered you so hard, man. It's great, man. It's great. I look at that. Hey, why don't you go read your Torah, man?
Now you're saying I'm triggered, so that there just wins you the argument, huh?
Why don't
the
you
argument's going to end because you said I'm triggered.
Exiled one or whatever, or whoever.
Exiled one, you read it properly, minus the E.
Yeah, all right.
Well, we need Woody Johnson on this.
Why don't you just type in that name Exile without the one behind it and see how big my community is and how hard you can
do the threats. Oh my goodness.
There's over 500,000 of us.
Why don't you send some of your trolls then? You think I ain't used to trolls like you?
Oh, you're not used to trolls like us, especially when your little command buttons and shit don't work. You drop us from StreamYards, block us, and we still hop up on your StreamYards without you letting us up.
You want, man.
You'll love it. It'll be fucking wonderful. It'll be great. Pops has seen what our community's about. He'll tell you you're not ready for the smoke, my guy.
Hey, I got a friend trying to come on. Go ahead. You guys can keep going.
If that's what his life is about, that's what his life is about.
Is that you, Tommy?
That's what my internet
man, what up? Can you hear me, man?
Yeah, I just had to make sure it was you. All right.
All right.
I'll be getting whatever, dick bombed or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what to call it, but people have been showing their private parts on my show too much.
I don't know about dick bomb, but this stream you're getting dick head bombed by Smash TV.
Holy shit. This fucking guy is hurt, wounded. Oh man.
No, actually I'm really not. I'm rolling another joint.
Hey, you know what? You need to smoke more than that. You know, you need to smoke more than that.
You need to quit smoking that crack.
Sorry,
is the
man.
problem.
Sorry, man. My shit went retarded. Like, yo, so what's going on, man? You got some trolls up in this motherfucker, man? Like, what you doing?
I got people coming on in the shower. Show me the underneath of their crotch. I don't know what's going on.
Yo, that's
I'm like,
that's
yo,
what happens
at least
when you post your link, man.
Yeah, I never post. What do you mean post?
Like, yo, when you put your link in the chat, man, you're gonna have.
Oh yeah, but I get it, but
how it works.
I don't care. I don't want because I just do what I did to you. I scanned them before I let them on. Now I give them a little slap like that.
Avatar. Yeah, my avatar pops up. You know who the fuck I be.
Yeah, but they got your avatar now, man. So
Yeah, they got your avatar. They'll try to come on with that shit, and then
I'll be right back.
Nobody got my shit.
Don't forget your porn blocker, Pops. What the fuck?
How y'all fellas doing tonight?
great, man. How you
Okay.
I just got done, like, we just recorded a 4-hour podcast about economics. Like, my brain hurts.
What was the best discussion about it?
Well, I came up with, like, a new ideology, right? So, all right, the basic premise is that in our system as a whole, right? Like, we as people, we don't treat people as animals, right? And, like, the issue with that is that, like, if you have a dog, right? Like, you go, like, when you get your dog, the person who sells you your dog, and then you vet, and then, like, everybody else is going to tell you, like, this dog needs this diet, it needs this much exercise, it needs this much affection, it needs this much attention, it needs this much training. You know what I mean? You have to be around it or it's going to get lonely. And we don't do that for people, right? Like, we don't never have these conversations about people. Like, we don't go, like, we need a certain diet. We need, you know what I mean, like a certain amount of attention. We need a certain amount of affection. We need a certain amount of, like, fucking training. We need a certain amount of, like, discipline. We need, like, a certain amount of, like, individuals, like, to interact with it, right?
Hey, Tom,
like,
man, your mic is popping. I don't know if it's maybe the connection or something.
It's popping?
It's like, yeah, it's like it was popping a lot at the end every time you say something.
All right, is this better or no?
Oh yeah, that's much better. Yeah, that's much better.
All right. Right. I mean, so, like, we don't have these conversations about human beings, right? We don't treat them as animals in our system, and there's no part of our system that looks out for us as animals, right? Like, biologically and shit.
Come again with that?
Like, we don't like look out for ourselves biologically.
What do you mean?
Like, as people, we don't, like, deal with ourselves as an animal, right? As, like, a creature that, like, lives on this rock. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have a real conversation about, like, any of our actual needs. We just worry about our consumption and whether or not, like, we have, like, the new fucking plastic device.
Some of us,
right?
I guess. Yeah, some.
Yeah,
of us.
Probably about 94% of us don't have that conversation, but the other 6% does.
Yeah. But, like, as our system as a whole, like, we don't really talk about this, right? Like, you know, like, when you get a fish or a bird.
No, we don't at all.
Yeah, like, when you get a fish or a bird, like, as a pet, they're like, oh, you know, they like to be around others. You know what I'm saying? They're supposed to have this many other things or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, if you look at the animal kingdom, they all depend on each other for survival, yet we're always trying to pull away from each other.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And this is kind of like where the level I was getting down to, as far as, like, you know, our entire economic system is built off of us, like, you know what I mean, being individual consumers rather than, you know what I mean, like, actually, like, being a part of a community and a group.
All right, Tom, I take knowledge out of everything. Let me try to rewind this stream a little bit. Smash TV or MD? MD, what is your actual name you go by?
Why do you want to know?
I'm talking about your YouTube name. Stop being so.
Why do you know? And I'm asking you a question. Why do you want to know?
I'm trying to start off on a new foot with you,
all right,
man.
If you want to start off on a new foot, that's cool. But all I know is that you threatened me and you ain't apologized for it. That's what I know. So if you want to
All
start
right, I
off,
apologize. I will not troll the shit out of you, MD. I'm sorry that I got
That's what I'm saying.
tricked by your response.
You can. It's all right if you do. But what I'm saying is, when you come out and you threaten people on the internet, now you take it to a next level. I didn't threaten you at all, and you threatened me. So if you want to apologize for that, hey, we can be cool. We can be cool as long as you acknowledge that I never threatened you and you threatened me, and that was wrong. And I'm like, all right, cool. We can be cool then. But other than that,
I'm apologize for that. But can I get an apology for you being a douchebag off of me just asking a question?
What did I say that was douchebaggish?
Well, the way you came at me when I asked that question, I was just trying to give you some food for thought. I wasn't trying to criticize your viewpoint or anything. I was just trying to give you a different angle to look at it.
Okay, I apologize for my tone because I know my tone can be very, very strong. I know it can come off in the wrong way. So if you feel that you need an apology for that, yeah, without a doubt, I apologize for being too forward with that and maybe not waiting for you. I should have just say, okay, say what you're going to say. So, you're going to say regardless. So, yeah. So if you want to start off new, hey, I'm cool with that. I'm man enough to be that, and you're man enough to be that. So, yeah, sure. We can start over.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks, Tom, for coming up and having that discussion about your previous panel. That actually helped something here, man.
All I know is this is really what I look like, everyone. So if you want to send me any of your pictures, women out there, I'm available.
Pops is like, that's what I look like in 1965.
Yeah, I meet girls.
In front of the bodega.
Yeah, I be meeting girls going, oh, you want to see what you would look like if you had babies with me? I'll show you one of my babies. Here he is. So
yeah, y'all do the same shit.
That's what my sperm produces. So if you want one of them, just let me know. Even though I'm a little older, I still produce the same. There it is.
Yeah. But yeah, like that's, like that was like, I think one of like the best parts of that last motherfucking thing that we fucking did, a little podcast or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, like the mentality that we don't treat ourselves as like animals, as creatures, we treat ourselves as like these consumer robots. I personally, I don't like it.
You know something, Tom?
What up?
And I think a lot of us treat each other like animals. But the good thing is, it's like one in myself. It's rare to see people sometimes have an argument or a dispute. And then if they genuinely become cool, that's actually where ground is made.
Well, that's why I wasn't getting involved in this fight, because I'm cool with both of you. Like,
yeah. No, and that's cool.
Yous are actually both such cool dudes that I'm like, these guys would actually get along probably if they ever met.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Usually people they get into a little thing and they test each other. And the fact that, I got to give them credit for apologizing first, so I'm more than man to apologize myself and look at that as wow. So that's good. And I mean, shit, when I met with my own co-host, remember I was telling you, I threw him off the show and then he came back and then now we're like best friends almost,
If I had a picture of both yous, I would put your heads on this thing and I would just do one of these. I would put it on both ways, so you both got to slap in, like boom.
Yeah, I'm saying like we don't. Like,
Tommy, we weren't talking to you, man.
I know, right? I mean, the mentality, right? And the mentality is the mentality that motherfuckers have, right? You know what I'm saying? As a whole, is like. We should be treating each other as like fellow, like fucking human animals, right? Like we should like.
Yo, I lost the whole chat, like 50 things, and I didn't even acknowledge any. I apologize.
Yo, fuck them motherfuckers, man. Listen, right? They here to hear a motherfucking talk. They ain't here to motherfucking like be active and shit. I don't care what y'all got to say.
Let's catch up to what they were saying anyway. I make them feel better. Okay, keep going, Tom.
I definitely hear what Tom is saying.
Tommy, it's all the cathedral's fault. Let's face reality.
Yo, man, listen, it's this ideology of like fucking like growth in the economy that they think is more important than like human motherfucking life, right? And like psychology and people and children and all the whole fucking deal. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not what should be motherfucking thought about first. You know what I mean? It's motherfucking making money. Should be thought about first is family and children and community. And we was having a discussion about like how to get back to more of a local sense of, you know, I mean, your economy, like stand here and have like your own local growth as far as food's concerned and like industry and, you know, I mean, like pushing the motherfucking giant corporations the fuck out of your area, you know, I mean, enforcing like, you know, I mean, local employment and like keeping your motherfucking housing prices down and like having it become more sustainable and shit, that type of thing.
Yeah, and how to get rid of all the corrupt politicians while you're on top of that.
Yeah, I think you need to motherfucking like legit split the country apart. You want to get rid of the fucking politicians. Like, yo, legit, there's too many people.
It starts with, Tom, is getting involved in the community. Like when Pops and I were talking, especially like with the police force, you know, you got to get to know the police force. You know, you got to get to know the captain, the lieutenant, the, you know, the guys on the street, the flatfoots, the traffic cops. And, you know, because people, I mean, when I was in the military, you know, I came out the military pretty angry. You know, I was a young kid. I went in as a teen. I came out in my 20s, and you're mad at the world sometimes. But then I had to realize that I was just a cop with a rifle and a machine gun. You know, as a matter of fact, if anything happens to the cops, who do you think comes out? Us, you know, because we're supposed to defend the Constitution, but they say the commander in chief. So when I look at what law enforcement goes through, and Pops is right, you got some of the stuff that they're teaching is crazy, but they're human beings. You know, when I look what they go through.
Hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, but technicality, if you was military, no, it would never be you guys after the cops. It would be the National Guard.
Yeah, National Guard.
And then after that, it would be the UN soldiers. We have certain laws that prevent our military from interfering with the citizens.
Well,
but like, yo, that like those type of things go out of the fucking door when you come into like major situations. That's just like during like
I don't think they do that thing, because think about trying to split the military. Smash, you as yourself, think about it, man. If they would have asked you to go out there and your family was rebelling and go out there and shoot your family, you turn against the military in a hot second for your family, wouldn't you?
I would not follow those. I would not follow those orders. But when I was in the military, the National Guard trained with us, you know, so they are military trained and they do defend the state. But, you know, the Army and, you know, the Navy and the Marines and the Air Force, you know, those are the basic military forces. You know, of course, we swear to defend all opposition, foreign and domestic. That's what we don't see, because when we see these domestic problems, the corruption comes in, and you know, and somehow the corruption seems to win, which from what I read about in the olden days, you know, that wouldn't happen. You know, that's why, you know, we have the right to bear arms, to form, you know, groups. That's not
why you have the right to bear arms, son.
The right to bear arms is to protect yourself from tyranny within the government.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No,
Tom.
it's not.
No, he's right. That's specifically what it's for. But the thing is, hold on. The thing is, they were never supposed to. Hold on, Tom. Right quick. They was never supposed to regulate our guns. As a matter of fact, our military was supposed to have least effective weapons than the citizens themselves, but they got the more effective weapons.
All right, so check this out. Like, here's the reality of what like the Second Amendment was about. All right, back when America was formed, we were 13 colonies, and the colonies ended at the Appalachian Mountain chain, right? Whether the eastern and western side was up for debate with the Native Americans, but you literally had the British and the French surrounding you on all sides. Right at that moment, like the French or the Spanish were in Florida, you know what I'm saying? The British were in Canada, and then you had the French with the Louisiana.
Yeah, I'm about to say, we pushed them all up to Canada and got our ass kicked up there in Canada.
We didn't, but like it's all right. But hang on, right? So like, in Machiavelli's motherfucking The Discourses on Levy, he says that when you stand here and you end up conquering the people, or you form a new princedom, as it were, right? Whether it be like a new territory, he said, when you don't stand here and you don't take the arms and the swords out of the hands of the people, because the people will fight for their own backyard faster than they will for any prince or government, right? And so the reasons why we have the right to bear arms actually had way more to do with the fact that like, we had hostile neighbors all around us at that point. And that way we were able to maintain our lands without having a massive standing military at that point. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo,
I'm not gonna do you like that, Tom. Yes, we can hear you just fine.
All right. Right. Like, yeah, but like legit, like that's, you know what I mean, that's the reasons for the right to bear arms. It's not about fighting against your government, right? Because like legitimately, even Washington had to put down the Whiskey Rebellion, right? You know what I mean? Under Theodore Roosevelt, they had to put down motherfucking rebellion about the back pay that the soldiers didn't receive and shit during World War I.
Well, can I rebuttal that argument right quick though, Tom? You got to think the whole Constitution was built around our Heavenly Father, the Most High. So at the end of the day, we aren't supposed to be controlled by no government. It's in the good book. We are supposed to have those inalienable rights, and that Constitution is supposed to be our God-given rights that no man can make laws over.
Yeah.
Well, the Constitution comes out of John Locke, Machiavelli, and Adam Smith. In the end of the day, it's the property rights, the rights of man.
Any law that man writes cannot take our God-given rights. So you see what I'm saying? It's like
they do though.
Yeah, and they do, exactly. You hit it on the button, and they do.
But they do.
And they
you know
do.
what I mean? Like you can't really say that. You can't really say that like any law that they write can't take away your rights because they do.
It's not supposed to. No, because I'm saying it correctly. That it's not supposed to. But what we see happening goes against that. So yeah, it's definitely
right. You know what I mean? Like so, like understand something. Like all of your rights. You know what I'm saying? In the end of the day, are really only granted through the fact that like you have this liberal ideology of a government and. You know what I mean? The respect for the court system. It's all based on trust.
It's privileges. It's not rights. It's like George Carlin said. You got privileges, and those privileges can be revoked. So,
William Penn for Pennsylvania wrote the Charter of Privileges back in 1694, right? Which the actual Bill of Rights is based off of.
Yeah. What the sad thing is that what we see today is just, I don't even know what to call it, man. It's like lawless. You know, what do they say when there is no law? You basically only the outlaws are free. You know, and we're in a brutal situation because when I was in the military, it's like one is saying the weapons that we had back when I was in are outdated now. They don't have the M16s and the M60s and all of that stuff. But they do have carbon 4 rifles and stuff like that now. Of course, the 50 caliber, that wonderful weapon has seemed to stand the test of time. You know,
yeah, and the 308
armored vehicle. I mean, it's making Swiss cheese out of almost anything. It's portable. It's mountable on a Jeep or a Humvee. You know, so how do you fight against that? If shit hits the fan and we start rolling the stuff out, civilian defense is not standing against that. I mean, now they have sonic weapons.
Yo, look here. I'm an Appalachian. All right, son. Like, legit. We'll go up into the mountains and like they don't like the government. There's no military.
You'll hold them off for a while until those Apache helicopters come in and start dropping, stuff down. So I see the way they work. This is why, we have the Air Force. What does the Air Force do? They destroy the infrastructure to where the Army can come in, right? The Navy stays off the coast, and they start launching,
the Navy's the one that does it. The Navy's the one that does it, not the Air Force.
The Navy can do it too, but when you combine that with an Air Force, it's really hard to fight that in a physical way. That's where you got to get in some way the Machiavellian and you get like the art of war and the Kung Fuzi philosophies to say you have to have a different way to address this. Like right now we already know. I mean, we all argue with each other. Military soldiers are under command, so they're gonna work much more organized, and they're expendable to the force. So we're not expendable. because there's only
Well,
so
like,
many, you know.
well, it comes down to like, like how strong is your resolve in the end of the day, right? I mean, because like, so it's a numbers game, right? So you have 300 million people, right? 350 million human beings in the United States, right? Standing military is about 300,000 men, right? And I mean, the total military altogether, you know what I'm saying, is around, I want to say like 750,000 top end, something like that, right? So the ability of them to be able to provide enough troops to like really get some shit done is not there. Like they don't have the ability to take over, you know what I mean, like the entire country. Like they don't have the manpower or the money to be able to pay for them. So that's really what holds them back, because they understand that, you know what I mean? And like once we start understanding that, that's a different thing. And on top of that, like you said something earlier about being lawless, like I'm kind of with that ideology. Like where I'm from, we fired our police and life got a lot better.
When you think about it, any because I used to do a show many years ago with a guy from Nevada, Austin Thomas, really cool guy.
Yeah.
Any gun law is unconstitutional. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 100%.
You know, when we think about it, and it's like, I mean, I look at what it is today, just from the 90s, and I'm like, holy smokes! The you know, you talk to some people in their 20s, and out to lunch is like an understatement. You know, they don't care. Yeah, they don't. And you're in a good place. The Appalachians, you know, you got a really good stronghold there. You know, you got, I would think, you know, there's water supply and all of that stuff. And that's great, man. I know if anything was to happen, the cities are like the worst place you could possibly be. Yeah.
I mean, like, again, like the cities, like, city combat's going to be way more difficult for the American military than anywhere else they've ever been, right?
Well,
because the sheer volume of firearms in the city is ridiculous.
No, it is. When my nephew was in Iraq, he was telling me how they would destroy. You know, there was no building left. They destroyed everything, and that's when they walked in, because he's an airborne ranger. You know, they would get dropped in, and he goes, man, there was basically no resistance. There was a few civilians left, and then they rebuilt it. So I would hope that they wouldn't do that. Like now, you know, they have stuff like, you know, the biological stuff that they would release, which would, you know, they would just make the military immune to that by giving them the magic potion, and then, you know, flood the civilians with it. The amount of technology that they have now, it's actually frightening, with the sonic weapons. I mean, they don't even really need weapons. Everybody's carrying around looking at their cell phone and stuff.
What about the drones, man?
Oh, I forgot about the drones, just to put in that, you know. And Manhattan, I remember back in the early 2000s or the late 90s, they had installed 5,000 cameras in Manhattan 20 years ago. Imagine the shit that they got now, you know.
Well, like, here's the thing, right? So, like, they have, like, my city installed fucking cameras and shit, right? But the city's so bankrupt they couldn't afford the batteries to keep the cameras going. So they're all.
I'll tell you how fucked up it is. You ever seen the movie Enemy of the State? That's the technology they had 35, 40 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was actually
like, I understand, like, their capabilities is immense, right? But, like, you know, once you get to this level, like, you know, the basic societal structure of shit, you know what I mean, completely changes, and you start taking out infrastructure, you know what I mean? Like, they're not going to have, like, they're going to let parts of this country go, right? Because they just don't, it's not going to be valuable enough for them to, like, go and do what they got to do. You know what I mean? And I'll be real, like, right now, like, what you should be doing is trying to get rid of your police forces, right? Trying to get rid of the individuals who are, like, enforcing this unjust bullshit, right? And getting back to a sense of community and family and self-reliance as a whole, right? Like I said, I think when they closed down the coal mines in Kentucky and West Virginia, and closed down all the mills up in, you know what I mean, Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, Cincinnati, you know, fucking Columbus, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Philly, Camden, Baltimore, right? All these places, what they should have did was, if they should have just, like, said, hey, look, you know what I mean, you're out of work. what we're going to do is we're going to house your mortgage. You know, I mean, you don't owe nothing on the house no more. No more property taxes. Here's some seeds. Here's some solar panels. You know, I mean, provide for yourself, regrow your economy, and join back up when it's time, right? You know, I mean, when you're capable. And like, we didn't like ever even think to go like, yeah, we should just make people more self-reliant instead of like just handing out welfare checks, because they went door to door in black neighborhoods and, you know, I mean, told the females like, hey, look, if you, and well, in 4 neighborhoods, it was black and white and Irish, Italians, and told the females, hey, look, if you fucking kick your man out, you know, I mean, we'll give you motherfucking more money and pay for your fucking crib. You know what I mean? And we created an entire system where like all the males are feral in a fucking area and they get turned into criminals the moment, you know what I mean, they end up inseminating some female. You know what I mean? And like right now, 50% of crime in America is caused through the fucking child support system.
Well,
and
yeah,
these are things that like we don't have any conversation about whatsoever.
They broke
Well, the thing is, if you know the Black's Dictionary law book, honestly, when you go to get a house, a bank is not supposed to give you a loan for the house. Your house is technically already paid for by the IRS. My wife is actually currently filing the paperwork for the IRS to finish paying off the rest of the $89,000 we owe on this house, and then make them pay for a new house as well.
Good luck, FedEx. Good luck with that.
Actually, Pop, she's working with 2 people that's already went through the process and completed the process. So I think the good luck is not needed. It's just the knowledge.
Damn, I want to do that.
Well, she plan on doing a show on her channel and teaching people how to do it as soon as she's finished with the process.
They owe me a
so
mansion.
can learn.
Taxes I paid, they owe me a mansion.
Yeah, I've heard of this before, right? You know what I mean? Where like it's supposedly like all property in the United States, like all goods have been paid for already by the fucking state to begin with.
Exactly.
Right? And like, yeah, I've heard about
the proper legal work to file.
Yeah,
property tax, man. Property tax is ridiculous. You think about what you would have, and then now you got to pay for it for what, the rest of your life too. It's like you're renting it, you know.
Yeah, you're penalizing, you know what I mean, the elderly. You know what I mean? Like, you already worked your whole life, you know what I'm saying? And then, like, all of a sudden now you have these fucking property taxes, which exponentially go up as you get older due to the fact of, like, the local area becoming more valuable, you know what I mean, through the fucking, you know what I mean, population increase and shit and the demand for more fucking, you know what I mean, like, fucking land. You know what I mean? Like, my grandmother, like, fucking, she bought my grandfather bought a house back in the 1950s or 60s. Right. And the house has been paid off since like the 80s or 90s or whatever. And like literally she still has to pay $7,000 a year for fucking property tax and shit.
It's crazy.
Right, for that fucking house. Yeah. And she's like just an out of the lumen. She, like, my grandfather was, you know, I'll be honest with you, like, he got arrested at my mom's wedding for selling a truckload of meat for the reception. You know what I'm saying? Like, he used to set people on fire for a living and shit. So he never had a regular job. So like there's no real social security coming in for him. There's no pension, none of that type of shit. And she was a fucking, she worked for this fucking company that does like school lunches and prison lunches and shit and commissaries. You know what I mean? So she didn't make a lot of money either. So like her fucking,
Was that company called Cisco?
Huh?
Was that company called Cisco?
No, it was not Cisco. Fucking, they might have got bought by Cisco. So maybe, I don't know. They might still be independent.
Isn't there states with that law, the homestead law, to where if they don't pay the taxes, they can't take it until you die? Like Texas.
There's some states.
Florida.
There's some states that are like that, right?
You know what I mean? Thing is though, but then you can't give it to your kids if that happens. You know, like if somebody has something that they want to give to their kids that they can't afford to pay the taxes, and you know they let it ride until that person is gone. Then what about, you know, if they have somebody that they wanted to leave something to? So it's when you look into it, it's really
they got a racket. They're worse than gangsters.
Well, like the thing is this is all new too, right?
Tommy, look at a car. Look at a car. You buy $100,000 car, like a Benz, right? Now 3 years later, you trade it in. Somebody buys it for $70,000. They pay tax. Then they trade it in 3 years later. Now somebody buys it for $50,000. They paid that. They taxed the same car like 5, 6, 7 fucking times.
Yeah.
The first tax should cover it forever.
Yeah.
They're These guys, listen, I can't even say what I really want to call them. Okay, I can't
Yo, they're
say it.
gangsters.
They're worse than gangsters.
You-
Now
you
these
know the-
gangsters have rules.
You know the word the word mortgage is a French word. It means death pledge. And in French, you know, Quebec in Canada, they had to change the word. I forgot what they changed it to because the people speak French and they're like, wait a minute, I'm not signing a death pledge, you know? And we sign a death pledge. A mortgage is a debt, you know, mort for the debt and, you know, mortgage for the pledge. So when we look at the language, because English is a conglomerated language, it's only what, maybe 500 years old, if that. You try to read something in old or middle English, you can't even understand it.
And I took them out 3
Yeah.
times today.
Yo, Pop, mute your microphone.
He's at home. I think he got so excited.
Pop, mute your mic, man.
Well, the rug, you
Yo.
shit on the rug. You gotta.
You shit on the rug. That motherfucker shit on the rug. 3 days he's been motherfucking excited and shit, man. Listen, you gotta take that motherfucker out for a walk.
Yo, this dog
Yo.
shit all over the place.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, I got you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, a lot of these things, when we start talking about words and all that type of shit, man, like, it's all fucking bullshit and nonsense. Like, the reality is like, what needs to happen, the United States needs to be divided up, right? Like, we need to be like 12 or 13, 14 different countries.
Even
Right,
you divide it up, people got to go to jail too. They
Mm.
got.
You gotta have if you don't have cops, right, then you gotta be the cops. Because you know
That's not a problem. That's not a
you know,
problem.
and it has to be, you know, because remember when you look at it, you're looking at 24-hour days, 8-hour shifts are brutal. You know, even now cops got to work overtime because there's just not enough. And
If you eliminate a lot of the bullshit nonsense that we have today, you don't need fucking police.
Oh, so what is it? I'm just saying, is it the Wild Wild West? We all got guns?
No, well, yeah. First off, like, yeah, armed society is a polite society, but like, the reality is that like once you get to know your neighbors and you get away from this sense of like everybody's just their own individual person and shit, and like you have to come outside and like be a part of a fucking community and a part of a fucking like a family, as it were, a clan, a group. You know, like the world becomes like a whole different place because now you all know each other and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't care
Right.
what you tell me. You can't. How do you? There's not going to be criminals? Come on. There's always going to be criminals.
Like, yo, the majority of crime in most neighborhoods is like crimes of poverty in the end of the day.
Oh,
Right.
so how do we wipe out poverty?
Like, yo, you don't wipe out poverty, you just help the fucking impoverished.
All right, so we help the impoverished, and you're telling me that there's going to be no crime? What happens
In a lot of
if
places, yeah.
you come home, somebody's robbing your house? What do you do?
Well, you come home, somebody's robbing the house, you shoot that motherfucker.
All right, and now you shot him. Now what do?
You take him outside, right? And, you know what I'm saying, you call like a mortician or an ambulance or whatever the case might be, right?
All right,
Whoever
so you
it is.
shot him in the leg, you call an ambulance, they take him, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
All right, now let's say you come in the house,
Yeah.
and there's a 12-year-old kid robbing your house, and you're an asshole. You see he's a little kid, but you're an asshole, and you shoot the kid, and the kid got no weapon. You don't believe that kid deserved to get shot, or you're an asshole? See,
Well, like,
there's
no,
assholes
yeah.
out there too.
Yeah, like legit. And here's the other thing, right? Like 12-year-olds, like in a normal society, don't rob people.
All right, but
in a normal society.
I was just about to ask, does a 12-year-old got a gun or not? Because when I was 12, I had a gun.
No, you go in your house.
Yeah, me too.
It's your next door neighbors, whatever. It's a kid robbing your house. You don't have a gun. All right, now I'll go one further. What do you do with him? All right, do you kick his ass and throw him out of your house?
Hell yeah, I kick his ass. And I don't throw him out. I don't throw him out my house. I do it the old school style. I take his punk ass home and talk to his parents.
But no, I'm not saying you don't know it. You don't know his parents, so you kick his ass.
I'm gonna kick his ass good enough. He gonna take me where his parents is.
But you kick his ass and you throw him out of the house, right?
I came home. I go home. Yeah,
So
yeah. Like,
what's going to happen?
I
The
whooped
kid's
this
going to do it
motherfucker.
again. There's no consequence. The kid's
Yeah,
going to
you
do
throw
it
him
again.
out, he's gonna do it again. You call the police, he's just gonna learn better ways to do it after he gets out of jail.
You call the police, all of a sudden, like, yo, you're having all right, so, like, here's the problem with the cops, right? You're bringing a man with a badge and a gun into a conversation between two human beings. This is why we have school shootings.
All
right?
right.
Legit is every time motherfucking two kids get in a pushing match, you call the cops. Right? And then all of a sudden, like, you have escalated a schoolyard fight into somebody's gonna die. Right? That's
Back
why
in
you
my
have these
day,
school shootings.
Back in my
You
day,
boxed it out.
hey, yeah. And even if it was need be that one of the parents fucking monitored it, and even if your kid gets his fucking ass kicked, afterwards they would learn to get along, and they were more than likely the best of fucking friends afterwards.
Well, listen.
Some of my
You
best
all could
friends
say
legit.
you all could say your shit, but there were cops when you were a kid, so that's why all that shit rolled. It's just that the cops weren't assholes. You need,
I'm just saying.
you
Hey,
need some type of police department.
Pops, out of my less than a handful of true friends, bro, I'm gonna tell you now, either at one time or another, they have kicked my ass or I've kicked their ass.
Yep.
But you still need some type of police force because it's impossible.
Yeah, you gotta have it.
So a
You gotta
girl
have
gets raped, you need a detective to investigate it. You're
No.
not going to go find out.
You know what the problem
you will.
is you have
Gangsters will be running. Gangsters will be running your neighborhoods then.
Yeah, exactly. See,
Okay,
you gotta
and I'm
have
fine
it.
with that.
Well, the
you
problem is
need a balance. We're over policed.
I
The
would
problem is-
much rather go ahead, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
you
Smash.
got to have people that police your community have to be from the community. That
There
solves
you
the
go.
problem.
That's the magic answer.
Exactly.
Well, Pops, it really depends to me what gang set it is.
Right. I mean, like, and here's the thing. I would much rather deal with
I'm
gangsters
talking
than deal with
mafia.
cops. I would much rather deal with the mob than deal with the cops because you can fight the mob.
Yeah, even the mob, I'd rather deal with them. But my thing is, at the end of the day, it depends what gang set. You got some gang sets that stick to their original script, which is, you know what I'm saying, to police their communities because the police was doing wrong shit in their community. You know,
Yes.
but if it's shit about gang signs and colors and disrespect about dead homies and they're just killing each other, no, I don't want that type of gang running the
Yeah,
area.
I mean, and like, yo, if you
Type
stop
of world
protecting,
is a utopia, Mo. It'll never happen anyway. So
No.
you
And
can
if you
both
stop-
sit here and argue about it.
no, like, yo, if you stop protecting,
I'll be
women,
back. I
the
gotta
fam-
call the wife.
You're good. If you stop protecting women, the family comes back.
Well, this is the thing. They broke the nuclear family, like you were saying, right? They broke that, and they say, okay, you know, now they criminalize the guy, and and they bring in the culture of whoredom, you know, so-called sexual liberation for the women. So when we look at that, there's the wizard behind the curtain, you know, like the Wizard of Oz, and we're all like, damn, who the hell is making these goddamn laws? And like Pops was saying, creating stormtroopers and all of that. And it's with technology, man, this is on steroids. I look at it like how Pop and I see eye to eye on that. You got to have people that care about the community, that are from the community, that are there to police it, and then say, hey, your shift is in 2 hours. Just like when I was in the military, you had a guy on guard every hour throughout the night, and you wake up the other guy. Hey, man, it's your turn. Take the flashlight. You got to do this for an hour. You go to sleep. He wakes up the other guy, you know. So it's, you know, because again, remember in the olden days, they would have other people from other towns would come to pillage the neighboring town. So even though we're policing our own town, we need a force to protect us against outside invaders, foreign and domestic within the town. Like Pop was saying, something happens, somebody goes to, you know, they try to violate somebody, a woman or something like that.
Well, Tommy, who's going to stop a bank robber? Because this would be like Jesse West, man. I'll be robbing banks.
Well, and
like,
too, Pop, when you
somebody
think about
comes, like,
who's going to do the
stop letting,
detective
like,
work?
yo, you stop letting outsiders in your town.
Oh, come on now. I'm driving through your town. I see a bank. I stop and I rob it. Who's going to stop me?
Everybody who's armed in that bank.
Everybody who's on. Now the whole bank becomes the police. Come on now. You know that's a little crazy.
Well, and also, Pop, we would need, like, when you look at the federal level, you got to have guys that can investigate counterfeit money. You got to, I mean, the system is so freaking immense, man. It's not an octopus with 8 arms. This shit is tentacles everywhere. When you think about, all right, with currency, that's why coins were usually a little harder to fabricate than paper money. You can counterfeit that easier than coins. And when you think about it, really, if it went back to, you know, what was the quarter back in like 1930 or something, right? It was silver, right? Now, you know, it's not. Pennies were copper, right? Now there's zinc, you know, with some other stuff in it. So we're carrying around receipts for the gold that we're supposed to get for that receipt. It's not even a receipt anymore. It's a Federal Reserve note. Before, it used to be a silver certificate.
You don't like pasta, so I'm like, I'm fucking not making it. You're not gonna eat it.
Well,
You're gonna lose weight.
Yeah,
today.
I mean, you're talking about like going back to a hard currency, right?
Yeah, if we go back to coinage, you know, like it'll work because, you know, you look at
that's true. You worked all day. You didn't eat all day.
Is easier to carry than $300 or $1,000 and $20 bills.
So who's not hungry?
Hey, I don't think you're wrong. You know what I mean? Like, but like the problem you run into, right, is like in transactions. Yo, Pops, mute your mic. Pops.
I think he did.
All right. I'm saying, like, the problem you run into is in like transactional, right? Like the reason why we have like paper money and shit, right, is like you end up standing here, motherfucking like having certificates that like represent gold because like a transportation of large quantities of gold is dangerous, and on top of that, it's a pain in the dick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, definitely.
Put real
I think barter and trade would be
no good for you.
to bring that back in.
Tomorrow, I'll buy some waters.
You know what I mean? That's the entire purpose of like fiat money as a whole.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? Is to represent the motherfucking, like, so you can do like bank transactions long distance without really having to worry about, you know what I mean, fucking, I mean, all the other bullshit when it comes down to it.
Yeah. Hang on 1 second, man. I'll be right there.
All right.
Put the lid on here. Put the lid on. You spoiled. That's what it is.
All right.
You spoiled.
So what up, folks? Let's talk about the JQ.
Yeah, I'm back.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, Pop.
You know. Yeah. I'll hop back on in a little bit, man. It was great talking with you, Tom.
No doubt, man. Check me out
All
on Pinoy News.
All right, man.
All right. Yeah, y'all can check me out on Pinoy News. You know what I'm saying? Like, we had these type of discussions all the motherfucking time and shit. You know what I mean?
You don't like sandwiches either.
Yo, man, like this dude, like over here just talking about sandwiches and shit. You know what I mean? Like all this extracurricular and whatnot. Man, listen. Yo, Pop. Pop.
I was gonna make rice.
But the other one I used to be,
Pop.
I used to have like go fast cook. He come and put it on low. And I check, what is the rice?
Yeah,
Never broil. Never
Pop.
broil.
Pops.
Oh well. Tomorrow maybe you'll eat good.
No, tomorrow I'm leaving.
Oh really?
I'm leaving to Florida, remember?
So I'm not even gonna go to the store tomorrow.
Yo, Pops.
Don't worry. I'll eat pasta. I don't give a shit.
Man, listen, yo, my space crashed, man. You know what I mean? Like, I had a hard time for a little bit, but then I bought some stock in motherfucking, you know what I mean, Facebook, and I'm doing all right now. You know? Oh, my gosh, man. Listen, I can't mute this dude. Like, I don't have the power to mute him.
My nose is working.
Doesn't matter. You always
No, I smelled my underarm, I think. I swear. Hey, leave Mattia alone. Don't fuck with Mattia.
Yo, the cancer microphone, 100%. The cancer. Uncle Guns.
I'm happy he's coming home.
I don't want it to go crazy.
I got one of these things too. I didn't even know. Want one of these?
Yo, I'm about to bounce here in a second, like legit. Y'all are like fucking going ridiculous. Pops.
I like when Thea coming home because I'm bored when he's not. Like when I'm home and he's home, I like it.
No, it's not that. It's just Mo. Marina's crazy.
Yeah, I'm a man with a family too, but like this is why I don't do this shit at the crib around the family. You know what I mean?
I got going to get married and build it. Yeah, no.
Yo, man, listen. All right, I also invested in Twitter, and I invested in motherfucking YouTube, Discord. Like, yo, I was a founding member of Bitcoin. Nigga, I'm doing just fine right now. Like, yo.
Yeah, he's mad.
JP High shot a shotgun 11. Yeah, it's normal for us. Yo, all of us had guns in our hands real young.
So we all tried.
Like my 2-year-old shot 22.
Yeah, I told him wait a year. Go in there and then
Yo.
if he would have went in the Navy, he would have quit. The Marines too hard.
Marina's hard and plus that's the first one they want in line.
Yo, Pops.
All right, I'm back.
Pop.
I'm
Man,
here.
listen, your mic was on the entire time.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So what did I didn't say nothing bad.
I know, but like, you know how hard it is to have a conversation with anybody while I'm sitting here listening to you talk about motherfucking sandwiches and shit?
Oh, okay. Well, my sister came home. She was hungry. And I usually do the cooking, but I didn't feel like cooking tonight. She's like, oh, I'm so hungry.
Yeah, everybody bounces, just me and you.
Oh, all right. Well, hey, what do you want to talk about next? Let's talk.
I don't know,
Let's talk about this. I thought about this because I thought of you.
What up?
So you feel that all these politicians are incapable and they're donkeys and everything else.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to disagree with it up to a point, but here's what I'm telling you. This administration right now that we have, prior to them getting in office, they acted a lot different. I believe they're actually acting stupid on purpose. So when everybody could point the finger at them and say, look at these idiots, they can't even run our country. I believe they're acting dumber than they really are.
All right. So, like, what if I told you that the entire thing's being run by a bunch of college-educated, like, fucking 20-somethings?
You mean the country?
Yes.
I believe the older guys are running it with all the money.
Okay. I mean the government.
Well, the government, you got a lot of older people in there getting pushed by older rich billionaires to do what they want. So where are the young kids coming to play? Where are they? Behind the scenes?
All right. So, like, here's the thing. And this is something that, like, I've been noticing a lot recently, right? Like, have you dealt with cops here in the past, you know what I'm saying, like, couple of years?
Not that often. A couple of little things, but nothing big.
All right. How old were the cops that you dealt with?
I dealt with, let's say, 6 different cops for like stupid things, like my sister's dog. A few of them were there. A few of them were in their 40s. A few were in their 30s, and a few were in their 20s.
All right. So I've dealt with a bunch of cops as of recently, and I've been to court a bunch of times recently.
And they're
too,
young,
right? Young as fuck. Everybody in there was no more than 35 years old.
Oh, that I would believe. A majority of them are under 35.
Yeah. Right. So, like, the government in general, the old dudes are retiring and the old broads are retiring that were running things, right? And now the majority of the people in the fucking government are young. And they're ideologues.
Where are you talking about? The Congress, the Senate? What are you talking about?
No. I'm talking about, like, the bureaucrats running, like, the State Department, or like the individuals who are running, like, the top end of the fucking, like, Pentagon, or the bureaucrats at the Pentagon, right? Like, so, like, you gotta remember, like, so
generals,
like,
the government. I thought the generals run the Pentagon.
The generals don't run shit. The generals are just figureheads, right? So, like, the people who are actually, like, coming up with, like, decisions and all this type of shit, right? They're younger guys, right? Because in the military, if you're not like a general, you're not in like line to become a general or whatever it is, or an admiral, like you're going to retire with like your top pay, you know what I'm saying, after 20 years.
Right.
Right. You know what I mean? And so with that being said, like you're just going to leave. Why would you continue working when you didn't have to?
But what does the age got to do with it? Get to the point.
These, like all of it's been turned over to the younger generations now.
Right.
And they're all ideologues. They're not really thinking about like the long-term ramifications of what they're doing. You understand what I'm saying?
So you're telling
Right.
me all these young kids want to change? They're making all this shit happen. Why? Like we're gonna have food. We have food issues, supply chain issues, and they're causing all this.
None of them have ever worked a day in their lives, as compared to like the older, like the boomers and like the older Gen Xers and shit, where like, you know, their first job probably wasn't with the state. It was like delivering newspapers or like, you know.
What are they trying to do? Well, they don't know what they're doing, is what you're saying.
Yeah. They're just, they're worthless. All they know is college and school.
All right.
That's all they know is college, school, and maybe they've worked for like a nonprofit organization, like an NGO.
You're talking at local levels, but you're not talking at governmental levels.
Oh, no. I'm literally
overreach.
No, I'm literally talking about like congressional aides, right? Motherfuckers working in like the FBI, people working in like the Department of Justice, individuals working in, you know, I mean, the State Department.
All
They're
right.
all
with that.
kids. They're all like under 35.
So when you're
right,
when I was 30 years old, I was at my prime. I mean, like my mind was working like sharp as a whistle.
Oh, I feel you.
So to
Right, I'm not
investigate a
saying-
crime, I don't think that matters. If I'm in the FBI 30 and you're a criminal, you're a criminal. There's no in between.
Yeah. But like these are kids who all went to college like during the period of like BLM, you know what I'm saying? And like
they're
the
liberal,
vest
you're saying.
movement. Not just liberal. Fuck liberal. Like
They're
these
brainwashed?
motherfuckers they are literally motherfucking like ideologues. Like the reason why like we had what was known as the Arab Spring, right, as a whole, was because the kids in the State Department who were like, you know what I mean, like writing policy and shit,
Yeah.
right, literally like fucking said, we don't want to work with these despots anymore, right? And so like they said, if we fucking put like democracies in here, you know, like the whole world will become, you know what I'm saying, like a better place, right? And like, yo, they fucking gave them democracies and they elected these right-wing, like Muslim Brotherhood motherfucking governments and shit. Like Afghanistan, like they tried to put a democracy in Afghanistan, they elected the Taliban. Right?
Well, maybe they
You know what
didn't
I mean?
elect them. Maybe they just cheated, just like everything else.
No. They elected the fucking Taliban.
Oh my
Right?
goodness.
Because like literally, like, yo, these fucking kids don't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
Mm. So
You understand what I'm saying?
Right, but we don't have a lot of young kids in powerful positions that can make law.
We do.
The older
Well, all
people
right.
are still making the
Yo,
laws, man.
You don't make any laws is the thing, right? Like, yo, none of this is through law. This is all through bureaucracy. Like the people advising the president are kids.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Right? And so like they go, well, we don't know what to do.
Idiots. Like they act like,
Yeah.
like they can't even talk anymore. Like all of a sudden, Kamala Harris laughs and can't talk. But prior to her becoming the vice president, she pretty much sounded like a lawyer, Mo. She had her shit together.
Yeah, Kamala legitimately is a figurehead. Right? Same with Biden. Just a
But
figurehead.
why is
They're
she
not-
acting so dumb when she's not? Is that you,
Yo,
JP?
because she doesn't have any.
What's up? What's
Yo, what
up?
up?
What's up? Man?
Yo, what up?
Right, that's
Right?
you.
Like, yo, they don't have any
Right.
real power, right? As a whole, like these fucking bureaucrats, like the bureaucrats underneath of them that are actually like enacting policy and like, you know what I mean, like giving orders and shit, you know what I mean, and like standing here actually running things are all kids. And every time they run into a problem, what they do is they go to Harvard or Yale and they ask them what to do. That's why you're getting these shitty decisions. Or the New York Times writes an editorial or like something about what they're doing, and then they follow the advice of the New York Times.
So you don't believe in Schwab there, whatever what's his name?
Klaus
Charles Schwab.
No, that.
Not Charles Schwab, Klaus Schwab. You don't believe that?
Klaus Schwab, yeah.
You don't believe that the globalists.
No,
So you don't believe you believe the what is that? The Bilderberger Group and all these groups, Club of Rome. You believe they have no power. It's the young kids.
No. What I'm saying is that our government's being run by a bunch of fucking kids. It's why
you don't
none of
believe
the
it's being run by the Bilderberger Group and all that shit.
Like, yo, when it comes down to some shit, sure, right?
Some
but like
shit.
when it comes down to like day-to-day policies, it's being run by these fucking kids.
I mean, Pops, like that's the wrong question. Pinoy, that's the wrong fucking answer. I mean, you gotta understand, man, like governments are created by people who broke rules, period. I mean, that's the starting point. I mean,
What are they created by, JP? I couldn't hear you. Governments are created by what, JP?
Governments are created by people that broke rules. That's it. I mean, what is a rule?
Broke rules and keep breaking them.
I mean, like, what is a rule? A rule ain't nothing but some ink on a sheet of paper. That's it. I mean, a rule is only as strong as those that are willing to enforce it in reality. I
So
mean,
you don't believe there's a global takeover right now?
I mean,
They're trying.
yes, I mean,
They are trying, but
they're
they're
hard,
trying.
but you know, I mean, like, but I mean, look at the people that's doing the takeover. I mean, these are people that broke the rules. My point exactly.
Well, like,
What
so
are y'all
Nancy
talking about?
Nancy
agree.
Pelosi recently said
Yeah,
something
yeah,
that was
like, yeah. What
she
did-
said
what
she
did-
said she
what did
said
Nancy
some
do?
right
She
shit.
broke rules. That's it. My point
Wait.
is
She said some shit that was really right recently.
What did she
Right?
say?
She said inflation is a sign that people have jobs. And I was like,
No,
God damn, I
bullshit. No,
cannot,
no.
I cannot.
Yeah.
Hang on, wait, listen, this is important.
Nobody has jobs, man. What are you talking about?
No, listen,
Unemployment's
everybody
high.
has jobs. Everyone has jobs. They're paying $35 an hour for Amazon workers here.
No,
I don't believe that shit.
No,
I
no.
swear to God. No, they have it.
I mean,
No, they have it
if they're
advertised
paying
everywhere.
that, it's not because of inflation. No, like inflation
No.
doesn't exist. Like
Okay,
it's
really simply put, boomers are retiring, right? So our workforce is going down by a third. By the end of this year, the majority of boomers will be retired, right? So our workforce is shrinking. Like, if you actually look at the workforce numbers, it's going
That's
down.
why they're letting all the immigrants in on purpose.
Yeah, I feel you, right? That's one of their solutions for this. But literally, like, yo, this is where inflation's coming from. It's because people are making more money. So there's more demand.
I don't know. Most jobs I see out there are paying like $15 an hour. They're not paying $35 in Amazon. I maybe in your one area because they can't get anyone.
Right, no,
Amazon is
literally, like-
flying immigrants on planes right now as we speak to Miami, paying them $15 an hour each. They're coming from the DR or Honduras, and they're putting them up in hotels, 4 people to a room, and they're paying for their room and their meals, and they're paying them $15 an hour because they don't want to pay union.
Well, like, all right, so really simply put, like, yo, when people have more money in their pockets, they're able to buy more goods, right? And literally right now is the best time it's ever been to be an American worker since the 1970s.
That doesn't explain anything. I mean, why would they stop a good time from going on and all that? Unless there's some other agenda behind it. Or something
Well, no. Like, yo, it's really simple. Like, all right, so like there's 2 principles behind this. One is like, all right, so if more people have more money, the inflation goes up, right? But the second part is more people have more money, we get more tax dollars.
Okay.
Right?
No. That's not true. Otherwise, like, how did COVID-19 happen? There was a lot of money, but there wasn't a lot of tax revenue. That's
well,
why
like, yo,
COVID-19 happened.
here's the crazy thing. Like, yo, legitimately. So if you have all the boomers start dying off because, like, you know, old people die of illnesses in general, right? Their immune system's not as strong as everybody else's. Imagine the life insurance payout that's going to happen, and how hard that would hit the market from their investments disappearing.
I mean, I'm looking at ads right now for Amazon, where I live in Jersey. They're only paying tractor trailer drivers. What's all them guys that can drive tractor trailers? They're only paying them like $25 an hour. So you're telling me I could come where you are and go work inside the warehouse, pulling packages for $35?
Yeah.
Oh,
You're
no.
talking about truck drivers, Tommy.
Yeah, like that. The conditions are going to be shit. Number one.
Yeah, I know that, but you're telling me in the warehouse, or you're telling me the drivers, like the freight drivers?
Yeah, you got to have a CDL to do that.
Freight drivers with a CDL are going to make $35 an hour. I'll agree with that. But don't tell me the average person's work. There ain't no jobs out there, Mo. You're crazy.
Yo, warehouse application, motherfucking $22 an hour with a $3,000 sign-on bonus. Right now.
Here's the deal.
Right?
There are no good jobs out there. They're all bullshit jobs. Let's put it that way.
Yo, they're not bullshit jobs. You're like, yo, listen, do you want to be a fucking college-educated fuckhead using your motherfucking, like, your underwater lesbian basket weaving degree? Or do you want to fucking, like, make money at a fucking warehouse stacking boxes all day for the same goddamn money and not have to have the fucking college debt?
No, I said, like, dude, I didn't go to college.
I don't think they're paying that type of money in the warehouse.
They are. They're giving a $3,000 sign-on bonus just to fucking come in.
Well, you got to stay there a certain amount of time, then you get the money. But okay, but still, they're giving you a bonus. That's great.
That's $3,000 the first 6 months.
But that's right? Where you are. That ain't where I am.
I'm saying legit. Well, because New Jersey's overpopulated as fuck, right? And like y'all, they're leaving. You know what I'm saying?
According to who? Hold on. New Jersey is overpopulated. Who told you that?
New Jersey's overpopulated. There's too many people in New Jersey.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Hold on.
Have you ever been to New Jersey? Have you ever been to New Jersey?
Populated, by the way, buddy.
Yo, North Jersey is fucking populated as fuck. So South Jersey. The middle of it's kind of
not overpopulated. Who told you that? I mean,
the whole state don't even have a lot of people. Let's see how many people.
It has. There's 8 million people in fucking New Jersey.
That's not a lot. New York City has 9 million.
There's 8 million people in fucking New Jersey.
You know how much business there is in New Jersey? 8 million's nothing.
Yeah, but they're all packed into fucking cities in your fucking state. There's very
Jersey
few
and New York. It would be.
No, there are in Europe.
I mean, like, it's not overpopulated. You know what I'm saying?
It is.
According
Jersey's
to who?
pretty big, Tommy. It's not overpopulated here. Believe me.
That's why the cost of living is so goddamn high in New Jersey.
No, because the reason why is because you're spread out. You got a lot of property.
People raise prices deliberately. I mean, like,
no. Yo, it's really simply put. Like, yo, it's about the man. Like, yo, there's so many goddamn people who want to live in New Jersey and travel into fucking New York. Right? In North Jersey.
Think that, like, no, like, these motherfuckers, like,
there's no jobs out there.
Closed doors and all that. Like, no, like, they do things on purpose like that. Like, it ain't because of inflation. Like, no, like, you watch too much TV. Like, that's it. Yeah, I mean,
no,
that's that talking point.
Listen,
that's the talking point. Like, you watch too much TV. Like, you know, I said, TV told you it was inflation. Like, no, like, businesses raise the price because they want to. That's the start.
Yo, have you seen the cost of shipping?
No, businesses raise the price.
Have you seen the cost of shipping? The cost of diesel is $6 a gallon. Do you think the price is not going to go up? The cost of motherfucking moving a container in the past 2 years went from $2,000 from China to California to $20,000.
How did that happen? How?
People no longer wanted to do that job. There's been a 12-fold increase in the fucking cost of pay in China.
How do you
China's labor is now more expensive than Mexico.
And how did that happen?
People are dying.
Well, number one, but number two, on top of that, literally, like, they're running out of workers because their population's aging too. They're aging faster than we are. And they didn't have any kids. Like, we didn't have any fucking kids.
I mean, like, what does age have to do with labor costs? That don't mean shit.
When you become old, you can't work anymore.
I mean, like, it's okay. I get the old people's part, but like, why labor costs going down? Like, does everybody want to like be
like
robots?
yo, once you have to rely on your younger workers because you have a third of your population in the same age bracket, right? A third of our population is fucking over the age of 60, right? Really simply put, the third of the population is boomers. They're retiring en masse. Once they're all retired, a third of the workforce disappears. That means the lower part of your workforce, you have to pay them more because there's less of them, and they can demand more money because you need them. It's really simply put, like, yo, if you have less cars to sell, the cars cost more money.
It depends on the people in that position in the first place. Okay, I mean, if they're ignorant, like, they might not be able to finagle that. But I get what you're saying, though.
Right, so like, yo, like, you notice we have a chip, we have a chip manufacturing
you're acting
shortage
like
right
it's automatic. No, like, you're acting like it's automatic or something like that.
It is.
Yeah. No, it's quite
yes.
not.
The moment you can't hire people, you have to start paying more to bring them in the door.
Yeah. I mean, yes. In a perfect world, in the world that you're used to, and all that, like in the world that I'm familiar with,
that's how that works. That's why the cost of fucking pay and the wages in the United States has gone up by like 30% in 3 years.
Yes, I mean, it makes a lot of business sense to us, but you know, people don't think like us in the real world and all that. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's how supply and demand works. Less labor, higher demand, right? You'll higher pay, right? When you have cars, right? Like right now, car prices are obscene, right? Right now, the car prices are obscene. You know why? Because there's no cars. They can't build them because they don't have enough fucking chips. Because of the government mandating all that safety bullshit, right? So you have no chips to build the cars. There's no cars. A car is going to cost you more money.
No, like you're presupposing that human labor is a commodity. Like, no, like
it is.
Those are people. No, those are people.
It's a commodity like every other commodity except it cares, right? So, like, if human beings say, like, yo, I'm not going to go. If human beings say, I'm not going to go do that job, right? And you go, well, how about this? I'll double the fucking pay. How about now? And like, well, maybe now I'll go do that job.
No,
that's why McDonald's in my area hires for like $17 an hour. Sheep, the fucking local convenience stores hiring for 19.
Like, dude, like, it's like my trade, man. Like, it don't matter how much.
What's your trade?
Electrician. Like, it don't matter how much it pays. Like, people just ain't gonna do it. Like, they don't want to fuck with it.
Okay, I feel you. Right?
You ain't take that part into consideration. You ain't never take. I
do take that part into consideration. That's why it is like we're having a major shortage in a lot of areas. Like right now in truck drivers, there are truck driving companies that have 300% turnover. That means for every 4 drivers they bring in, 3 of them leave.
I said like no, like that's working conditions. That's a working condition issue, something like that. That's like you know, people got sort of bill of goods or something like that. Oh no, they got the plastic gums and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't got nothing to do with, you know, supply and demand, none of that. Like,
it has everything to do with supply and demand. You know damn well, as an electrician, you are in high demand right now.
I mean, yeah, but I like what I do though.
Shut up. Yo, I feel you. Everybody's like, yo, you're not the only one. All of us are like this right now.
No, I'm speaking for me now. I like what I do. I ain't gonna tell no lie. I like what I do.
I know. I got you. Like, I used to do electrical work.
Okay, what do you do now?
I'm a truck driver.
Okay, you didn't like it that much, then.
Well, like, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I wasn't interested in going through the schooling. You know what I'm saying? Like, my dad was an HVAC guy growing up, so I was always on the job site. I did electrical, I did plumbing, I did fucking, you know what I mean, like, installing ductwork, like, the whole 9, framing, everything, you know what I mean? Right?
No, like, you was a handyman. That's what you was. You was a handyman.
Well, I'm saying, like, I was an HVAC guy, right? And I mean, like my pops was an HVAC guy. Like I was taught how to do HVAC work, fix kitchen equipment. Like I used to do fucking small appliance repair. And I mean, like a whole nine. I've done all this type of shit. Anyway, right? Yo, look, you are in high demand right now. Everybody with a trade.
Tommy, that ain't no electrician.
Yeah, no, you're not an electrician. Period. Like,
I mean, I wired houses. I wired houses, and then like an inspector pulled the permit, or a fucking actual electrician pulled the permit. You know what I mean? Like I did all this shit.
Yeah, like, can you automate a house and all that? No. Okay, you're not an electrician. Be quiet. No.
I can automate a house. It's not that difficult. But like, yo, look, the whole point is right. Like, yo, the whole point is it's really not that hard. But with the Legos and shit nowadays, it's pretty easy, right? But like, yo, the whole point as an in general thing is like literally anybody with a trade is in insane demand right now. Mechanic shops. Has anybody taken their car to the mechanic recently? The motherfuckers are booked out like fucking 4 months in advance right now. There's a lot of demand, right? That means the pay's going up because, like, yo, you can charge a premium for whatever it is you do. And if you're not charging a premium, that's your fault, JP. I hate to be a dick. That's your goddamn fault for not charging a premium, right? These aren't artificial shortages. These are real shortages, right?
No. That doesn't make sense. I mean, if there's shortages, then that means there's people not making money. There's people not making money.
No. Like, yo,
people that can't afford it. I mean, like you're automatically assuming that there's some other industry where there's a surplus of money to be made at. Hold on.
Yeah, you know how long? Wait. All right, here's the problem. Okay, how long does it take? How long does it take to turn around and make a different fucking microchip when you're making one already? How long does it take to stop and turn around and make a new one? Do you know how long to retool?
It takes about years. I mean, you got to retool the plant, the manufacturing, and all that. The engineering.
This is why you have shortages. How long does it take to build a new fucking plant, and how much money you're going to make off of it, and how long is it going to be before you make that money?
It's going to take
years.
It's going to take a while.
Years.
It's going to take years.
Billions, and years. So, in order to invest billions, if you want to invest billions of dollars, right, to stand here and create a new microchip factory, right, it's still going to take years to bring it in.
Yeah,
that's why we have shortages.
No, like that's why you don't invest in tech directly and all that.
I'm saying, yo, this is why we have shortages. This is why. It's because, like, yo, it takes a long time to start up a plant and manufacture shit. You can go, oh, there's people not making money. Yeah, because the amount of money they're going to make is in the millions, and the amount they're going to have to invest is in the billions.
Like, do you realize what you're saying? If people not making money, like, they can't spend money in other industries. Like how does that affect food costs and all that? How does that affect gas prices and all that?
Well, it's really simple how all this shit affects food costs, right? Yo, the food costs are really simple. The average age of a farmer, an agricultural manager or a rancher, is 59 years old.
Okay.
And they make. Do you know how much? Do you know how much they make? $45,000.
Money they make.
45,000 a year.
What do they do with the money they make? I mean, like, do they buy food? Do they grow their own food?
Combines. They have to buy combines, property taxes, fertilizer, motherfucking pesticides, goddamn fucking herbicides, fucking transportation to market, diesel, all these things.
Okay, shit. You got an investment strategy there. Okay, well, shit.
Well, I'm saying, yo, look,
Tommy, you said there's plenty of jobs, by the way. I'm gonna change my statement. Let me explain this to you. There are plenty of jobs, but there aren't plenty of jobs in a lot of people's careers that they used to do. So now they got to change their whole job description and do something that they didn't do. Like, I'll give you an example. Car salesman. Their car sales are down. They can't even get the parts to make the cars. There are no car salesman jobs. They're actually laying car salesmen off. Okay? So now restaurants, waiters, all those restaurants that closed down because of the fucking, whatever you want to call it, the plague. Okay? All these waiters, cooks, they all lost their jobs. There are none because there's an over amount of those. Now, Amazon needs people because of the plague, Amazon's business boomed. So they need more people. But a guy that was like a car salesman doesn't want to go fucking work in Amazon. You follow me? So this is the problem.
I don't care.
The big guys.
My starting point is that all these corporations make money. How are they getting their money?
They don't.
Well, no,
here's the problem. Wait.
They don't even make money. Their stock makes them money.
Yes. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with the ideology of companies make money. They don't. Right? This is the problem that we have right now.
That was my point. Like, you didn't let me finish. Be quiet. You didn't let me finish.
Go ahead.
So how do people make money? that was my point. Like, okay, like, you got this $1 billion corporation. How do they get their money? People spend money on the corp. Well, how do the people that spend money into that corporate make their money? They have a bunch of jobs and all that. Like, you go to the store, you pay something. Okay, like that person gets paid, and then you get gas. That person gets paid. All that shit. And all that. So what is that? It's network, it's industry, and all that. I mean, you have to like, okay. I mean, you just got this belief that just be a corporation and just get rich. It's not that simple.
No. What I'm telling you is that, like, jobs right now are paying way more than they've paid in years, right? And like, that car salesman, fuck him. If he doesn't want to go, like, there's warehouses out here right now on 78. They're making like 3 days a week. They're offering you a 36-hour a week job, $34 an hour is their starting pay, right? Plus a $5,000 sign-on bonus, and you only have to work 3 days a week.
So where did this inflation come from? I mean, like, a muscle car 50 years ago cost you like $2,000. Now it costs you like $60,000. Like,
yeah.
So where did that come from then? Where did that come from?
Well, number one, like, there's a lot more shit in a car. Like, the average muscle car weighed way less than what the fuck these cars weigh today, right? It's fucking crazy how that works. Like, legitimately, like, these fucking cars today, right, are weighing like a Toyota Camry today weighs like 4,500 pounds.
I said muscle car, not a family sedan. Muscle car.
Again, where did the GTO come from? What was the GTO's original name of their car?
It doesn't matter. I mean, muscle car.
It was a Pontiac Tempest, right? It was a fucking bullshit sedan.
I don't keep up with penis wagons, so I don't know.
Yeah, I love fucking cars. It's my favorite thing, right? I love cars. I'm a fucking car guy.
I mean, cars are cool. Like,
I love cars. I'm a car guy.
Man, I'm a roadster guy. I'm a roadster sports car guy. I'm not a muscle car penis wagon type of dude.
Okay, all right. You're a muscle car guy, right? So like you want to you're a sports car. You're a sports car guy.
I'm not a muscle car guy. Like
you're a sports car guy. All right. So like old BMWs, right? Fucking like the 1970s and 80s BMWs that everybody loves, right? They weighed around like fucking 2,800 pounds. Right, fucking, fully laden, right? Today's BMWs that they're putting out, right? Today's BMWs that they're putting out weigh around like 6,000 pounds, right? Like, there's way more shit in them. The computer technology, the fucking front crumple zones, the roll bars, the fucking magnesium all fucking parts, aluminum, carbon fiber, fucking double clutch fucking gearboxes, all this fucking shit. The amount of shit in these fucking cars and the amount of process it takes to build them is fucking insane. There's nobody working.
It's too many bullshit features. I mean, I'm not buying that.
I agree with you. I don't like them. I don't like them as a personal thing. I'm an old school guy. I like fucking the feel of the road. That's my mentality. I like a stick
simple and all that shit. Just simple, just a small body, curvy and all that shit, I like to work the corners in my car, so I like to negotiate corners myself, man. Like, that's more fun than just going fast in a straight line.
Man, I like highway running. Me personally. You know what I'm saying? I like running down the motherfucking highway and enjoying myself. You know what I'm saying? Just feeling the wind. You know what I mean? And just rumble of the fucking motor. You know what I mean? Like just the feel of the wheel and shit. I love that. Right? That's my shit. Anyway,
yeah. Okay.
Right?
That's
but
cool.
The whole point is, right? Yeah. Like I'm not a super like fucking go fast type of guy, but I like the ability to be able to go fast. You know what I mean? Like I want to be able to step on the gas and feel like the earth's coming to an end, right? That's kind of my mental and shit. Anyway, so but the whole point is the reason why cars cost so much more today is number one, all that extra shit. But number two, because like the American worker is making a fuck ton more money than they made back then when it's measured in dollars, right? Not like nominally, like because like you're making the same money that you made back in '78, right? Like technically, when you go and like you factor in the cost of motherfucking inflation and shit, really like the lower classes actually lost money in real gains. You know what I mean? The lower middle class.
That's not the starting point. Like the starting point was like people got credit. Like this.
You're wrong, Tommy. You're wrong about that cost of living my ass. In 1978, you could have bought a house for how much? Compared to what you were making.
Yeah, again, like
a house
literally
like twice your salary. Now a house is 10 times your salary.
Well, all right. So the average worker in America makes fucking 60 grand a year, right?
No.
And the average house in the
they
United
don't
States
make
is
60 grand. You're wrong.
60. It's 60.
No, it ain't.
No,
it's
no.
Way lower than, it's way lower than that.
Way lower than that. It's about $30,000 a year. Actually.
You want to know the average salary of an American?
The average
I'm gonna look it up.
salary of an American is about $30,000 a year.
Nah, it's a little higher, I think. I think like 33, 34, something like that.
The average annual wage in 2019 in the U.S. was $51,916.
$916. 2019, it's $31,000.
Minus credit, you know.
And the average, I'm looking at it right now. The average annual wage in 2019 in the U.S. was $51,916.27.
In what year?
2019.
I'm looking at it. It says 31,000.
Right. You're looking at the median. I'm looking at the average.
What is the average salary in the U.S. in 2019? All right, 51,000. Okay.
Okay. So
and the median annual wage. I got you. All right. So 51.
Yeah.
So how much is a house? How much is a house today? A 3-bedroom house for an average man.
All right. So
here's where you're at.
Let's do numbers.
Might cost you between 150 to 200. If you go to California.
1978 average American salary. Let's do the numbers.
About $8,000.
Right. So in 1978, money income 1978.
The average home price is $142,225.
All right. And how much was a house in 1978?
Right. So that's about 3 times the average salary. Right. So.
And the average income was $17,000, it looks like, in 1978. U.S. average household income by year, 1978, $17,700.
$55,700.
Was that average house?
Yep.
Well, then the numbers are close.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. All right.
I don't believe an average house is 160, though. I don't know where that number comes from.
Well, all right, because like when you look at the all right, so like a lot of times like the dramatized things, like to make things seem worse, what a lot of people do is they look at the average price of a new house, which is like $390,000, right? But the average price of a home, which is just like any house that you're buying, right, as a whole, is $140,000.
You buy a house from someone else? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. You know what I mean? Rather than buying a house that like you're gonna have somebody build for you.
Well, it's way more expensive to live today than it did in 1978.
Oh, yeah, I feel you. Like 100% agree with you that it is way more expensive to live today than it was then, right? Like I completely agree with you, 100%. But right, so like, all right, what I'm saying is though the reasons why we have inflation as a whole is because the American worker has more money, right? Inflation is driven by human beings in the economy having more money. Right,
yeah,
because
like pumped a lot of money into the economy.
Yeah, I mean that's partially true. Like America,
right? So like here's the thing.
There's a lot of credit in circulation too. Like that's
if you don't, well, like credit's a problem right now. There's like nobody
earned money. Like you was presupposing, it's not all hard-earned money. Otherwise,
okay. Well,
here's would be relatively low.
So here's the thing, right? Here's the problem that we're having right now, right? Is that so like a lot of people don't understand inflation, right? Like everybody has that Milton Friedman mentality, which that guy's a fucking retard, right? Milton Friedman was a fucking moron, and everybody needs to forget everything he ever said. But like the mentality is that these people,
that's it.
Basically what it is if you can't, all right, if there's not enough demand for a product, the price will drop. Very simple, right? Like if people can't buy it, it won't be that price. Very simple.
I said, welcome to the black pill, motherfucker. Now you see where we're coming from when you talk about
the dollar's value is going down too. That's what's causing inflation.
Just imagine dating coaches using credit cards to impress some bitch.
The price of goods will be set. The price of goods will be set by the amount of money the fucking economy will take in order to produce it.
Yes.
Right? Because like if people can't buy it, it's not going to be a product anymore.
No. That's not reality. If people can't buy it, like they will take out a credit card and get it anyway. That would diminish the value of the dollar. You work hard for it, and I work hard for it. I know that firsthand.
Well, either way it goes,
people are greedy bastards in real life.
TVs, how much TVs went down. So you're right.
Yes. Right. That's the point, right? So like literally prices are set by fucking demand, not by motherfucking like the amount of money in the system. Right. And so like really simply put, like as more workers retire, the higher our wages go. The more inflation there will be in the system because the average, all right, so like the amount of money that the American worker is going to pull out of the GDP, out of production is going to rise because you demand that much money. Well, that's what we're doing. That's what's happening right now.
No, like you already got to presuppose that credit and all that shit don't exist. Like, I mean, like you go to a store right now. I know
credit exists. Right, that's why they want that's why they want females to be free. It's because like females will buy everything on credit.
No, credit is a contributor to inflation as well. There's more money in circulation. That's it. What is credit?
Correct. But when the credit cards run out and people still can't buy it, the price goes down.
Yeah, but the amount of credit.
How does credit run out? Explain that to me. How does credit run out?
People run out of credit. They're not only allowed a certain amount each person.
Yeah. Like, because it no longer becomes viable for the bank to be able to loan you money that you can't pay. Right. I mean, that you literally like they know there's no way you're ever going to be able to pay that.
Credit cards, right? Like they'll never crunch down now. They don't give you those big limits anymore.
Yeah, it used to be way different. Like back in the 2000s.
Eligible for credit, new names.
I had cards with 15, 20 grand limits. Can't get that no more.
Yeah. Like that shit don't exist. Like it used to be back in like the 2000s. Fuck, they would give anybody with a pulse a credit card, right? But like that's all gone now, right? They don't have like it's just like the mortgage shit, right? Like there's a reason why like they don't have a run on motherfucking houses and shit because like people can't get the fucking mortgages because they don't have anybody credit worthy to give it to anymore.
You gotta have decent credit just to get a fucking car.
Yeah, like, or you're gonna be paying 22% fucking interest,
and if you're lucky, and you better have a down payment and a job.
Yeah. And that's really what it is right now, right? So understand something like things are different than you think they are. It's really simple. Inflation's driven by demand and demand is driven by fucking wages. Americans have more money in their pocket. So they'll be able to buy more shit. It's that simple. Wages have gone up. It's a very basic premise.
Well, it's the same thing with cars. If cars get higher gas mileage, the gas will go up because the Saudis want their money. They don't care.
Well, sort of, kind of like if demand decreases, right? Like if our economy crashes and like nobody's able to afford the shipping rates anymore because like they can't buy the diesel, right? Then like demand collapses, and then the price goes down.
Yeah, but what the Saudis do is they just cut production down.
They can do that, you know what I mean? But it doesn't mean that like
they don't negotiate.
No. Because like dude, like literally last year oil hit, or 2 years ago oil hit zero.
Yeah, because we were pumping our own.
Well, we've been pumping we're still pumping our own. We're still a net exporter of oil.
Uber was still active in the game and all that stuff. So there's a lot of gas been burnt and all that. So
right, Russia provided 10% of the world's gas. Right. And like they're still providing that. All that oil is still flowing to Europe and shit. So like it's not a problem.
I mean,
right? They're still buying all that shit. Like
it's still going up today, but the difference is like they said, "Fuck the dollar." You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll trade with other countries because the Ukraine
not like though,
situation.
because Russia wasn't even being paid in dollars. They were being paid in euros, and they're demanding rubles. Like this is a negotiation between the EU and fucking Russia. It has nothing to do with the dollar at all.
And gold. Like Russia's
No,
considering
the
getting
euro.
paid in gold now.
Yeah. Because they were getting paid in the euro.
Yeah.
And they're locked out of the euro accounts.
And then, like, you know, old dipshit, like he trying to put sanctions on Russia. Like that's gonna hurt them.
I mean, it does hurt them as a whole, right? But like, again, this is the shit that like legitimately, like, I'm explaining to you motherfucking economics 105 right now. Like I'm taking you to motherfucking school and shit. So you understand exactly like what's really going on, because like I'll be honest with you, most people don't have any idea about any of this shit. They just think that like inflation is driven by like the US government printing money. But it's not. Because the US government doesn't. The vast majority of money in our system is printed by banks.
But they're going to kill the supply for working. They're just going to let a ton of immigrants in here.
Yeah, that's what they're going to try to do. But here's the great thing. Net immigration.
Why do we have a credit system to begin with? Why do we have credit system to begin with?
Net immigration from Mexico. Net immigration from Mexico has been negative for the past 10 years.
Why do we have credit then if inflation isn't created by money supply? Why do we have credit?
Credit is nowhere near the level where it was like fucking 15 years ago.
So why was it started in the first place?
Credit?
Yeah. Why was
because like
in the first place?
Because like it moves out
the American dream illusion.
Well, no, like because like you have to be able to smooth out downtimes, right? So like let's say like you're a business and you need to be able to like buy product to manufacture goods, right? So you can ship it out and then get paid, right? And like most of these companies get paid in like 3-month timelines. That's when like the contracts are settled or whatever. So in that 3 months between like you shipping the product out, them receiving it, and them paying you, right? Literally like, you're not having any money coming in. So you're going to need credit to be able to like pay your employees and keep operating.
So it's wrong for a person to get welfare, but a corporation can get all the welfare they want?
That's credit. They have to pay that back.
What if they don't? Like, what if they pay it back in political bribes and all that type of stuff?
They pay it to banks. The government's not giving them the money. The goddamn fucking banks are. That's how credit operates. That's just like, when you start a business, you have to have credit to motherfucking like make payroll sometimes, or be able to get a new piece of equipment that you can't afford flat out, right? Like, let's say like, you're a fucking you're an electrician. You need a new van, right? Because your van breaks down.
No, I'm trying to get back to the starting point of all of this shit. That's what I'm trying to get back to. Like,
forget about
why was this shit invented in the first place?
Right, I mean, like that's what credit's for, right?
In the first place, somebody somewhere got greedy. How did this all happen in the first place?
Greed.
I'm trying to get back to the starting point and all that. Like, I ain't trying.
How did all this happen in the first place? Like, everybody moved to the cities. Everyone moved to the cities and stopped having kids. That's how all this happened in the first place.
Like I said, like, you're arguing from a presupposition that this is already happening. Like, no, like.
Yes, this has been on the way for this has been on the way for 40 years.
It's been way longer than that. I mean,
well, no, like listen, as soon listen, when you move, when you have children on a farm, right? The kids are farm equipment. When you have kids in a 2-bedroom apartment, they're St. Bernards that are loud and expensive, right? So you stop having them. We all stopped having children. Right. And when you don't have a replacement fucking like generation of children, that means that like your entirety of your fucking economy doesn't work anymore because it's all built off of growth. These companies have been living on scraps for years. Walmart makes a 3% profit. Amazon fucking their retail business doesn't make any money. It's the Amazon web design that makes money. Their web services is what makes money. Right, legit. These companies aren't making a profit, so that means every time, when they're not charging, that's why like That's why like the price of like food hasn't gone up, right? Like McDonald's, all this type of shit, like really hasn't gone up a whole lot in really comparison to like everything the fuck else. Like, yeah, a meal's like $8 or $9, but that's not anything in the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Right? The price of like fucking silver is $45 an ounce, the premium.
To us that got money, that's not that much. But what about folks that's living paycheck to paycheck and all that? It's a lot to them.
Yo, dude, yo, McDonald's, a meal at McDonald's in 2000, that's 22 fucking years ago, was motherfucking $5. It's gone up $3 in 22 years with all the stimulus.
Who cares about McDonald's? I don't eat that shit. Let's talk about
I feel you, but like, yo, it's food, right? It's food. Like, you know what I'm saying, like hamburger.
Pound of chop meat 20 years ago.
I mean,
20 years ago,
How much was a gallon of milk?
What
yo,
is
the same price. It was the same. Yo, price. Milk's fixed. The price of milk is fixed. I don't know if it is there, but like it is here. Price of milk's fixed here. Hamburger, right? Hamburger was like what? Fucking, what was it? $1.95 to $2.50 a pound back in 2000. Today, yeah, today it's motherfucking what? $3?
$3.99 to $4.49.
Right? Yo, it's $3.
No way. You're not getting chopped meat for $3.
What? Like fucking hamburger?
Nope.
$3.99.
$3.99.
I bought
$3.99,
chopped meat,
right?
like, I paid $7 for it. I paid $7 per pack. It was about a pound and a half of it. So
yeah, it's a pound and a half. Yo, a pound of it is about $4. Right? And again, that's not that much. That's literally like, yo, think about it like this. Back in the 60s, you spent a quarter of your income on food. Today, we did this math earlier, you're spending a 16th because the average person spends $400 a month to eat. 400. That's math, son. That's
400.
math.
400 is a 16th of what amount?
Of your pay.
So everybody's making what, roughly $6,400 a month or something like that.
4 times 16 is.
Yeah, Tommy, those numbers are off.
4 times 16 is motherfucking what? 68. 68.
$6,400 a month, basically.
6,400.
Everybody in the country is making $6,400 a month.
Right. All right. So like 6,400 a month's about 1,500 a week, fucking give or take. Yeah, 1,500 a week.
That's 75.
Which averages. Yeah, that's right around there. Right, because the average person makes about 60.
We just looked the average income. It's 51,000.
All right, 51,000. Yeah, all right. You're spending what?
$6,400 a month
All
times 12.
right.
I mean, what's that? Like, that's way more than 51,000.
All right, so that's all right. You're spending 1/10 of your income a month on food.
Yeah.
Not even.
Okay, that's more like it. Yeah.
So,
1/10 compared to a quarter. The cost of food has gone down, not up.
yeah, it's poison. That's why.
Well, it's not so much as poison. It's literally like
chemicals.
These companies.
It's not organic no more. It's not from animals. Like they don't find a way to make meat with chemicals now. Of course,
these companies are running. These companies are running off of throughput. That means like they're running off of like instead of like actually having, you know what I mean, like a profitable business, they're running it off of like how much shit can we produce. Right. And like, they're making a little bit, like they're making like a penny off of every transaction instead of building in a real profit is the issue.
Yeah, but like they're making a penny off of what practices stuff in the real world.
I would agree that like our food supply, I would agree that like the food we eat is trash, like 100%. Right? We subsidize corn. We probably shouldn't be doing that. Like, it's terrible for you.
I mean, what you're eating the steak made from scratch, not from a cow, but like from scratch with chemicals and all that.
No. I mean, I eat steak made from a cow, right? I buy 10 steaks a week, right? You know, I mean, made from a cow.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right. I do, like, because I eat keto and shit. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, that's all I eat is like steak, green beans. You know what I'm saying? Salads and shit. That's all I eat.
I mean,
You know what I mean?
no carbs, no bread, no starches, none of that. I mean,
Yeah. That's how I live, right? So, like, you know what I mean? Like, I stand because I'm a truck driver, so like I make decent money, and so I buy steak with my motherfucking money and shit. You know what I mean? I make sure I fucking eat properly. That way, like, I fucking stay in the best physical shape that I possibly can. You know what I mean? Not getting as much exercise as I'm supposed to because I'm a truck driver because I have a sedentary lifestyle. But the economics of it is literally you are paying less for food right now than you did in the 60s.
I mean, rate wise, I mean, you might be correct and all that, but how did the amount get so high from like a few dollars to like all this amount and all that?
Yo, because banks create money.
And what's the starting point of them creating the money? I mean, they're not.
The fact that we don't have credit. The fact that we don't have a real central bank. Our Fed is literally a motherfucking. It's a regulatory agency rather than being a central bank. So it doesn't create money, right? Our government as a whole, it sells treasury bonds and motherfucking pays itself.
I said, what we call the government ain't nothing but a corporation masquerading as a.
No, it's not even a corporation. It's not ran profitably. There's no profit. It's in debt all the fucking time. Like if the government was a corporation, it would go under. Like, yo, if it wasn't for the fact that
a lot of money's getting pocketed and all that, and I see that much. Like they ain't got money to fix. They ain't got money to fix the potholes, but you know they got $200 million to send to Ukraine.
So Tommy, I was thinking about what you were saying, right? Cost of living. But you're saying a house, but like my father didn't pay for water. My father didn't pay for television, cable, $150 a month bill. My father didn't pay for a cell phone. Like we got a lot more overhead today to be a functional human being. Okay? Yeah. So when you add all that in, it is way more money to live today.
Oh, like, yo, all this bullshit that we do, 100% agree with you. Right? That's consumerism. And I 100% agree with you. Like, yo, cars, we shouldn't be paying for all this shit.
Right. Cars break in 5 years. They don't even last.
Oh, the cars back in the day were shit too, and you fucking know it. Just we were able to fix them.
But they lasted a lot longer.
No. Fucking most of them broke down and rusted to shit inside of like 5 years. Right? Like, yo, how many times are you outside tuning the goddamn carburetor and trying to motherfucking file down the fucking points and shit? You know what I mean? Go and clean like right now, your first oil change in your car isn't due when you buy a new one, isn't due for 50,000 miles. And the spark plugs don't have to be changed for like 75,000.
Oil change, you just said 50,000?
Yeah, on the new car.
5,000.
50,000.
5,000.
Wait, you mean transmission change?
No, your oil.
No. There's no
5,000 miles, probably.
Synthetic oil, you get 5,000. Come on.
Yeah, full synthetic is 5,000 miles, man.
Yeah, Tommy, you got your numbers wrong on that.
50,000 miles, man. Like
your engine.
That's like 50,000 miles is how long a tire, a set of tires will last in the car.
They don't even last 50,000. Tires are 30.
15, 20,000 miles. Okay.
No, 5,000 for an oil change.
10,000.
Yeah,
10,000. I'm sorry. It's 10,000 miles.
Nah.
Huh?
Yeah, it's 10,000 miles for a new
Tommy
Googled
car. That shit. That's what he is.
Yeah, I Googled it out. I Googled it up. It's 10,000 miles for a new fucking car. Like, legit, things literally are better than they were, right? It seems dumb, but it is. Things are better than what the fuck they were, right? But, like, again, yeah, I would agree. Like, we shouldn't be paying for cable and internet and fucking cell phones and, you know what I mean, like, fucking bottled water. Remember, water used to come out of the tap clean and good? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, I feel you. Like 100%. I fucking feel you.
I Googled it and I got 5,000 to 7,500 miles.
Yeah, fucking, I got 7,500 to 10,000. Right?
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's with full synthetic.
Well, yeah, all new cars come with full synthetic now.
Right. And you
right.
put it
I mean, I
back
just
in.
like a lot of the new cars run on premium and shit. Like
Yeah.
fucking, they're all turbocharged out and shit. Like how many cars back in the day had turbochargers on? None. What's it, the GNX? One car, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, like man, listen, like all these cars now turbocharged are getting. Now, I'd say the gas mileage ain't a whole lot better than it used to be. Like the carburetor was probably better. You know what I mean? I enjoyed working on them more than I do the fucking fuel injection system. But at least with GMs, the new fuel injection system is pretty easy to swap out.
The
you know
entire,
what I mean? Blood of
the
injectors and
entire
shit.
audience thinks you're high.
I feel you. They can think I'm high. You know what I mean? But like, it's just, this is the reality. Like, yo, motherfuckers have been fed a load of shit for the past motherfucking 30 years.
So
I'm just
happy
bringing
you,
reality to y'all.
so happy you. I mean, like what? I mean, like you still ain't answered my question. Like how the fuck the cars go from costing $2,000 to about 50, 60, 70, 80 grand? I mean, you still ain't answered that question. How
Because,
did that
all right,
happen?
well, yeah, all right. First off, people are willing to pay more for cars. They have more money in their pocket, right? Number one. Number two, I told you, they have massive amounts of more technology. Number three, they have much higher horsepower ratings. Number four, they have much larger goddamn fucking tires and safety systems, right, than they used to motherfucking have. Number five, right, yo, there's shit tons more metal and exotic materials in them. Number six, right, just in general, the cost to motherfucking produce that car literally went up. It costs more money to make a car today than it did back in the day, right? Because you got to have all the shit involved in making a new car versus like, yo, just slapping a motor and a transmission in a sheet metal shell, wiring up some motherfucking plugs and headlights, done, ready to go. They ain't like that no more. You got like, yo, literally the new goddamn fucking Hummer EV has a windshield wiper washer on the camera underneath of it.
I mean, like I saw the new Jeep Wagoneer video, man. It's a $110,000 SUV, and that motherfucker was glitching like crazy. I mean, I ain't paying $110,000 for that shit. I mean, like,
yo,
the
new Hummer EV has 11,000 pounds of torque.
You know, I'm not buying that shit. I don't give a fuck how much torque you have. I'll get a pickup
man, listen,
truck.
they offer it. They offer it in gunmetal gray. In a few years, I might pick one up. Being real, it looks sexy.
That's just something. Oh no, that's just something you into. That's cool. Just say that. You know
I like SUVs. I like SUVs as a whole. I personally like. I would only buy an electric vehicle if it had a manual transmission. Me personally. You know what I mean? That's
SUV stands for super useless vehicle. That's it. I mean,
stands for sports utility. No, I would only buy an electric. Let me rephrase. I would only buy an electric vehicle if it had a manual transmission. Right. That's my mentality. Right.
I mean, it's a vegan porn. I mean, it sounds like a vegan porn star or something like that. Right.
What? I mean, like a vegan porn star might be hot. I don't know what the fuck she look like. You know what I mean? Get a little smoking, little bitty. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, like,
yeah, you missed the point entirely, man. Like they all eat meat, man. Porn stars all eat meat.
Oh, I got your mental. Right. But like, yeah, like literally, like what I'm saying is like, yo, these new cars have way more shit with them than we used to have.
Too many useless features.
Hey guys, I have a request.
I agree.
Some of the ladies want to see one of my younger pictures. Hold on. My son. I have a request. There we go.
Oh Lord, is that Grim right there?
Yeah, that's baby Grim.
Shout out to Grim, man.
And there he is again. He's a little older there. And this is me in the DR. I was like about 45 in there. But that's the picture I like when he was little like that. He was cute. There you go. I had to make the ladies happy. They were asking.
Yo, look, I literally just look to the dude who asked, "Am I high?" Because, like I said, we're paying less for food now than we were then. Yeah, you used to pay a quarter of your income in food back in the 60s.
I don't believe that.
No, back then a lot of people grew their own food, so they didn't really pay that. I mean, they only went to the store for like flour and salt and
I
shit
don't know.
like
In
that.
the
Like
60s,
vegetables and all that.
in the 60s, a loaf of bread was 50 cents. Now it's $5. I don't know. I don't agree with you.
What are you talking? Yo, fucking loaf of bread for me is like $1.80 top end.
What kind of bread you buy? No frills.
People knew how to grow their own
fucking
food.
Milano, the
so they
Milano
didn't have to go to
Italian
the
joint.
store as much. People grew their own food. They raised their own animals. Like they didn't have to go to the store for much. Just for like a few seasonings, they couldn't cultivate in their own gardens and all that stuff. No.
How much was gasoline in the 60s?
Depends. It depends on motherfucking like what part of the 60s you're talking about. It went up and down, but like, you know.
What was the highest?
17 to 20 cents a gallon, probably.
Yeah, I want to say like probably 10, 15, 20 cents a gallon.
We're paying how much now?
Yeah, like yo, hang on. Yeah, you used to spend like 18, 20% on your motherfucking food. Now we're down to like 6%.
And the minimum wage was what, like $2, $3 an hour, and all that. 40-hour work week, unionized. A little bit more than that. I mean, what is that?
A pension.
Here, I put that in the I put that in the chat. There's a chart there you can see, Pops.
Oh, hold on. All right. That I'm not going to disagree with the food part anyway, but
yeah, I mean, I'm saying like, yeah, I mean, like, it's about the percentages of your motherfucking income.
I think the Biden administration put this out.
Yo, it's from 2015, so Biden wasn't even the president.
Information is already propagandized and manipulated. Like,
no,
we don't really know. We don't really know.
Look, here's the thing. Things are not what you think.
I mean,
everybody's broke.
Of course, no.
Right?
If I looked at a bunch of official websites, I mean, I would probably lie to as well. Like, we don't really know. I mean, don't know the whole story behind the situations. I mean,
so there are more house owners now than there were in the 60s?
There might be.
No.
Check that out. The American dream is only when you're sleeping now.
I mean, like, shit, like the 2008, 2009 housing crash, man. A lot of people.
All right, so like on average, this is rounding up, right? Oh, yo, let me. I gotta answer this.
What happened here?
He had to answer another call or something.
Oh, Pops, what do you think about all this, man? Like,
I think he's crazy up to a point.
Hey,
I'm not fucking crazy.
It says a lot.
I said up to a point. Some of your things are true and some aren't.
It's like he says a lot, but it's like
he has a lot of knowledge. I'll give him that.
Yeah, but it's not.
How many people own their own home compared to now? Everybody seems to be renting now.
I don't know, 38%. That's my guess.
No, but back in the 60s, more people owned their own home.
I mean, but you had more land ownership too.
Right.
Back then.
All right. Today we have a home ownership rate of 65.5%.
No way, man. Well, go ahead.
Bullshit. No, like, does that include paid off and all that? I mean, wait.
No, but go ahead.
No.
I don't believe that number, but go ahead.
and it was 64% in 1960.
Oh, hold on. Home ownership rate. I don't know. It seems like I don't know anybody that owns their own home
Right,
anymore.
like we're talking about bought and paid for, not financing. I know y'all call
Yo,
financing
everybody
ownership.
fucking mortgages their home.
Even in the 60s, they did. You're right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you always mortgage your
that's not
motherfucking home.
ownership. Ownership means bought and paid for, not mortgaging, not financing, none of that. Bought and paid for.
I think they're lying anyway. I don't believe. I believe the number what Tommy got is correct, but I think they're lying to us.
Yeah, like I don't know, they might have
It's like they
included
lie
some
about
other
the
things.
inflation numbers.
I don't know, like people that they call people who are financing homeowners or something like that. Financing ain't the same thing as like bought and paid for. You got the deed, the title, and all that to the land, property. It's not the
That's true.
same thing. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, because they
it
don't
might
take
be
the house
64%.
anyway.
It might be 64% of people that have mortgages and financing for their homes and all that. We're talking about the percentage of like deed owners, people they ain't gotta like pay, bills and all that shit, you know. From that standpoint, 64% have mortgages, but they're in debt. Like, they don't really own the land. Otherwise, let them stop paying the mortgage, and who really owns the land will show up and all that. That's not, you know.
According to Tommy, you're better off now than you were in 1960. I don't believe that shit.
Oh my God.
I think life was a lot better in 1960.
Look, I'm a black man in America, man. So I like the freedom of nowadays and all that. I mean, the music back then was great. I'll agree with that, but
I know.
life,
Well, let's go into the 80s. Fuck the 60s. The
the
80s was
80s,
a lot better.
yeah, I mean, the 80s was brutal too. The 80s was actually very brutal. The
I love
violence, I mean, like you'll get a lock and sock to your head for a starter jacket or something like that. Back in the 80s. I'm like, no, hold on. Oh shit! I know that loud, Pops, man. You don't have a few starter jackets. What was your team, man? What's your team?
I know starter jacket. I know what they are.
What's your team? What's your team? The Celtics?
Raiders.
That was the 1990s, man. That was not the 80s.
And Raiders and Yankees.
Shit, man. I'm Patriots and Red Sox, man. So
that's brutal.
Brutal, man. Starter jackets, all that shit. The windsuit pants, all that shit. They'd be walking down the hallway, just man, like them pants. Hey, one thing about them pants, man, they kept you warm as hell in the wintertime. They don't make them like that no more. The sweatsuit pants from back in the day. You remember that?
Yep. I'm just eating, so I'm trying not to make crunchy noises.
No. That's cool, man. That's cool, man. I don't know, man. Oh shit, 5 hours in and all that. Damn, man. I gotta dip, man. Pinoy, nice chat with you, man.
I'm gonna wrap this up, Tommy. I'm on almost 6 hours now. But I want to thank you guys for coming on. And I don't know if you're still there, Tom. Guess he's busy. But JP, I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you too, Pops, man. Like, it's fun,
Yeah.
Just, get a different perspective on things and all that,
Yeah, I think some things he's correct and some things he's overlooking.
I mean, like, yeah, like
the cost
I'm
of living is
saying
way
that,
more
I
money
mean,
right
like,
now.
I mean,
It's
can't
way
come
more.
from the standpoint of blindly accepting shit and all that. I mean, we're just trying to find the truth. That's the number one thing we got to focus on. And all that.
That's right. We will. We'll get there. All right,
We'll get
everybody.
there.
Want to thank everybody for coming by tonight, and may the Almighty God bless you and your family. And Pops out.